Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Don't need to utter but 3 words to tell this nation what we are talking about. They aren't big words. You don't need to have a great vocabulary to utter them. You don't need to have a philosophical bent to grasp them. They are 3 little words. But we want to let the world know that these words describe what we mean and what we are determined to do about racial injustice. One is the word all. We don't want some of our rights. We don't want a few token handouts here and there. We want all of our rights. The other word is here. There are some people who say that we need to go back to Africa. And then there are some others who tell Negroes in the South to leave the South. You can't be free, so get out. But down in Alabama and Mississippi and Georgia and South Carolina, we are saying something else now. We want all of our rights, and we want all of our rights here in Alabama and Mississippi and South Carolina. And then there's a third word. It is the word now. We are not willing to wait 100 years for our rights. We are not willing to wait 50 years for what is ours on the basis of the Constitution of this United States and the authority of God Himself. No, we are not willing to wait another 25 years for our rights. We can hear voices telling us to slow up. We can hear voices telling us to cool off. Our only answer in calm, patient terms must be that we have cooled off too long, and if we keep cooling off, we'll end up in a deep freeze. We must go on and say, no, what we are saying to this nation is that we want all of our rights. We want them here, and we want all of them not next year, not next week, but we want them now at this hour. This is what we are saying.
Well, welcome to the show, everybody. That was a short speech by Martin Luther King. I happen to be on what do you call it? Apparently, my senior memory is going to be present today. Spotify, something I actually don't use much anymore. My son actually uses it more than I do. But anyway, happened to see a whole bunch. There's a whole channel or a playlist or something of Martin Luther King speeches. So listen to a few of them. I've actually never other than the I have a dream speech, and then there are maybe two or three other speeches I can't recall the name of that I've listened to. But he actually really was a good speaker. I don't know that I've heard anybody that quite has his speaking style. And I've been to, Protestant churches. You know, I he had this weird, unique style. So anyway, uh, happy Black History Month, and I mean it. So few news stories today. I was just over on here for the Tees broadcast. It's what is it? Ooh Child. Um, can't remember. I guess the channel is called Child Listen. Chile. I encourage everybody to check it out. The topic came up of well, it was broadly, excuse me, um, something I've been thinking about for probably a couple weeks now, and I may actually wind up doing, like a video opinion piece or something on it. And I talked to John about it. I probably talked to a couple other people up on panels about it. This concept and be brave kind of comes into this thinking also. This idea that black people are our brother's keepers. Um, I made a comment and it was kind of a pithy comment, but like all my comments, it's half joke, half serious. Um, I actually think, and I didn't always think this way, but kind of hanging out in this uh, Galt urban landlord, chaotic truth, and similar spaces. I actually think the black community ended, round about the time the Civil Rights Acts were passed. Um, I really am starting to wonder whether the idea of a black community, and not so much the community as much as, the solidarity, has hurt us or helped us. And in my opinion, it's done more harm than good. Um, you know, uh, Keeping any community contiguous, thinking the same way, is like herding cats. And we're basically the legacy black community, or ADOS or FBA, whatever you want to call the group. We are literally um, a fly in the milk in this country. 45 million of 360 million people. It's a fairly small minority. I guess it's around, it might be around 12% now. It used to be 13. And if I recall, the percentage the percentage of the population of the quote black community probably going to fall. I don't think it's going to be going up anytime soon. But bottom line is this whole brother's keeper thing, being a credit to your race, setting an example. Um, I Somebody kind of alluded to, hey, being a credit to your race, or something to that effect. It struck me as archaic. It struck me as something out of the 1950s. And I'm going to sit down and take notes and kind of come up with a more cogent argument. But I really think we're hurting ourselves when people like Be Brave want to basically charge 70% of the black population in America with excusing the 3% or whatever the percentage is that's responsible for violent crime. Um, I, for instance, have never lived in the hood, so I don't know anybody who lives there. How am I going to be responsible or excuse behavior of people I don't know. And, at any given time, whatever happens in whichever hood across America, I'm probably not going to be aware of unless it makes big news. And I kind of made a comment in here for the teas chat that I think being yourself and your authentic self, I've talked about this before too. You will never go wrong if you are being yourself. Now, that doesn't mean let it all hang out. You still have to be a responsible citizen, as good a person as you can be, etc. But don't pretend to be something that you're not. Okay. If you're not hood, don't be hood. If you are a hood, be hood. We have much too much crabs in the barrel sort of dynamics going on um, in this country in general, and in the black community in particular. And I feel comfortable saying black community if you are talking demographics, but beyond the demographics, I don't believe that all blacks in the United States share the same culture. There are similarities, because we have a common heritage. But I'll talk to uh, black folks who live out in California, and I'll be doing mental double takes because half the shit they say, I'm just like, what? Black people don't think that. There are many differences based on where you grew up, which region you grew up in, just in the black demographic. And this, who you marry, what you do, how you talk, how you dress, it's all becoming fucking boring. And if black people in general need to do better as a collective, it needs to be, stop thinking everybody has to be like you. If you talk a certain way or dress a certain way or marry a certain person or raise your kids a certain way, who gives a fuck? And seriously, my advice is stop being nosy and everybody mind their own business. And, if everybody does the best they can do for their family, or if everybody's out to be the best individual they can be, things will be all right, as a collective. But this backbiting, this crabs in a barrel, this, you know, being on code, that's another thing that's just fucking annoying to hear people say. You got to be on code. Whose fucking code am I supposed to follow but my own? Or, if I'm a child, my parents. Um, we need to stop that bullshit. So anyway, that's probably the first monologue I've ever done on this show. Might be the last I ever do, but I've been thinking about it over the last hour or so. And like I said, I'm probably going to gather some notes and do an opinion piece on it. So anyway, enough of my rambling. Let us move on. I think I am going to start out with a news story, then move into a video supporting it. And I don't know. I'm still kind of, I kind of planned the show out, but I may wind up rearranging it. As I said I was going to do news stories last, to catch up with the morning rush crowd, but I don't know that that actually works any better than the other way around. So we'll start with this one. Education department. I think it's Linda McMahon. I can't remember if she's been confirmed or not, but she'll probably be confirmed as Secretary of Education. Well, the Education Department, who I thought was going to go away, is giving ultimatum.
Education Department gives schools 2 weeks to eliminate race-based programs. This article is by Zach Montague and read by an automated voice. The Education Department warned schools in a letter on Friday that they risked losing federal funding if they continued to take race into account when making scholarship or hiring decisions, or so much as nodded to race in all other aspects of student, academic, and campus life. The announcement gave institutions 14 days to comply. It built on a major Supreme Court ruling in 2023 that found that the use of race-conscious admissions practices at colleges and universities was unlawful. But it went far beyond the scope of that decision by informing schools that considering race at all when making staffing decisions or offering services to subsets of students would be grounds for punishment. The letter was the latest step in the Trump administration's push to recast programs intended to level the playing field for historically underserved populations as a form of racial discrimination. It also appeared to be an extension of the broadsides President Trump has delivered to purge diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives from the federal government, which critics have assailed as veiled racism. Craig Traynor, the Education Department's acting assistant secretary for civil rights, said related programs and scholarships, many of which have historically sought to help Black and Latino students attain college degrees or find community, had come at the expense of white and Asian students, many of whom come from disadvantaged backgrounds. At its core, the test is simple. If an educational institution treats a person of one race differently than it treats another person because of that person's race, the educational institution violates the law, Mr. Traynor wrote. Put simply, educational institutions may neither separate or segregate students based on race, nor distribute benefits or burdens based on race, he said. On Monday, the department said it had also canceled $600 million in grants focused on training teachers in inappropriate and unnecessary topics, such as critical race theory, social justice activism, anti-racism, and instruction on white privilege. The warning in the letter applies to any institution that receives federal funding, including K-12 schools, but it could fall harder on higher education institutions. The sweeping guidance caused alarm in academic circles and raised pressing questions about how much it would disrupt campuses. Many colleges offer scholarships and grants specifically for students of certain ethnic backgrounds or maintain program houses, professional societies and fraternities, and sororities on campus tailored to students of specific ethnic heritages or races. In some cases, the decision to fund those programs is not necessarily made by the university, but by student governments or outside organizations. But the guidance appeared to touch all of those areas and more, barring schools from using race in decisions pertaining to admissions, hiring, promotion, compensation, financial aid, scholarships, prizes, administrative support, discipline, housing, graduation ceremonies, and all other aspects of student, academic, and campus life. Some colleges have already preemptively taken steps to bar any clubs or student organizations that could run afoul of the department's interpretation of civil rights law. This month, West Point moved to immediately disband 12 affinity groups, including the National Society of Black Engineers Club, the Asian Pacific Forum Club, and the Vietnamese American Cadet Association. Other colleges suspended a ceremony marking the Lunar New Year, canceled a forum on race, and ended degree requirements for students to take classes touching on DEI to graduate. The letter on Friday specified that even graduation ceremonies that honored Black students separately from larger commencement ceremonies, for example, could be considered discriminatory. In a shameful echo of a darker period in this country's history, Mr. Traynor wrote, many American schools and universities even encourage segregation by race at graduation ceremonies and in dormitories and other facilities. Last year, Columbia hosted an alternative ceremony featuring speeches by pro-Palestinian activists and writers after the main commencement ceremony was canceled over student protests related to the war in Gaza. Adding to confusion for schools, legal experts have pointed out that despite the sweeping nature of the Education Department's threat, it did not touch on a number of areas like college recruitment or retention programs that target certain demographics that may transfer or drop out at higher rates than others. Other aspects of the letter appeared certain to run into legal challenges, particularly the guidance on changing hiring practices, which were not at issue in the Supreme Court's decision on affirmative action. Jeff Weimer, a partner in the higher education practice at the law firm Reed Smith, said the letter raised more questions for schools than it was immediately possible to untangle under the current understanding of civil rights laws. Well, what if it's an affinity group, for example, for Asian students that promotes Asian culture and has events that are centered around holidays that are important for various Asian cultures and so forth? But the organization is open to all students, regardless of your race or ethnicity. Mr. Weimer asked, is that prohibited or permitted under this administration's interpretation of the Supreme Court decision and Title V and otherwise? There's no clear answer to that question or to any number of different variations on the same question, he said.
Yeah, I fear that I did I looked at an article yesterday about well, it was an opinion piece about Trump basically being um, I would almost say an enemy of higher education. And many of his little followers and minions are also, even though they don't think they are. When you're having to ban a club, I mean that impinges on free speech and freedom of association. So I don't get that part. That's basically a First Amendment thing. So I think what's going to happen is Trump is going to swing the pendulum too far in the other direction, and at some point there'll have to be a course correction. But that's what extremists do, and I do think Trump is an extremist. And you can argue, the Barry Goldwater thing. What is it? Extremism, and is it extremism in defense of liberty is no vice? I don't happen to agree with that. Extremism is extremism, and the problem with extreme defense of liberty is that you wind up stepping on other people's rights who may not agree with you, and that's what MAGA is doing right now. But it all comes out in the wash. Also, I forgot to say, everybody, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe and share and all that stuff if you're not already. And then I also want to say I'm thinking that I may just go back to the original 2 o'clock start for the show. It's been getting later and later, and I think I'm going to wind up just go ahead and making the move back to 2 o'clock. That way, I get to do what I want to do more and don't really have to care who hears it. So this next story, I've actually heard of Keith Boykin before, but I can't remember where. And this touches on the last story. It's called "Cruel Days." Trump administration attacks black college students, and I had no idea he was doing that specifically, but I want to hear more.
Trump administration has just announced an alarming new attack on black college students. Effective immediately, all college financial aid programs, scholarships, prizes, housing, and graduation ceremonies that help black students are now considered to be illegal. The announcement came in a stunning new letter made public on Friday when the acting Secretary of Education accused colleges and universities of discriminating against white and Asian students. The new Trump policy would eliminate scholarships that help black students, remove affinity housing for black students, and ban black graduation ceremonies, all of which create a more welcoming environment for black students attending predominantly white institutions. If this policy is allowed to take effect, black college student enrollment will plunge. I know that because I was a black student on a mostly white campus, and these resources are essential. When I graduated in Clearwater, Florida, I went directly to Dartmouth College in Hanover, New Hampshire, located in a small, mostly white, rural town with no black barbershops, no black radio stations, and no black churches. The nearest black neighborhood was Roxbury, about 2 hours away in Boston.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't have a car. Without the programming of the Afro-American Society, the culture of black fraternities and sororities, the camaraderie of my black classmates and track teammates, and the support from black faculty and staff, I would never have survived the cold, snowy winter of New England. But one day in mid October of my freshman year, I walked into the government department in Silsby Hall wearing a big, puffy maroon ski jacket, and a black professor I'd never met confronted me. Her name was Diane Pinderhughes, and she let me have it. Boy, if you don't take off that jacket, you're never going to make it through the winter, she said. She was right. I was not enrolled in any of her classes, and she had no reason to speak to me. She recognized this young black kid was clearly unprepared for the brutally cold year he was about to encounter and would never acclimate to the winter if he could not survive the early fall. Those are the types of enriching experiences that can only come from a community with diversity and inclusion. But the Trump administration to eliminate the very programs that our parents fought for in the 1960s and go back to the 1950s era when the handful of black students at non-HBCU campuses felt isolated and alone. And this, by the way, is one of the reasons why historically black colleges and universities exist in the first place. For hundreds of years, black students were banned from white colleges. It didn't matter if they had the highest test scores or GPAs in the country. They weren't banned because of meritocracy. America's never been a meritocracy. They were banned because of their race. HBCUs offer an appealing alternative, but there are not enough HBCUs to accommodate all the black college students in America. Most are located in the South, and 31 states have none at all, leaving no opportunities for black students who want to go to a college near where they live. I'm standing on the campus of Charles Drew University, the only HBCU in California, but it's a medical school. Here in California, there are no HBCU undergraduate programs in the state with 2.8 million black people, although the first HBCU satellite campus is coming soon. The insidious purpose of Trump's attack on black student
Okay,
programs
can you
is not only
not
to
talk over
reduce
this
black
video,
college
please?
enrollment, but to make our people ignorant, to erase America's racist history, to deny the persistence of racial discrimination against black people, and to pretend that white people are now the real victims of racial discrimination. I understand, with all the chaos created in the past few weeks, it's difficult to know what to do. But in this case, it's crystal clear. College students, faculty, staff, and alumni all across the country must raise their voices. Demand that your college administrators continue these programs. And if they tell you they can't, then insist that your school sue the U.S. Department of Education to protect these essential resources. Trust me, Trump and the Republicans will not stop with colleges and universities. They're already attacking diversity in the federal government and threatening private businesses that simply try to create a more inclusive environment for their workers. And soon they'll be coming for you in some other place as well. Please don't wait until it's too late to speak out.
Well, there's some framing issues he's got in this commentary. Um, giving the history of HBCUs is all well and good, but times change, and as a matter of fact, the reason, and John Galt and I actually had a conversation about this yesterday morning. Um, I just happened to run across a Substack article that Glenn Lowry posted, and just one of his young proteges just happened to be talking about HBCUs, and as an example, the Spelman, Morehouse, Georgia Tech, and Emory all happen to be in Atlanta, Georgia. And as most of you know, I actually live about 40 or 45 miles from Atlanta, and my son goes to Georgia Tech. It just so happens, and I did actually mention Morehouse when he was applying to colleges, but it wasn't something he was interested in. I just told him, hey, if you want to go, you're you know go ahead and apply. But the bottom line, the meat of my point is that there's a 20 they did a 20-year return on investment study. Basically, I guess they kind of tracked graduates from these four universities over 20 years. And Georgia Tech, thank God, was number one at over $1 million. Emory was round about 800, or was it $600,000? Can't remember now. It was either eight or $600,000 that their graduates made in salary, I guess, over those 20 years. Morehouse was back around. You know what? My memory's failing me. I know Spelman was surprising at 200 and some thousand. I want to say Morehouse was 400 and some thousand. Let me see, can I find that article right quick? But where I'm getting to with this is that back in the day, and I would even say all the way up until maybe the 1970s, HBCUs were a place to go because white universities like University of Georgia, where I went to school, could be inhospitable. But by the time I got to the University of Georgia in the in the mid '80s, um, yeah, every now and again you'd run into some situation that might be uncomfortable, but by and large, they do have Black Greek organizations on a lot of, especially the publicly funded schools. And I know a lot of the private school colleges too. They have Black Greek life if you want the culture aspect of it. So, in my opinion, the only reason to go to a place like Morehouse or Spelman would be either you're a legacy and it's some sort of family tradition, or maybe you grew up in lily white, you know, San Francisco or something, and you want, to be exposed to Black culture. But for someone like me or my son or, people here, in Georgia where there are plenty of Black people, I don't really know that going to Morehouse is that necessary, especially if you're going to look at return on investment. Now, that ROI for college graduates is really tricky because people choose their majors. Okay, most of the people, I guess, that go to Spelman or Howard, well, Howard too probably, but Morehouse, they tend not to major in STEM, and you have to be careful because Georgia Tech is literally an engineering school. The only reason you would go to Georgia Tech is you want to do something in STEM. You won't go to Georgia Tech to be a literature major. That would be crazy. Emory is a little bit more liberal arts. However, their biological sciences, they've got a very famous hospital. So people would, law, they've got a famous law school, they've got a famous med school. So, there's certain things that Emory does well. Um, I don't even know why they included Georgia Tech because that's an engineering school. It's not a liberal, it's not that similar to Emory, Morehouse, and Spelman, to be honest. But anyway, I think that HBCUs um, are not so much the best academic institutions as they are cultural institutions. I would discourage a student to go somewhere, depending on what they're majoring in. I mean, I think Morehouse and Spelman, but Morehouse especially, if you want to be a cleric, like a preacher or a lawyer, or do government or something like that, that's probably more you know in line with why someone would go there. But I think college in general, you don't just go to a college these days because, oh, hey, you know, it's there. Um, Colleges tend to be good at certain things, and if you know what you want to do coming out of high school, you go to the best place you can get into for whatever career you think you want. Um, state state colleges are pretty much generalists. So, going to a state college is always a good thing. So, as far as this guy talking about the history of HBCUs, that history is history. You can go to any school you want and be just fine. And as far as Dartmouth goes, believe it or not, I considered going to Dartmouth coming out of high school, and I did not go because because I knew it was gonna be lily white New England, and it snows a lot. That's the other thing. College students shouldn't go to somewhere unless they get like a full ride to Dartmouth or something like that. Go somewhere where, research the demographics. Go somewhere where the weather's going to be, comfortable. I've lived in Rhode Island. I lived there for a couple years when I was in the Navy. I understand why people in the North are so cruel and just impersonal. Those long, dark winter days will drive you to drink. It gets dreary in the wintertime. And if you're from the South and used to good weather and sunshine and stuff, going to Dartmouth's a big change. And it really doesn't matter whether you're black, white, or whatever. If you're from the South, Dartmouth is a huge change. So, and then you're far away from home. Coming home for Christmas is a chore. Having to fly, so people need to be a lot more deliberate. And I hope they are being, but it doesn't sound like it. People should be more deliberate about where they send their kids to school. And the rest of the stuff that he's talking about, I don't know. I don't think it's as bad as all that. I think he's being a little bit over dramatic. I don't want to see HBCUs go away, but they don't serve the purpose they were started up for just because of the progression of history. Things are a lot better than Reconstruction America. Um, I think, and John and I talked about this again. I actually think over the next 20 to 50 years, you may be down to just a handful of HBCUs. Maybe places like Grambling that are very famous, or there's some famous Texas Southern. There'll probably be just a handful or two handfuls of HBCUs at the end of 50 years. It's just becoming too financially burdensome. And if what Trump wants to do takes, um, you know, um, and that's kind of a second thing I'm going to talk about. If Trump kind of gets his way, the purpose of HBCUs, which is kind of, race based, because when they were formed, America, had legalized racism. Um, their purpose is kind of going away if you don't allow them to kind of prefer black students. If they become just kind of general, anybody can go sort of places, and anybody can go right now. There are plenty of white students that go to HBCUs,
Stanley,
by the way. Yes, what is it?
um, who instituted the most racial
I don't
laws
give a
by the
fuck about
Fed
any
in
of that. Nope.
America?
If
It
it's
was
not on the
a
topic,
Democrat.
if it's not on the topic of HBCUs, please hold your tongue till I'm done. Um, I was saying that the purpose of HBCUs has pretty much gone away. It was a racial thing to start with. Um, as America, either rightly or wrongly gets rid of racial preferences or just racial institutions or race tinged institutions, um, the purpose of HBCUs diminishes. And if they become just kind of like generalized, hey, we're going to throw it open to everybody, um, finances become a problem. And a lot of these HBCUs are financially strapped currently, and they don't have any particular um, specialty. Some schools are good at English, some schools are good at government, some schools are good at engineering. HBCUs tend to be kind of liberal arts oriented. Um, and I'll give you a good example. When I came out of high school, Savannah State, which is where my mother graduated from, to an HBCU in Savannah, Georgia, I went and looked at their engineering program. And I don't know about now, but back in like 1983, 84, they offered engineering technology, which is basically engineering without the theory. And I wasn't gonna, why would I go to an engineering program not to be? I don't want to be an engineering tech. I want to be an engineer, which is going to involve a lot more theory. So what I'm saying is that a lot of the HBCUs didn't offer, very heavy on theory sort of programs. There are a lot of problems, getting, professors, paying like top professors, top dollar. Professors can go to other schools and make more money. There are a lot of reasons, and most of them financial, that if HBCUs lose their mission, um, which is to be a nurturing place for young black kids, then they really serve no purpose. So, to kind of reiterate what I'm saying, HBCUs, I fear will wind up being just a handful or two in the next 50 years, and probably rightly so. What is it you were going to say, 12th man? I guess he's moved on.
Well, no,
Let's see.
I've already said it a while ago.
Okay, well, I didn't hear what you
Like,
said, and
you
again,
brought,
if it wasn't on the topic I was talking about, and it didn't sound like it was, not sure why you would interrupt me. It's impolite.
well, you brought up racism in America, right? And was it not
Fuck
the
man,
Democrats?
let me just warn you right now,
See,
and
you won't even let me finish.
it is being unfair. I'm going to admit it right up front. Don't be annoying. Okay.
Wasn't it
If it
Democrats and,
wasn't, the topic was on HBCUs and education, not racism per se.
well, no one's going to stop anyone from having their demonstrations or whatever. What they are
Nobody said,
upset about,
what the fuck are you talking about? Who mentioned demonstrations?
well,
Okay, 12th man,
well,
12th man, I'm not in the mood for your drunken rambling.
you
Nobody
don't
was,
remember what you talked
I
about?
wasn't even talking about demonstrations. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, they were talking about their equity programs and
Okay,
all that, right?
what does that have to do with
But
demonstrations? What does DEI have to do with demonstrations?
yeah, maybe you should go back and look at what you played.
All right, that's enough of that. Maybe you should keep up with what I'm saying. I don't need to go back and look at what I'm playing, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not in the mood for your usual antics. Either stay on topic or go take a nap.
I am on topic.
I don't think you are. Let's see what's in the chat here. I
So
saw Mayo Monkey.
if you don't want me talking,
Mayo Monkey. No one said Georgia Tech was a historically black college. Apparently, you have the attention span of 12th man.
there you go, Stanley.
Yep, there I go. You shouldn't be surprised.
No, not really.
All right. So the next item up for top. Actually, I was going to go on to something else about America being fundamentally racist, but I'll save that for a time when it's more appropriate. So the next item up for discussion is apparently some top Social Security official has uh, has a problem with Elon Musk.
This
Mm.
story was written by Lisa Ryan, Holly Bailey, Jeff Stein, and Jacob Bogage. Top Social Security official exits after clash with Musk's Doge over data. Yet another top career staffer is leaving the administration amid a disagreement over a request by Elon Musk's team for sensitive government information. The acting commissioner of the Social Security Administration left her job this weekend after a clash with billionaire Elon Musk's U.S. Doge service over its attempts to access sensitive government records. 3 people familiar with her departure said Monday. Michelle King, who spent several decades at the agency before being named its acting commissioner last month, left her position Sunday after the disagreement, the People said. President Donald Trump appointed Leland Dudek, a manager in charge of Social Security's anti-fraud office, as acting commissioner, while Frank Bisignano, the president's nominee for permanent commissioner, is vetted by the Senate, according to 3 individuals who spoke on the condition of anonymity to talk candidly. A public announcement is expected this week. Dudek had posted positive remarks on social media about DOJ's efforts to cut costs and search for fraud in federal agencies, according to 2 of the individuals. President Trump has nominated the highly qualified and talented Frank Bisignano to lead the Social Security Administration, and we expect him to be swiftly confirmed in the coming weeks, White House spokesman Harrison Field said in a statement. In the meantime, the agency will be led by a career Social Security anti-fraud expert as the acting commissioner. President Trump is committed to appointing the best and most qualified individuals who are dedicated to working on behalf of the American people, not to appease the bureaucracy that has failed them for far too long. In selecting Dudek, Trump bypassed dozens of other senior executives who sat higher in the agency's leadership hierarchy, touching off alarm in and around the agency, which has already faced years of budget and staffing difficulties. At this rate, they will break it, and they will break it fast, and there will be an interruption of benefits, said Martin O'Malley, the Social Security Commissioner under the Biden administration, and a former Maryland governor. It's a shame the chilling effect it has to disregard 120 senior executive service people, O'Malley said. To pick an acting commissioner that is not in the senior executive service sends a message that professional people should leave that beleaguered public agency. White House officials have said that Musk's associates are being properly vetted before they are appointed to official roles in the agencies they are helping scrutinize. Administration officials have also been skeptical of career employees.
Yeah, I wanna make that point. The reader, the article says that people were kind of miffed about this acting director jumping more senior officials and people who were experts. That's the whole point. Basically, if you have non-experts who may or may not be happy to even have the job, you're going to be able to cultivate a more loyal, um, a more loyal base um, to the president. You don't want experts because they tend to think for themselves.
Well,
These
Stanley, can
efforts
I
to
ask
guard
you a
federal
question?
data.
If you must.
Why are there over 700 people that still get Social Security that are over like 150, 180, 90 years old, and they're still getting Social Security benefit? Do you know anyone that old? I don't. Do you?
Why would you ask me such a dumb question? Am I an expert on Social Security?
Well, that's what we
Are you?
found.
Well, hold on. Are
That's
you?
what Doge found.
Okay, you know what? If Doe says they found it, I guess I have no choice but believe them. But why would you ask me that question? Ask Doge. They found it.
So you
Maintaining
don't
that
believe
political
there's Social
appointees should
Okay,
Security
I'm
also.
fraud?
sorry. What are
Okay.
you saying now?
You don't believe there's Social Security fraud?
Okay, I have no clue where the fuck you're going with this. This article is about a guy who quit because he disagreed with giving access to Elon Musk. Now, the
Well,
second thing they mention is that the person they put in his place jumped over several people who probably should have had the job, um, over experts. And my comment is that, well, gee, that's the whole point.
well,
MAGA,
you know,
okay,
you know,
MAGA does not want experts because experts tend to think for themselves. they're trying to cultivate a loyal workforce. Okay,
Well, he,
I don't know what that has to do with 190-year-olds receiving Social Security. Why you brought it up, I don't know.
so there,
I literally just asked you to stay on topic, and you're drifting off into what Doge found.
what,
The
that's what
article
they
is
found out.
not the article is not about what Doge found. It's about who's leading the Social Security
Well,
Administration.
you
Okay,
know
dude,
that,
you're acting like you are moderating this panel. You're acting like
come on,
you're
Stanley.
acting like you're picking the topics that I should be talking about. How
Well,
white are you?
Elon Musk,
You're being very white right now. Is when you get drunk
Elon Musk,
when you get
Elon
drunk,
Musk, Stanley, can I ask you
does
a
your
question?
innate belief in your white superiority come out, and you just think you can run over?
Elon Musk used to
Do
own,
you just think that you can run over a black man when he's trying to moderate and talk about a topic, and just talk about what you want to
no,
talk about?
I'm just
Is
saying
that
that
what's happening here? Is this your
he,
white supremacy instincts coming
oh,
out
come
when you've
on,
had a couple
Stanley.
beers? Is
I'm
that what's
just
happening
saying
here?
that
Is that
Elon,
what is happening
E-
here? Can you answer a direct question, white man?
Elon Musk used to
I
own
don't give a fuck about
PayPal.
Elon Musk. Why are we
He
talking
used
about
to,
this?
he already had your Social
We
Security.
are literally talking about who's leading the Social Security Administration currently,
Yeah,
and
well,
Elon
that's
Musk
what
is
I'm talking
tangential
about.
to it. But why are you interrupting my panel and my topic?
That's what I'm
What do
talking
you
about
think this is your
too.
goddamn plantation or what?
God dang, Stanley.
Yeah, goddamn, 12th man. How about
You
hold your
have
tongue and
to.
or stick to the topic? I'm not gonna look. This is not DEI for drunk people. Either stick to the
What?
goddamn topic or be silent. If Trump doesn't have to deal with DEI, why do I?
I was just saying that
I
Levitt
don't
to
care
Elon
what
NSA.
Musk,
you were just
Partic-
saying.
see, you
Okay,
won't even
this
let
is
me
not
say,
fucking kindergarten.
you won't let me say one
You do
sentence.
not get to say just what you want to say. You don't get to do that.
Elon Musk already has your Social Security number because,
Okay, and you know what Elon Musk is
uh,
going to do? Do you
he,
know what Elon Musk is going to do with my social security number? Not a goddamn
he
thing.
already had it
Now,
because
are you satisfied? Can I
he
fucking
owns
move on?
PayPal.
Can I
He,
fucking move on?
he used to own
Can
PayPal.
I
That's all I'm
fucking
saying.
move on?
Sure. Go ahead,
Thank you.
sir.
God damn.
Particularly if necessary to root out
This stolen valor whiteness, motherfucker, you are not Tom Jefferson or Thomas Jefferson.
wasteful or erroneous spending. On Fox
More
News
like
on
a
Monday
Thomas
evening,
No,
Sowell.
White House Press
you are
Secretary
more
Caroline
like a
Leavitt
drunk.
said she had been
God damn
fighting
it.
fake
You're
news
interrupting me
reporters
again.
who had been trying to fearmonger
Dude, don't make me get blunter, okay?
All right, Stanley.
about Social Security payments. Leavitt said Trump had directed Musk only to identify fraud in the program and that seniors' retirement benefits would be protected. The Social Security Administration is responsible for managing pension payments for more than 70 million American seniors and manages significant troves of personal data, including those related to Americans' work and pay history and where they live. It was not immediately clear precisely which data the Musk associates wanted or the exact circumstances leading to King's departure. Musk's associates had already sought access to records that are typically closely held across the federal government, prompting disputes with senior officials across numerous agencies. The highest-ranking civil servant at the Treasury Department recently resigned after refusing to grant Doge access to the Bureau of the Fiscal Service, which manages more than $5 trillion in annual payments. On Sunday, the Washington Post reported that DOJ is seeking access to a heavily guarded system at the Internal Revenue Service with detailed financial information about every taxpayer, business, and nonprofit in the country. And Musk's associates have also sought access to sensitive information at the Labor Department. What I know is that DOJ wanted access to SSA's sensitive files, the same way they're trying to do at Labor and Treasury, and the acting commissioner wouldn't give it, and she was replaced, said Nancy Altman, president of Social Security Works, a left-leaning group citing conversations with several current officials at the agency. Musk has increasingly turned his attention to Social Security in recent days, arguing that the program is rife with fraud and erroneous payments without offering evidence for his claim. King, a career staffer, has worked at the agency since 1994, according to the agency's website. She has also held senior positions in its Office of Retirement and Disability Policy and the Office of Budget, Finance, and Management. King could not be immediately reached for comment. The Social Security Administration's records include all Social Security numbers, comprehensive medical records for those who have applied for disability benefits, bank information, earnings records, and more, Altman said. There is no way to overstate how serious a breach this is, she said.
Well,
How can you
there
disagree with that, Stanley?
I'm sorry, what?
How can you disagree with looking into how there's fraud in Social Security, like giving away money to people that don't exist?
Who said I disagree?
Well, just, I don't know. Maybe I
Okay, then why the
automatically
fuck,
assume
why
the
the
wrong
fuck,
thing,
why the fuck
Stanley.
are you implying I disagree when I said nothing on the topic at all? I didn't say whether I agree or disagree, and I don't happen to disagree with investigating fraud. Why are you just assuming this? Is it your prejudice? Do you just assume
No,
because
it's
is
just
it
because
do
you're
you just
more
assume do you
some.
assume I'm against this because I'm black?
No, I
Then
assume you're against it because
why the
you're
fuck are you
more
up here? Why are you up here putting
you're
words in my
more
mouth?
center left,
Why
Stanley.
are
That's all.
you up here putting words in my mouth?
So you
Why
do
would you do
agree
that?
with.
Okay,
So you do.
motherfucker, I'm not telling you whether I agree or disagree at this point. What I'm asking you to do is don't assume.
All right. Fair enough, Stanley.
Okay, next story. Trump administration fires thousands.
This news story was written by Hannah Nathanson, Lisa Ryan, and Emily Davies. Trump administration fires thousands for performance without evidence in messy rush. Many probationary employees targeted in latest Trump cuts across agencies had excellent ratings. Legal challenges are expected. The first message from her manager on Saturday afternoon misspelled Amanda Mae Downey's name. The second mentioned the news about probationary federal workers and how the Trump administration planned to fire them. When Downey called her boss at a Michigan branch of the U.S. Forest Service for an explanation, she learned her name was on a firing list. She would have to come into the office to sign a letter formalizing her termination, and she had to do it before the holiday weekend was over. I'm glad that our agency at least has decided we can do it in person, her manager said, according to a recording Downey provided to the Washington Post. So we can add a little human touch to what's going on. Many federal government employees were dismissed over the holiday weekend as managers confronted a Trump administration demand to fire workers by Tuesday. In group texts and in online forums, they dubbed the error-ridden run of firings the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. The firings targeted new hires on probation, who have fewer protections than permanent employees, and swept up
Excuse
people
me.
with years of service who had recently transferred between agencies, as well as military veterans and people with disabilities employed through a program that sped their hiring but put them on 2 years probation. Most probationary employees have limited rights to appeal dismissals, but union heads have vowed to challenge the mass firings in court. The largest union representing federal workers has also indicated it plans to fight the terminations and pursue legal action. Critics warned of swift consequences as the administration raced to execute a vision Trump and billionaire Elon Musk have touted for a leaner, reshaped government. The latest wave of personnel actions already prompted an administrative complaint on behalf of workers at 9 agencies, adding to more than a dozen legal tests of Trump's power filed 1 month into his term. The Trump administration will not disclose how many workers it cut since last week ahead of its Tuesday deadline, but the government employed more than 200,000 probationary workers as of last year. The firings have extended to touch employees at almost every agency, including map makers, archaeologists, and cancer researchers, the Post found, in choices that some workers said contradicted a U.S. Office of Personnel Management directive to retain mission-critical workers. This account of how the Trump administration's firings played out over the weekend, sowing pain and chaos, is based on interviews and messages with more than 275 federal workers, as well as dozens of government records and communications reviewed by the Post. The Federal Aviation Administration let go hundreds of technicians and engineers just weeks after a mid-air collision miles from the White House killed 67 people, eliciting promises from Trump officials to improve air safety, workers said in interviews. FEMA, which handles the nation's natural disasters, is preparing to fire hundreds of probationary employees, according to 4 people familiar with the situation, who, like others interviewed for this report, spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation. The agency is already stretched thin, responding to fires in California and floods in Kentucky, and the administration terminated scores of employees who worked to bolster the nation's nuclear defense, only to realize its error and start reversing the firings. "I'd understand a strategic reduction in force if needed," said one USDA employee, who was fired over the weekend. "But this was a butchering of some of our best. Does the public know this?" The termination letters hitting inboxes all struck the same note. Probationary workers were getting the axe for poor job performance. But many of those fired had just received positive reviews, or had not worked in the government long enough to receive even a single rating, according to interviews with federal employees and documents obtained by the Post. Internal communications from the Office of Personnel Management obtained by the Post appeared to tie the performance directive to Trump's plans. In a message sent Friday to agencies, an OPM employee wrote that because of Trump's mandated hiring freeze, probationary employees had no right to continued employment. An employee's performance must be viewed through the current needs and best interest of the government, in light of the president's directive to dramatically reduce the size of the federal workforce. OPM also provides.
I want to make one point here. Performance and last hired, first fired. Those are basic, things that happen out in the corporate, well, non-governmental world. So what's happening here is not that unusual, except that it's government, which doesn't, it's kind of weird because government doesn't have shareholders per se. Um, it does have to look at a budget. It does have to look at deficits, but it doesn't have to be for profit. That's why, it's always confused me or made me wonder why people want businessmen to run the government. The government isn't supposed to make money, the way a corporation does for shareholders. So the only thing I have to say about this practice, if you're going to reduce costs, firing workers is usually the way, one of the first steps a company takes. So why not government? However, the what happens at the end of 4 years is you're going to make a whole lot of enemies. Um, these people not only work for the government, they also vote. And this. I wonder if Trump isn't shooting himself in the foot here. So, only time will tell.
Provided a form email agencies could use to terminate workers, citing performance. Firing employees en masse with the same claim of poor performance is illegal, said Jim Eisenman, a partner at the Alden Law Group, a law firm specializing in litigation by federal employees. It violates federal law covering career civil service employees, he said. It can't be true, Eisenman said. They're clearly not articulating this on an individual basis, which is what makes it so suspect. The White House referred questions about the firings to individual agencies and OPM. An OPM spokeswoman reiterated what the agency has previously said about the terminations. The probationary period is a continuation of the job application process, not an entitlement for permanent employment. Musk, whose U.S. Doge service is leading the drive to downsize government, over the weekend shared triumphant messages on X, the social media platform he owns. Close to 2 a.m. Monday, he reposted a picture of himself in a gladiator outfit and declared he was destroying the woke mind virus. A few hours after the post, Downey, the U.S. Forest Service employee, climbed into her car. She drove a half hour to her office and signed her name to a letter putting an end to the income she relies on to support 3 children, an ailing mother and a husband who just lost his own job. Before she walked out, she jotted 5 words above her signature: received and accepted under duress. Mistakes, miscommunication, and confusion. The firing started Thursday, by email and on video calls, after the Trump administration held calls with agency heads, ordering them to terminate most probationary and temporary employees. The dismissals picked up pace into the weekend, hitting thousands more at the Interior Department, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Energy Department. Some employees said the proceedings seemed rushed, the details botched. Termination letters at Education listed the wrong job or the wrong start date. A legal help number offered in a notice sent to a small business administration employee led to the voicemail for an apartment building, not a lawyer. Some firing letters seemed copy-pasted from a form and left out the name of the agency where employees worked. The Friday email to agencies from OPM only caused more confusion. The email at first directed agencies to finish all their firings by close of business Monday, a federal holiday. Agency leaders were supposed to send a spreadsheet listing all their terminated probationary employees to OPM Chief of Staff Amanda Scales by 8 p.m. that day, the email said. OPM later adjusted the deadline. The tracker should include which probationary employees have been terminated and which you plan to keep, the email said. For those you plan to keep, provide an explanation of why. OPM also offered a template notice agencies could send to fired workers. It read in part, the agency finds, based on your performance, that you have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest. Federal law gives agencies wide latitude to fire probationary workers so long as they provide written notice as to why he is being separated and the agency's conclusions as to the inadequacies of his performance or conduct. The Alden Law Group and Democracy Forward, a legal group that has challenged several Trump policies dating back to his first term, filed a complaint on behalf of fired probationary employees. U.S. District Judge Tanya S. Chutkan is weighing a request from a group of states to block Musk's team from accessing sensitive data and ousting employees from 7 federal agencies. In a hearing Monday, she signaled that she may reject the complaint, saying that Doge appeared to be moving unpredictably, but that the plaintiffs had not pointed to enough evidence of irreparable harm to justify an immediate ban on its activities. Government personnel rules state that newly hired career employees serve probationary terms of
Yes, sir.
Well, all these claims that Elon now has access to your Social Security number or whatever. Well, if you were a part of PayPal, then he already has it anyway because he used to own it. So there's that. I mean, all this blowing up over, oh my God, Elon Musk, the multi-billionaire, hasn't, like he needs your money. I mean, give me a break.
1 to 2 years, with attorneys and others who do specialized work falling in the lengthier category. Others, including scientists, can be hired for limited terms of 1 to 4 years, depending on the agency and role. Some of these have been let go, federal workers said in interviews. Others who served at one agency but transferred to another job elsewhere in the government in interviews reported being dismissed, since the probation clock starts anew with a new agency. In one division within the National Institutes of Health, NIH, firing emails began to go out Friday morning without supervisors' knowledge, prompting a division director to call an all-hands meeting that afternoon. There, the director said all probationary workers were being terminated, according to a probationary employee. There were 2 mistakes on the list of probationary people, the director noted, which leadership was working to fix. The NIH employee hoped she was one of the mistakes. She waited, anxiety building until 6 p.m. Saturday when she got her answer, in the form of an email stating her ability, knowledge, and skills no longer fit the agency's needs. Directors at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, known as CMS, were told Friday to reassure their probationary workers they would not be targeted, said a manager there. Then, on Friday afternoon, probationary workers began to be deactivated in CMS systems, losing their access and user profiles with no notice. The letters started coming in a trickle at noon the next day. Then, a flood, the manager said. By Saturday evening, it was clear. All had been cut. Americans have long held an appetite for government reform, but the breakneck pace of change could imperil public services, said Donald Kettle, a professor emeritus at the University of Maryland who specializes in the civil service. If there's any one thing that anyone on government's inside would quietly agree about, it's that the current civil service is badly broken and that the system is full of wasteful bloat, Kettle said. But a clumsy fix is worse than no fix at all. It's like going to a meat market, getting a piece of steak, and trying to cut out the fat with a sledgehammer. That would only make a mess of the meat. Above fully successful, fired for performance, one transportation department worker found out he was fired on Valentine's Day just after putting his children to bed, as he sat down to watch a movie with his wife. An agriculture employee discovered he was terminated the morning after attending an ex-partner's funeral. A Natural Resource Conservation Service employee was cut months after the government paid $20,000 to relocate his family to North Dakota. Others targeted in the wave of firings fixated on the emails explaining why, struggling to understand. Employees who were told their performance was at issue said they had earned evaluations, reviewed by the Post, that offered evidence of their good work. Above fully successful, read a November assessment of a fired General Services Administration worker. An outstanding year, consistently exceeding expectations, stated a review for a former NIH employee whose manager credited her for mastering a steep learning curve and becoming an invaluable asset. One well-rated Veterans Affairs staffer texted her boss to complain after she was fired. In text messages obtained by the Post, he replied, "It states it's due to your performance, which is not true. Your performance has nothing to do with this." Others were stunned to find themselves included in the probationary category, including a federal nurse with more than 5 years of government employment who recently moved under military orders with her spouse and had to switch agencies as a result. Now, she's out of a job. A veteran of the National Park Service, who had worked at parks including Yosemite, Shenandoah, and the Great Smoky Mountains, last year left a permanent position to accept a promotion in a new park. There, she was told she'd have to serve 1 year of probation. On Valentine's Day, she was fired for performance, ending a quarter-century of service. "It is very brutal," she said, "especially after working and dedicating most of my life to the NPS." Some lamented that they had hoped to forge careers in federal service but won't get the chance. Luke Graziani, a disabled Army veteran, was 5 weeks from completing his probation year on Friday when he logged into his work computer at the Bronx Veterans Affairs Hospital. Waiting on the screen was a boilerplate termination email citing performance concerns. Graziani printed out the message and took it to his boss, who was shocked, and promised to submit a request for exemption. "You're critical staff," Graziani recalled his boss saying. "We're going to try." Graziani, who is 45 and has 4 children, had believed until this weekend that his veteran status would protect his job. He served 20 years in the Army, first as a supply specialist and then in public affairs, deploying for 2 tours in Iraq and another 2 in Afghanistan before retiring in 2023. In the hours after his termination, Graziani tried to figure out what to do. Then he thought of Douglas A. Collins, the newly appointed Veterans Affairs Secretary, who vowed in his confirmation hearing that "we will not stop until we succeed on behalf of the men and women who have worn the uniform." Graziani sat down and composed a letter. "You see, I am a veteran too. Just like you, Sec Collins. I spent those same hot nights in Iraq, waiting for the all clear after an incoming round set off the alert system, praying that there wouldn't be another," he wrote. Then he asked for his job back. "This can't be how my service to my country ends." As of Monday, Collins had not replied. Derek Hawkins and Brianna Sachs contributed to this report.
Yeah, layoffs are a bitch, and like I said, I wish. Well, I wish that this weren't so sloppy. Um, but apparently Trump's in a hurry. Um, I guess it's one of these things where you ask for forgiveness later. He'll bring back the people because I think Elon basically did that at Twitter. He just went in with a buzzsaw and then hired back the people he found out he needed um, after the fact. And I'm sure there are people who said, "Hell no, I'm not coming back." Probably the people that come back are fairly grateful. They come back because they pretty much have to. So, so they're more loyal to the cause. I do have years ago. Um, I worked in IT, and we had a round of layoffs. This was back in 2008, right around. I think it was either 2007, 2008, in that recession time frame. So there was a reduction in force. Every department had to figure out, hey, you need to cut 2 people. So I had a coworker who got laid off, and he had gone and found another job. Well, let me describe why he got laid off. This dude spent half his time playing video games, and he was blatant about it. It wasn't like, he was trying to hide it or anything. We were in cubicles. If you walked by his cubicle, you could hear the game noises. So he gets laid off. He does find another job, and it so happened that, oh damn it, we had someone unexpectedly quit, so they needed another body. So they go to this guy who had found another job and said, "Oh, hey, would you come back? We actually need you." So he comes back, doesn't mend his ways. He is still pretty much playing video games in his spare time instead of, either looking for something to do or, he wasn't even pretending to be busy. Well, a few years later, maybe 5 years later, we're looking for people to lay off. He gets laid off a second time. He didn't even try. So that's my layoff story. But bottom line is that this looks like what Elon did at Twitter. They will bring back the people who they find out, after the fact that, oh, hey, we actually shouldn't have fired him or her, bring him or her back. But I still want to emphasize that, these people are voters. And whether they're government workers or not, I hear a lot of animosity in these here YouTube spaces or YouTube streets for, people who quote sit on their ass and do nothing all day in a government job. Um, I tend to caution people, for making that broad generalization. Because a lot of people actually do work, um, and take their work seriously. But I think what Trump and Elon are going to do is overcorrect. They will bring back the people they deem necessary to bring back. And it my worry, and actually I'm not worried, I'm hoping actually that these people who were voters, a lot of them probably voted for Trump, and basically they have influence, and I just wonder if this isn't going to come back to um, haunt whoever Trump's successor is. That is, if he doesn't take over the government. That's always a possibility too. So we're going to switch to New York, uh, and the whole Eric Adams um, mess. Apparently, he had four people resign, and I didn't know that Kathy Hochul has the ability to remove him as mayor. That I didn't know. You learn something new every day.
Four top officials to resign over Adams's cooperation with Trump. This article is by William K. Rashbaum, Dana Rubenstein, and Emma G. Fitzsimmons, and read by an automated voice. Four top New York City officials said they would resign after the Justice Department moved to dismiss Mayor Eric Adams's corruption case in apparent exchange for his help with President Trump's deportation agenda. The four officials, Maria Torres Springer, the first deputy mayor, and Mira Joshi, Ann Williams, Isom, and Chauncey Parker, all also deputy mayors, oversee much of New York City government, and their departure is poised to blow a devastating hole in the already wounded administration of Mayor Eric Adams. Hours later, Governor Kathy Hochul, who has the authority to remove Mayor Adams from office, said she had called a meeting for Tuesday to discuss the path forward. In a statement, she acknowledged that the four officials' resignations raised serious questions about the long-term future of this mayoral administration. In the 235 years of New York State history, these powers have never been utilized to remove a duly elected mayor. Overturning the will of the voters is a serious step that should not be taken lightly, she said. That said, the alleged conduct at City Hall that has been reported over the past 2 weeks is troubling and cannot be ignored. Increasingly, the deputy mayors felt that they were not merely working for an indicted mayor, but for someone whose personal interests risked outweighing the interests of New Yorkers. According to a person briefed on the matter, they found this untenable, the person said. 3 of the deputies told their staff members of their decisions in emails on Monday. They are expected to leave in coming weeks. Mr. Adams, a Democrat, is forcefully resisting growing calls to resign, and the governor is under increasing pressure to remove him from office. The 4 officials who are leaving office are all respected government veterans. Ms. Torres Springer was elevated to the second most powerful job at City Hall in October in an effort to stabilize city government and restore confidence in the Adams administration following the mayor's federal indictment in September on 5 counts, including bribery and fraud. The departing deputy mayors met with Mr. Adams on Friday and told him that they had grave concerns about his predicament as a leader, according to 2 city officials. At that meeting, they told him they were planning to resign, one of the officials said. The meeting was first reported by Politico. On Sunday evening, the 4 deputy mayors met with Mr. Adams on Zoom, and he tried to persuade them to postpone the announcement of the resignations, one of the city officials said. The exact timing of their departures has yet to be determined. The Sunday Zoom was first reported by WNBC. I am disappointed to see them go, but given the current challenges, I understand their decision and wish them nothing but success in the future, said Mr. Adams, in a statement issued after news of the resignations emerged. But let me be crystal clear. New York City will keep moving forward, just as it does every day. All deputy mayors will remain in their roles for the time being to ensure a seamless transition. The people of New York City remain, without question, our top priority. On Monday, Ms. Joshi and Ms. Torres Springer sent emails to their staff in which they announced that they and Ms. Williams-Isom were departing and shared a joint statement from all three. Due to the extraordinary events of the last few weeks, and to stay faithful to the oaths we swore to New Yorkers and our families, we have come to the difficult decision to step down from our roles, they said in the statement, which was obtained by the New York Times. While our time in this administration will come to a close, our support for the incredible public servants across the administration with whom we have stood shoulder to shoulder, and our championing of this great city and all it stands for, will never cease, the email said. The departure of the fourth official, Mr. Parker, is particularly notable because as the deputy mayor for public safety, he has been deeply involved in issues around the city's role in the president's deportation plans. The planned exit of the four key officials means that half of New York City's 8 deputy mayors are leaving City Hall. It remains unclear who will replace them and if this will precipitate further departures from the commissioners who report to them. As we always say, if and when we have personnel announcements to make, we will make them, said Kayla Mamalik-Altus, a spokeswoman for the mayor. The official's expected departure would cap 5 months of instability in an administration that at times has veered toward chaos. First, the mayor was indicted on federal bribery and fraud charges, and then a deluge of other unrelated federal corruption investigations swept through City Hall. Those inquiries led to the resignations of half a dozen of his most senior aides who had their phones seized by federal authorities. 2 successive police commissioners within 3 months of one another, his prior first deputy mayor and deputy mayor for public safety, his school's chancellor, and a senior advisor who was one of his closest confidants. Then, in December, the mayor's top advisor, Ingrid Lewis-Martin, resigned shortly before the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin L. Bragg, obtained an indictment charging her and her son with bribery and other crimes. Ms. Torres Springer, Ms. Joshi, Ms. Williams-Isom, and Mr. Parker were understood to act as a counterweight to the perception that the mayor's loyalists were running amok at City Hall. Once Mr. Trump's administration moved to dismiss the charges against the mayor, the presence of the 4 deputy mayors was viewed by people in and around city government as a bulwark against the president's influence at City Hall. Now it remains unclear who is left to serve in that role. The president first entered the picture in the fall when Mr. Adams publicly sidled up to him, both rhetorically and actually. The mayor met the president at a political gala in Manhattan and at a prize fight at Madison Square Garden. In the weeks preceding the November election, the mayor declined to name Kamala Harris as his choice for president, despite having endorsed her. He also chided his party colleagues for describing Mr. Trump as a fascist. After the election, Mr. Adams traveled to Palm Beach, Florida in January to lunch with Mr. Trump, and then traveled to Washington, D.C. to sit in the overflow room at Mr. Trump's inauguration. Mr. Adams's lawyers promptly sought a pardon from Mr. Trump once he took office. The pardon was not forthcoming. But in February, just weeks after federal prosecutors in Manhattan said they had uncovered additional criminal conduct by the mayor, one of Mr. Trump's top deputies at the Justice Department directed them to ask the judge presiding over the mayor's case to dismiss his indictment. The respected prosecutor whom Mr. Trump had appointed as U.S. Attorney to oversee the office on an interim basis, Danielle R. Sassoon, chose to resign instead after writing an explosive letter detailing what she characterized as an inappropriate backroom deal that prioritized politics over the interests of justice. She also wrote that the office had been planning to charge the mayor with obstruction of justice in a new indictment. The mayor's advocacy should be called out for what it is, an improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for a dismissal of his case, Ms. Sassoon said. The lead prosecutor in the case against Mr. Adams, Hagen Scotton, also resigned. issuing a blistering resignation letter suggesting only a fool or a coward would obey the Trump administration's edict to seek the dismissal of the case. Then, 5 other Justice Department lawyers in Washington, who either oversaw or prosecuted public corruption cases, also stepped down rather than sign the court papers at the direction of the acting Deputy Attorney General, Emile Bove III. The episode raises serious questions involving both the potential quid pro quo and prosecutorial weaponization of our justice system, said the New York City Bar Association in a statement issued Monday. Jeffrey C. Mays contributed, reporting.
Stank D, um, your comment here that I damn well know all government jobs could lose half the people and still function, still function fine. Um, I don't know about that. Um, uh, the only parallel I could think of, excuse me, the only parallel I can think of is when U.S. corporations, manufacturers, decided to offshore jobs where they figured, well, you know what, to keep prices low, we'll go ahead and fire a bunch of workers and move our companies or manufacturing processes overseas, um, and everything will still function fine. Sometimes there are unknowns to quote that um, Rumsfeld. Can't even remember his first name now. I'm getting old. Donald Rumsfeld. Um, we won't know whether government can function with this level of firings until it's all done and tested out. So I admire your confidence, though, and you could be right. Solid Snake, I don't know what your problem is, but if you think this is rocket science, it's not. Okay, I won't struggle. You're not here every night, and things go on just fine. So I think I'll be okay, at least in the short term. And by the way, your other comment about following instructions, my instructions, believe it or not, were be yourself. And I will always be myself. And if you want to come up here and give me bullshit, I'm not going to take it. Who the fuck do you think I am? I'm a black man just like you, and I don't stand for the bullshit. And if you don't like it, fuck you.
Let students finish the whole book. It could change their lives. This article is by Tim Donahue and read by an automated voice. In her memoir, Dorothy Allison writes,
Oh, let me stop right here. Solid Snake, you're saying the view count is struggling? Wait, hold it. You'll have to explain why the view count matters. If you know what, let me ask you a question. If you actually thought I was worried about the view count, do you think I would tell you to go fuck yourself? So it must be, maybe I have to explain it to you, Solid Snake, in 12th Man. It would be nice to have a high view count, but I'm not going to fucking have 100 people in the chat and take shit from you or anyone for that matter. So if that's what you think I'm gonna do, and I'm not gonna fucking act like a minstrel either. So you either fucking deal with it or you fucking don't. Either way's okay with me. The fuck? Like, I'm gonna eat shit. Not hardly, son.
3 things I know for sure, and one of them is that telling the story all the way through is an act of love. Throughout my teaching career at independent schools, which began during the Clinton administration, I've also been telling students that reading a story all the way through is an act of love. It takes stillness and receptivity to.
Oh, I forgot. I'm so wrapped up in the peanut gallery antics here that I forgot to explain this article. It's kind of esoteric. It's probably not, something that everyone will appreciate, but maybe they will. I've been complaining for quite some time that students don't seem to know how to read whole books these days, including my son who took, AP English, and the reading requirements were minimal. And I'm of the mind that, I guess shorter attention spans make it harder to concentrate for long periods of time on, novels and, large books. And that's a shame because, I think it's really important for certain types of jobs like lawyering, for instance, or, even certain scientific sort of endeavors to be able to concentrate for long periods of time. And we're not building that if we're not requiring students to read and write a lot. So this article's about it. He's a former teacher, and to Solid Snake's point, yeah, I'm one of those folks who thinks that education doesn't have to be college necessarily, but I do think education is important. I think knowing stuff of all sorts of things is important. And I also think being well rounded, basically a Renaissance man or a well rounded person, is important. You should be able to read a book, use a hammer, and fix a flat to be, any sort of a man. um, you need to be at least a little bit of a Swiss Army knife instead of, an absolute specialist. And for some reason or another, college in particular has gotten a bad name. Don't know why. But I was asked, what have I built by Solid Snake? I'm going to argue I built more than you. Um, and I went to college too. So you're fucking with the wrong person if you want to ask me dumb questions like that. More than you is the answer. Ugh.
To realize this, it takes a willingness to enter the life of someone you'll never meet, and it requires great practice. It's easy to join the hand-wringing chorus, blaming TikTok's corn drill challenge, Jake Paul, and their ilk for the diminuendo of Dickens. But we cannot let reading become another bygone practice. In their more than 8 hours of screen time a day, on average, students navigate a galaxy of mediated experiences. Schools need to be a bastion of the analog experience of the physical book. The study of English involves more than reading. It includes written expression and the cultivation of an authentic voice. But the comprehension of literature, on which the study of English is based, is rooted in the pleasure of reading. Sometimes there will be a beam of light that falls on a room of students collectively leaning into a story, with only the scuffing sounds of pages, and it's as though all our heartbeats have slowed. But we have introduced so many antagonists to scrape against this stillness that reading seems to be impractical. The test scores released at the end of last month by the National Assessment of Educational Progress revealed disturbing trend lines for the future of literacy in our country. 33% of 8th graders scored below basic on reading skills, meaning they were unable to determine the main idea of a text or identify differing sides of an argument. This was the worst result in the exam's 32-year history. To make matters worse, or perhaps to explain how we got here, The assessment reported that in 2023 only 14% of students said they read for fun almost every day, a drop of 13 percentage points since 2012. In its attempt to make English more relevant, the National Council of Teachers of English, devoted to the improvement of language arts instruction, announced in 2022 that it would widen its doors to the digital and mediated world. The aim was to retreat from the primacy of the written word and invite more ideas to be represented by images and multimedia. It behooves our profession as stewards of the communication arts to confront and challenge the tacit and implicit ways in which print media is valorized above the full range of literacy competencies students should master, the council said. Around the time this decision was made, only 37% of American 12th graders were rated as proficient or better at reading. So the council's determination that the time has come to decenter book reading and essay writing as the pinnacles of English language arts education seems highly questionable. But literacy involves more than the scraps and fragments of mediated experiences. And reading, in particular, is an important exercise in inferiority, an insistence on listening to something without imposing your own design on it. It's a grounding and an ascension. While we still have the institutions of school and class time as well as the books that line our walls, we need to challenge students with language and characters that may not come to them immediately, but might.
I wanted to make a point that even now, sometimes when I read books, I'll come across a word that I either don't remember or don't know. So I wind up having to go to the dictionary to look it up. Um, I would be willing to bet that, a lot of the words I know today weren't necessarily learned in a vocabulary class or a spelling test or anything like that. A lot of them were, just general reading. I'm like, well, what does this mean? And, if I can't figure it out in context, then I have to look it up. So, reading is more than just reading. It can be vocabulary, it could be an idea or a way of expressing yourself that you've never heard before. Um, not, and we're not even counting, coming across different perspectives on, maybe even everyday objects. So, I can feel for this author or this opinion guy, writer. Um, it is sad to see that books are, kind of on their way out, and I don't know that the trend can be reversed. We've got a president that can't read.
With healthy discipline. The notion that students can master a range of literary competencies is further diluting the already diluted approach to English class. To put the National Council of Teachers of English guidelines in action, teachers are substituting intertextuality and experiential.
You know what? This is gonna be the last time I stop this article to address Solid Snake. Motherfucker, I'm what? How much older than you are? A few years older than you are. You're roughly the same age as my brother. There's hardly, you don't need to be giving me advice. I don't have a bigotry of low expectations. I don't have expectations at all. I don't fucking know you other than over the internet. So I don't really, in all actuality, know what you're capable of, know what you've done in your life. This is just the internet. So if you want to take it, to this level of personal, that's on you. I'm not going to. But I will tell you that you're not wise, and there's hardly anything you can actually tell me. I have more experience out in the real world than you do. Don't fool yourself.
Learning for engaging with the actual text. What might have been a full read of The Great Gatsby is replaced by students reading the first 3 chapters, then listening to a TED Talk on the American Dream, reading a Claude McKay poem, dressing up like flappers and then writing and delivering a PowerPoint presentation on the Prohibition. They'll experience chapters 4 through 8 only through plot summaries and return to their texts for the final chapter. Going mostly by summary and assumption, students get thumbnail versions of things. They see the Cartesian grid, the lines on a map that chart the ocean, but they don't see the waves, as the media theorist Douglas Rushkoff recently said about the reality in which many seem to be living in now. They see the metrics that can be measured rather than the reality that those metrics are simply trying to approximate. He is not an alarmist, but he is alarmed about losing the in-between this connective reality. Of all the things I could do in this world, I'm fortunate to peddle stories from faraway lands to young minds and see whether I can rouse their synapses. Sometimes, I'll admit, I'd rather be watching sports or Saturday Night Live clips or sleeping even. And it's not easy for students to crack open a book, to decipher language written in a way they don't speak, and to codify multisyllabic names. It's also not easy for them to wake up at 5:30 for hockey practice, but they're really good at this. The juniors and seniors I taught last fall had little knowledge of environmental activism or animal welfare when I handed them Richard Powers's Bewilderment, about a precocious 9-year-old who is consumed with saving endangered species as his grieving father struggles to protect him. But the vicarious safety of fiction gave students an invitation to discuss planetary ethics and the power and limits of parental love. This pathos they raised will be a part of their forming identities. Had they merely read the summary, they would have seen many of the same words, but they'd have lacked the feeling part. When a semester begins, I often give my students a wicked little essay by Virginia Woolf. How should one read a book, she advises? Begin not by sitting on the bench among the judges, but by standing in the dock with the criminal. Be his fellow worker, become his accomplice. Like this, a classroom allows students to travel along with dock workers and tycoons, tyrants and liberators. And when they have turned the last page, Woolf invites the reader to leave the dock and mount the bench. He must cease to be the friend, he must become the judge. Tim Donahue teaches high school English at Greenwich Country Day School in Connecticut.
Sounds like a regular Dead Poet Society. The last two stories are basically climate change and I guess OSHA related. Since we're on the theme of firing government workers, government efficiency, and regulations.
This news story was written by Shannon Osaka. Scientists have a new explanation for the last 2 years of record heat. Rising temperatures are fueled in part by declining cloud cover, which could be a potential climate feedback loop. For the past few years, scientists have watched aghast as global temperatures have surged, with both 2023 and 2024 reaching around 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial average. In some ways, that record heat was expected. Scientists predicted that El Niño, combined with decreasing air pollution that cools the Earth, would cause temperatures to skyrocket. But even those factors, scientists say, are not sufficient to explain the world's recent record heat. Earth's overall energy imbalance, the amount of heat the planet is taking in minus the amount of heat it is releasing, also continues to rise, worrying scientists. The energy imbalance drives global warming. If it rises, scientists expect global temperatures to follow. 2 new studies offer a potential explanation: fewer clouds, and the decline in cloud cover, researchers say, could signal the start of a feedback loop that leads to more warming. We have added a new piece to the puzzle of where we are headed, Helga Gößling, a climate physicist at the Alfred Wegener Institute in Germany, and the author of one of the studies, said in a video interview. For years, scientists have struggled to incorporate clouds' influence into the large-scale climate models that help them predict the planet's future. Clouds can affect the climate system in 2 ways. First, their white surfaces reflect the sun's light, cooling the planet. But clouds also act as a kind of blanket, reflecting infrared radiation back to the surface of the planet, just like greenhouse gases. Which factor wins out depends on the type of cloud and its altitude. High, thin cirrus clouds tend to have more of a warming effect on the planet. Low, fluffy cumulus clouds have more of a cooling effect. Clouds are a huge lever on the climate system, said Andrew Gettleman, an affiliate scientist at the University of Colorado at Boulder. A small change in clouds could be a large change in how we warm the planet. Researchers are beginning to pinpoint how clouds are changing as the world warms. In Gosling's study, published in December in the journal Science, researchers analyzed how clouds have changed over the past decade. They found that low-altitude cloud cover has fallen dramatically, which has also reduced the reflectivity of the planet. The year 2023, which was 1.48 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial average, had the lowest albedo since 1940. In short, the Earth is getting darker. That low albedo, Gosling and his co-authors calculated, contributed 0.2 degrees Celsius of warming to 2023's record high temperatures, an amount roughly equivalent to the warming that has so far been unexplained. This number of about 0.2 degrees fairly well fits this missing warming, Gosling said. Researchers are still unsure exactly what accounts for this decrease. Some believe that it could be due to less air pollution. When particulates are in the air, it can make it easier for water droplets to stick to them and form clouds. Another possibility, Gosling said, is a feedback loop from warming temperatures. Clouds require moisture to form, and moist stratocumulus clouds sit just underneath a dry layer of air about 1 mile high. If temperatures warm, hot air from below can disturb that dry layer, mixing with it and making it harder for wet clouds to form. But those changes are difficult to predict, and not all climate models show the same changes. It's really tricky, Gosling said. Other scientists have also found declining cloud cover. In a preprint study presented at a science conference in December, a group of researchers at NASA found that some of the Earth's cloudiest zones have been shrinking over the past 2 decades. 3 areas of clouds, one that stretches around the Earth's equator, and 2 around the stormy mid-latitude zones in the northern and southern hemispheres, have narrowed since 2000, decreasing the reflectivity of the Earth and warming the planet. George Seleutis, a climate scientist at NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies and the lead author of the preprint, said
And
this
soon to
decrease in
be
cloud
fired.
cover can help explain why the Earth's energy imbalance has been growing over the past 2 decades. Overall, the cloud cover in these regions is shrinking by about 1.5% per decade, he said, warming the Earth. Seleutis said that warming could be constraining these cloud-heavy regions, thus heating the planet. We've always understood that the cloud feedback is positive, and it very well could be strong, he said. This seems to explain a big part of why clouds are changing the way they are. If the cloud changes are part of a feedback loop, scientists warn, that could indicate more warming coming, with extreme heat for billions of people around the globe. Every hot year buttresses the idea that some researchers have now embraced, that global temperature rise will reach the high end of what models had predicted. If so, the planet could pass 1.5 degrees Celsius later this decade. Researchers now say that they are rushing to understand these effects as the planet continues to warm. We are kind of in crunch time, Gosling said. We have a really strong climate signal, and from year to year, it's getting stronger.
I was like, where's my Hawaiian punch?
Well, I figured I'd toss that in there. I've always liked clouds, and it was kind of a different take on climate change and what's causing heating and cooling. So take it for what it's worth. And this is a story from I think Friday, and I never got around to putting it out there. Apparently, this is some sawmill that was deemed the deadliest workplace in America. So how could I not be curious about it? Let's see here.
This news story was written.
By the way, it's kind of a long article, so if it starts getting repetitive or just too long, we'll move on. It's in Phoenix City, Alabama, by the way.
By Todd Frankel. It was the deadliest workplace in America, so why didn't safety regulators shut it down? Inspectors issued more than 100 safety violations and millions in fines, yet deaths and injuries continued. Sketchiest Phoenix City, Ala. The police lieutenant sounded unnerved as he stepped inside the old lumber mill. The power was off. The giant saws were quiet, but the smell of fresh sawdust still hung in the humid summer air. In the darkened factory, sunlight streamed through jagged holes in the rusted metal walls as Lieutenant Mark Cutt walked across a machine that turned logs into lumber. Has it been rendered safe? Cutt asked another police officer as his body camera recorded the scene. Safe is a relative term in this place, the officer responded. The police knew this place well, so did federal safety inspectors. At Phoenix Lumber Company, workers had lost fingers, broken bones, and been mangled by machines. At least 28 employees had reported injuries since 2010, at a company with only about 50 people on the payroll at a time. 3 had died. A medical examiner's report detailed how just 23 pounds of one employee was recovered after he was caught in a machine. It had reached the point, some former workers said, that they would pray before the start of their $9-an-hour shifts. Phoenix Lumber was the deadliest workplace in America over the past 5 years. No other office or factory posted a higher rate of work-related fatal incidents per worker, according to a Washington Post analysis of Occupational Safety and Health Administration fatality reports since 2019. The analysis examined deaths by workplace location, rather than by company, using OSHA data on fatalities investigated by the agency, which generally does not cover small farms or federal workers. OSHA is tasked with ensuring that American work environments are safe. There's no way to characterize the history at this workplace as acceptable, the agency said in a statement. The story of Phoenix Lumber, drawn from thousands of previously undisclosed documents and recordings obtained by the Post, along with interviews with officials and former workers and managers, shows the limits of OSHA's powers. It cannot shut down companies even after years of repeated violations and penalties, even when workers die. It even lacks the power to ask a judge to do so. It can request a shutdown from the court only in rare cases of imminent danger, such as a looming roof collapse. Causing the death of a worker by willfully violating safety rules is a misdemeanor under federal law. The maximum sentence is 6 months in prison, less than the penalty for killing an endangered animal. In the past 5 years, OSHA sent fewer than 50 cases to the Justice Department for a criminal review, records show, and it's unclear how many of those were prosecuted. The agency tried to use all of the resources we have, all the tools we have, in its pursuit of the lumber mill, said Jim Frederick, who was the number 2 official at OSHA and a deputy assistant secretary at the Labor Department until January. Since at least 2003, federal safety inspectors have fined the company nearly $5.3 million. They issued more than 180 citations for health and safety violations, accusing the company of knowingly ignoring workers' safety for monetary gain. A quarter of the violations were deemed willful, the most severe category. Phoenix lumber workers told inspectors that they were routinely instructed to put their hands into the jaws of stuck machines to clear jams, without first cutting the power, a clear hazard. And the machines were in such bad shape that they regularly broke down. OSHA twice forced the company into a program for what regulators deemed the worst of the worst employers. This must stop, they repeatedly warned the mill's owners, one of the wealthiest families in eastern Alabama. But nothing ever seemed to stop Phoenix Lumber. It kept churning out millions of board feet of southern yellow pine for the construction industry from its sawdust-covered valley on the edge of town. Now, in August 2023, the 2 police officers reached a red tarp covering a doorway, according to body cam footage. One of them pulled the tarp aside and pointed. Just below a small balcony stood an auger, a giant metal corkscrew set in an open-faced chute to move wood chips. An hour earlier, James Streetman, a 67-year-old maintenance supervisor, had fallen in while the auger was spinning. Or the auger had unexpectedly kicked on as he stepped across it. No one yet knew. Streetman's spine was shredded, liver ejected, heart never found, according to an autopsy. The events leading up to James Streetman's fatal accident. There ain't nothing left of him, the lieutenant said. He turned to go back inside the mill. I hate being in this place, man, he said. An attorney for the lumber mill said in a court filing after Streetman's death that his negligence proximately contributed to cause the accident resulting in his death. The company has rejected accusations of wrongdoing in court filings. The Dudley family and a top manager all declined to comment through representatives or did not respond to multiple requests for comment. But change was finally coming for Phoenix Lumber. It would just have nothing to do with federal safety regulators. Of all his companies, John Menza Dudley loved Phoenix Lumber the most. I come here at 7 a.m. and leave at 5 p.m. every day, he once told OSHA investigators. He didn't need to. Johnny Dudley, as most people knew him, was one of Alabama's largest private landowners, according to interviews and real estate records. He developed subdivisions. He owned a local bank, But Dudley seemed to love the lumber mill he'd bought in the early 1960s, when he was just 23. It had a sawmill, a planer mill, and a boiler to dry out the wood. Dudley was one of those old-timers who had sawdust in their veins, said Jerry Schwartzauer, a former longtime manager. It was his one passion. He was so closely tied to the mill that some in town called it Dudley Lumber. For years, Phoenix Lumber had a reputation as a place to land a quick job, former workers said. The work was hard and hot. It was dangerous. Folks say y'all crazy as hell working up there, said David Lee, who worked at the mill for years. But it was a job with a steady paycheck. There was a constant stream of new faces, so many that managers often didn't know their names or exactly what their jobs were, according to OSHA reports and interviews. Workers were fired quickly. New hires arrived just as fast, mostly by word of mouth and sometimes just out of jail, former employees said. Phoenix Lumber was always a little bit slack about safety, said Schwartzauer, the former manager. He said that he would argue with workers all the time about simple things, like wearing required hard hats and safety glasses, but that the other supervisors didn't care about that stuff. Safety guards, which protect workers from getting entangled in equipment, were left off machines, according to inspection reports and interviews. Tools were left on the ground. These were the types of safety lapses that inspectors noted. The mill was also in poor condition. OSHA officials noted repeatedly that the facility was in a state of significant disrepair, and that virtually no preventative maintenance is performed. This contributed to machines breaking and jamming, and workers getting hurt trying to fix them. OSHA considers working in a sawmill one of the most dangerous occupations. Heavy logs and giant saws pose constant threats, leading to the development of the kinds of protocols OSHA found lacking at Phoenix. There are only about 1,900 OSHA and state workplace safety inspectors in the United States, so they can't inspect each of the nation's more than 8 million workplaces. But OSHA started making almost yearly visits to Phoenix Lumber 2 decades ago, after a mix of safety complaints and injury reports. Safety investigators seemed stunned by the company's repeated refusal to follow lockout, tag-out procedures for maintenance and repairs. Before workers try to fix a machine, safety protocols require them to turn it off and secure the power source with a personal lock so it can't be accidentally turned back on. It's a common industrial practice. OSHA says it prevents 120 deaths and 50,000 injuries annually. Police arrived to investigate Streetman's death. In 2009, under pressure from OSHA, Dudley agreed to hire the mill's first safety consultant, according to agency records. Months later, a worker was killed. Doug Broadwater was Dudley's right-hand man. He had worked at the mill since 1999, running the planer mill, and eventually the entire plant. In May 2010, Broadwater gathered 3 workers to help him replace a burned-out motor, according to OSHA reports and interviews. The mill couldn't run without it, and had been shut down for 2 hours. Workers had removed the old motor, and now they needed to install the new one, which weighed more than 500 pounds. It was a tricky job. Broadwater drove a forklift with a chain wrapped around a metal boom to drop the motor into place. He struggled to see where it was going. The workers yelled and flashed hand signs to guide him. "Raise the forks," he said they told him. He tried hitting the controls. Nothing. The forklift seemed stuck. "Something is wrong," Broadwater recalled telling them, according to OSHA records. He lowered the boom as 2 workers tried to push the motor into place. Then the boom and motor jumped up several inches, crushing the head of a worker named Charles Mercer between the motor and a steel support beam, according to an OSHA investigation. Mercer, 57, had worked at the mill on and off for years. Folks called him Muffy Dog. He walked over to sit on a plastic bucket as blood poured from his mouth and nose, his left eye shut, his cheek with a pressed-down indentation, according to Broadwater. Co-workers called for an ambulance. "While we waited," Broadwater later told investigators, "we finished the job of putting the motor in place." The mill was back in operation the next day. Mercer lingered in the hospital for 6 days before he died. OSHA cited the mill for a series of problems related to the death, including using an unapproved, jury-rigged hoist and allowing Mercer to stand under the lift's forks. It also cited the company for dangers raised years earlier that were never fixed. A week after Mercer's funeral, a worker broke his back in a 10-foot fall through a hole in a platform while working on the debarking machine. Regulators said the mill failed to provide a safety harness that could have prevented the accident. Despite a warning from OSHA, the agency combined its inquiries into that incident and Mercer's death, announcing the results via press release. OSHA fines Alabama Lumber Company for violations following worker death. The agency asked for a $439,400 fine for 53 citations. The fine sounded significant, but OSHA's penalties have remained the same since 1990, except for inflation adjustments. Even today, the top penalty OSHA can hand out for a willful violation is about $165,000, less than half the maximum daily fine for a Clean Water Act violation. Fines are higher for killing fish than killing workers, said former OSHA Administrator David Michaels, who served under Presidents Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. OSHA's enforcement powers have changed little since its creation in 1971, lagging behind those of other regulators. For instance, the Mine Safety and Health Administration can shut down an operation to protect workers' lives. Efforts to give OSHA that power, along with other tools, have regularly been defeated in Congress amid fierce complaints from industry officials and conservative politicians about the agency's overreach and skewed priorities. Just last year, Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill held a hearing to showcase complaints about OSHA. Business groups also pushed to have the Supreme Court hear a case aimed at curtailing the agency's powers. The justices ultimately declined to take it up, but Justice Clarence Thomas wrote in a dissent that OSHA's creation may be the broadest delegation of power to an administrative agency found in the United States Code. A couple of months after announcing the fine tied to Mercer's death, the agency discovered that Phoenix Lumber no longer had a safety consultant. Schwartzauer was given the duty. Nobody else wanted to do it, he said. He couldn't keep up with the number of problems at the mill, he said. Within months, various workers complained to OSHA that they were being forced by supervisors to clear jams with the power still on. OSHA opened another investigation. In early 2011, a worker needed 30 stitches in his hand after reaching into a jammed machine that suddenly turned back on. The next day, just as an OSHA official arrived in Phoenix City to investigate that injury, another worker lost a finger. He was trying to fix a jammed machine that lacked a safety guard, records show. Phoenix Lumber had been cited repeatedly for failing to follow the lockout procedures since 2007. Managers intentionally disregarded the requirements and exhibited plain indifference to the hazards. An agency administrative judge ruled in 2011. "I don't get involved in the lockout process," Dudley told investigators shortly after the back-to-back worker injuries, according to an interview transcript. "I rely completely on my managers to do that for me. They didn't always follow the rules," a manager named Donnie Holloway told investigators. "Our job is to keep the mill running and not let the mill be down any longer than we have to," he said, arguing that it required 5 steps to fix what he called a 2-second jam. "It would take just too long to do that," Holloway said. Broadwater tried to reassure OSHA, according to agency records. "Mr. Dudley is more concerned about safety now than in the past," he said. "I don't know why Mr. Dudley didn't take safety seriously before now, other than production," he continued. "That has always been his primary concern. He doesn't like to see the mill down and not in production." Broadwater also blamed employees, saying that they are lazy and don't want to follow the rules. During a surprise OSHA visit to the mill in December 2010, investigators discovered managers distributing locks to workers. One worker reported that a manager had told him to be sure to lock out the sorter machine because OSHA is here today. OSHA fined the company a little more than $1 million for more than a dozen violations, including 13 willful ones, for the continued problems with the lockout program. In June 2011, OSHA issued a new press release that rolled together the 2 penalties that had been assessed months apart, announcing more than $1.9 million in fines against Alabama Lumber Mill. Phoenix Lumber appealed the fine, with Dudley pleading poverty, and several months later an administrative law judge reduced that headline-grabbing figure to $300,000 and gave him 5 years to make payments, court records show. Later that year, OSHA added Phoenix to the rolls of its then-new Severe Violator Enforcement Program, which publicized the names of companies that have demonstrated indifference to worker safety standards. The companies got 3 years of additional scrutiny and inspections. Still, the mill's workers kept getting hurt. In one particularly bad year, 2015, one worker suffered a head wound, another broke his ankle, a worker broke his shin, another was seriously burned. The mill's reputation among residents for dangerous conditions cast doubt on a worker's fatality in early 2019. Kenneth Cotton Sr., 58, was found dead on a sawmill catwalk with a gash to his head. "There were just so many accidents up there," said his son, Kenneth Cotton Jr., who also had worked at the mill. Russell County Coroner Arthur Pee Wee Sumbry recalled struggling to tell whether Cotton Sr. had slipped or tripped. Was it an accident, or was it negligence? An autopsy ruled that Cotton had succumbed to heart disease. The next year, another worker died. Brandon Lee Van Dyke, 34, was the mill's overnight.
Yeah, this is just getting this is almost like John Galt and his dead body in his basement. Just a lot of gory details and just general bad stuff. Um, a couple questions. Well, one question: where in hell did this company get all this money to pay these fines from? Um, I would be interested to know if they budgeted for for all these fines. And the other thing I'd be interested, and I guess we'll find out at some point, or maybe if I go take the time to research it, how Trump's, well, I say Trump's, I meant Elon's um, budget or his budgeting and his layoffs will affect OSHA in this particular plant. I'm like, this is literally the most dangerous place to work in America. Um, hopefully Elon's management of government doesn't you know doesn't allow this company any less scrutiny than in my opinion the lack scrutiny that it's getting now. It really sounds like they need to embed some sort of OSHA official there, permanently, you know, just to see if they can change the culture. And this is where Phoenix City is. It's right on um, the Georgia Alabama line. It's south of me by a lot, actually. I'm guessing it's probably at a minimum 2 hours away. Um, Probably about 2 hours away, hour and a half from me. It's almost due south of where I am. So let's see. Some late breaking Elon news and a victory for Elon. Um, Apparently, some California Students Association was suing to prevent Elon access to the education department's student data.
Federal judge declines to block Musk's team from having access to education data. This article is by Zach Montague and read by an automated voice. A federal district court judge in Washington declined to bar associates of Elon Musk from gaining access to the education department's data systems, finding that the University of California Student Association, which sued to block the incursion, had not shown that students were irreparably harmed in the process. In a late order on Monday, Judge Randolph D. Moss wrote that lawyers representing the students had failed to show that sensitive student data from the department's databases had been illegally disseminated in a way that would justify an emergency restraining order barring Mr. Musk's team from the agency's systems. Judge Moss described potential harms to the students as entirely conjectural. He added that the lawsuit provides no evidence beyond sheer speculation that would allow the court to infer that the education department or Mr. Musk's team would misuse or further disseminate this information. Lawyers representing the students had asked the court to temporarily bar Mr. Musk's team from sifting through databases that contain identity.
I wanted to point out on that point, you cannot sue for damage that hasn't happened, which you know, which is kind of weird. Sometimes damage is just imminently, it's imminent or common sense that if you do A, B is going to happen, but you can't say, hey, B is going to happen legally, at least in most cases.
Identifying information about students and their families, which lawyers behind the lawsuit said had already occurred in violation of the Privacy Act of 1974. During a hearing on Friday, Judge Moss seemed to grow annoyed about the lack of clarity that the government could provide about Mr. Musk's Department of Government Efficiency operatives and their roles. The office, which is not an official department but a small team housed within the Executive Office of the President, has already appeared to have driven the Education Department to slash funding for education research and proposed killing federal contracts by introducing new AI-driven tools. When Judge Moss pressed lawyers from the Justice Department for details about the identities and activities of members of Mr. Musk's team, they repeatedly responded that those details were uncertain. Judge Moss stressed that it appeared that some of the Musk operatives working within the Education Department had also been rifling through data at other agencies, which went beyond anything done by the U.S. Digital Service, the office it supplanted. If these are people who work for an entity that was just stood up in the White House office a couple weeks ago, that have gone out in teams across the government, where individuals are not assigned to just one agency, but to multiple agencies, and are going in and systematically going through vast quantities of data in a manner that is unparalleled in the history of the executive branch, in lightning speed throughout the government, that does seem a little bit different than the usual transition, Judge Moss said. There is a sort of a unique lack of transparency here, he added. But earlier last week, Judge Moss had expressed skepticism that the students behind the lawsuit had standing to sue, since the extent to which they may have been harmed by any unauthorized access to their data remained unclear. He also seemed stuck on whether people working for Mr. Musk's team may have been legally in the clear to look through the department's data systems, since some appeared to have been brought in as senior employees in the Education Department with all the normal access that would be afforded to department staff members. In the order on Monday, Judge Moss said he would consider the question of standing for another day, and would rule later on whether to allow the lawsuit to advance. A ruling that students have standing to sue would open the door to discovery, through which both sides could introduce more concrete evidence about the involvement of Mr. Musk's operation. Lawyers representing the students argued on Friday that when users submit their data to the department, such as through the free application for federal student aid, they are promised certain safeguards about how their data is used. They said the students they represent objected to indiscriminate analysis of their data by Mr. Musk's team, especially in the case of one anonymous student who said in a filing that they were from a mixed-status family with relatives who were not citizens. The government is kind of playing a bit of a game in refusing to provide any real information here, said Adam Pulver, a lawyer with the Public Citizen Litigation Group. Judge Moss had appeared to agree that students applying for federal student loans in past years could not have been expected to consider whether submitting their data could put family members in jeopardy. You can imagine, there are people who are sick to their stomachs thinking about the fact that there may be people in the White House sorting through information relating to the immigration status of their relatives, for example, he said. To try to clear up confusion about the Musk operation and its recent activity within the department, the government started filing statements last week from senior department officials and Adam Ramada, a member of Mr. Musk's team. A sworn statement by Mr. Ramada filed on Thursday stated that he was assigned to the Education Department starting on January 28 to audit contracts and grants. Those efforts included an audit of the agency's federal student loan portfolio, Mr. Ramada said, to ensure it is free from, among other things, fraud, duplication, and ineligible loan recipients. It pointed to the executive order President Trump signed on January 20th, repurposing the U.S. Digital Service as the Department of Government Efficiency. The order directed agencies to ensure USDS has full and prompt access to all unclassified agency records, software systems, and IT systems. In a supplemental declaration filed on Sunday, Mr. Ramada said that he joined a team of 6 people that has looked through the department's contracts and grants to recommend cuts. He emphasized that he and others on the team had completed a variety of ethics and information security trainings in order to enter the agency's databases, but acknowledged that one member of his team had not as of Sunday. At the hearing on Friday, Judge Moss appeared uncomfortable with the broad access that Musk employees had appeared to have obtained in service of the vague goal of eliminating fraud and waste. That can basically cover anything, right? He asked at one point. Fraud, I get. Waste. I suspect that if you ask Elon Musk, he would say that the entire Department of Education is waste. Judge Moss had also appeared to push back on the notion that Mr. Musk's perch in the White House implied his team could freely demand data from any federal agency as part of a larger political agenda. So, what would happen then if the political director of the White House sought and obtained the tax returns of every Democratic candidate in the country? Judge Moss asked at another point. Nothing to be done about that because it's within the government. Earlier last week, the Education Department agreed in a joint stipulation to bar anyone detailed there after January 19th from entering many of its databases until Monday, including its National Student Loan Data System. Lawyers for the Trump administration had argued that whatever Mr. Musk's goals may be in scrutinizing the department's data, students who had turned over their information for a loan had no right to prevent their information from being reanalyzed. I think it could very well be the case that folks, when they submit a FOFSA application, do not have those sorts of concrete expectations in mind, said Simon Giroux, a lawyer from the Justice Department. I also don't think that the Privacy Act offers them a way into federal court to micromanage the executive branch's operation.
This is actually one area that I would tend to agree with Elon Musk's side. Um, if you are going to submit a FAFSA, and I know what it is because I filled one out, as part of the college entrance process for my son. Um, the government is the government. The education department is the education department. And if you voluntarily, and there might even be a place where you do the check mark saying, you agree that, this information will be, scrutinized or something to that effect. Um, you submit the information voluntarily. You might have to live with the consequences. So we're going to be moving on to some videos that I have on various subjects, um, sort of around the theme. Well, this next video is kind of like Elon centered. It's a guy that um, shown videos of. He's Matt Lewis. He's a conservative media person who's been around for quite some time, and he is not MAGA, but he is conservative, and therefore, some things that Trump does, he will agree with, and I mean, he's kind of like me, except he likes, well, he doesn't like Trump, but he is more inclined to approve of some of what Trump does. Um, you don't have to like the man to either support or don't support him. You know, I just happen to think one of his major problems is he is of low character. He's just not my cup of tea. But he is president. So let's see, what do they have to say? This is specifically on Elon Musk and his baby daddyhood. Um, Black Manta, can you hear me? I'm not sure why the video is muted. I can hear it. So let me know. Let me do this. I'm not sure why it's muted. Okay, let me know if you can hear it now. Is that any better? Okay. I don't know what happened there. Oh, wait, this is farther. Oops. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on here. 12th man, can you
Uh,
hear this video?
uh, let me see. Can you play it? No, I can't hear it. No, sir.
Huh. I'm not exactly sure what. Why can you hear it and I cannot?
Well, I can hear part of it. I mean, but the audio is low, Stanley.
It's low?
Slow, the audio is low. That's what I
Huh.
think it is.
I don't know. Maybe it's something on their side. Um,
Yeah, might
because
be.
I heard it, and this is one of the few videos I actually reviewed before I played it. Well, I'm not gonna mess with it. We'll move on. This is basically what they were doing is talking about Elon Musk and his 13th child. Um,
How
I'm
many
sorry.
kids does he have?
Um, he's got, I think this was his 13th. They're basically
Damn.
conservatives. They're basically conservatives talking about Elon Musk being, basically a baby daddy. And someone
Oh,
mentioned it to me. Someone mentioned it to me over the weekend, and
that's kind of funny.
my response was, well, I guess he can afford to be a baby daddy. I mean, um,
Yeah.
you can't enforce morality. And, if he wants to be a baby daddy, at least none of his kids will starve. At least we hope.
Well,
But, the problem with having that many kids is how good a parent can you be if you're as busy as Elon Musk is?
oh
So,
man.
in a way, people who are conservative like these two folks are, they basically wonder, can he be a good parent? Now, in my opinion, I don't really care one way or the other, um, unless Elon Musk is the sort of public figure that, is in an administration that pretends to tout family values. It's really who Elon Musk is that matters to, conservatives who care about whether he's a good parent or not. We literally spend, a lot of time in conservative circles anyway, talking about family values and, we need to get back to
Right.
family and the family needs to be a building block to society. And this is actually something that's even talked about on the left in some parts of the left that, we need stronger families, better kids, more parental involvement in education, etc.
Well,
And
you
okay,
don't
can you
disagree
please
with.
let me finish, 12th man? Basically, we either we practice what we preach or stop preaching. And that's kind of my way of thinking about it. If I cared, I frankly don't care about the richest man in the world. I figure he can take care of himself. He doesn't need my input. But that's just me. What is it you're gonna say?
Well, I was just gonna say that um, I've never had kids, so I don't really have a say so over that.
Okay, well,
But
nobody should have a say so. What they're having is an opinion, and I'm not even sure to be honest. I don't have an opinion other than to kind of shake my head and call out his hypocrisy. Or actually, it wouldn't even be Elon's hypocrisy. It would be Trump's and MAGA's hypocrisy. But even even if I call out the hypocrisy, I don't care enough to get overly concerned. Even listening to this opinion on Elon is probably more than I should be doing, and really the only reason I'm showing it is just to tweak, the MAGA voters' noses in this space. Otherwise, I
well,
wouldn't be that interested.
all I can say is what I know about you, Stanley. You did a great job at sending your child
Well,
off to
yeah, but I
college
only
and
I only had one.
teaching them everything.
I
So
only had one. Elon has 13, and I
yeah,
happen to I happen to have had the time to actually, spend time, with my son. I don't
yeah.
know that Elon Musk does. But again, it's really none of my business. I leave it up to conservatives like Matt Lewis to kind of shake their head. I'm actually less interested in the baby daddy moral stuff, and more interested in just the sheer hypocrisy of it all.
Well, Stanley, I do good raising a good dog. You know what I mean? So
Uh-huh.
I ain't got
Those are
nothing to
definitely
say.
equivalents.
Well, not really. I mean, but it is, like people gotta love our animals and wildlife and things like that, you know. Other words, we won't have none, Stanley. So, I think I didn't mean to compare your son to a dog or anything like that, but
No, I
there,
didn't think you were. It was a joke. Oops.
uh, I'd like to see your son come up here one day, and I really like to see
Why
what he
why would
thinks.
I why would I subject him to that?
Oh no, so it's just a idea, not a demand or anything.
Oh, well, no, I didn't take it as a demand, but given some of the, you know, if he ever wants to come up, that's fine. But he'll probably think we're all boomers. Take it you'll be
Oh
wanting me to drop this link here so everybody can vote. Let me go ahead and do that.
yeah,
Here,
thanks for
folks,
both.
I'm gonna drop the link for for 12th Man's dog, Sam Fisher. Vote for him.
I really appreciate you, Stanley.
No
I
problem.
know we had our differences before, but
And we will continue to.
yeah, for sure. I'm on the
All
last
right.
of my wine tonight, and Maybe I'll
Oops.
smoke another bowl, but I'm not sure yet.
Let's see here. Let me drop it in the other chat.
Thank you, Stanley. I really appreciate you, Officer
You're welcome.
Stanley.
So, let me, before I even start this video, let's see if we can hear it. Because if we can't, I'm not sure what's going on, why I can't. Might have to drop out and come back in. Maybe something corrupted in the connection.
He had a friend in Europe tonight. He had a problem too. Like it seems like not like YouTube, the Jews in Google, YouTube, they don't like any truth or anything like that to be spoken, so they'll just cut shit off.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Can you hear this video?
no,
Huh.
no, sir.
Let me drop out and come back in. Maybe something corrupted in my connection.
Yeah, I'll hang here. That way you could drop out and then just come right back in, Stanley.
Say that
I'll
again.
hang out for a minute. So
Oh well,
you can.
Portia's connected, so
Portia's here. Dang.
she's in the back. I guess she might have fallen asleep. Why? Okay,
Yeah,
I
she
see the
might.
live viewers here. Let me just go out and come back in. If I can't,
She's a tireless woman, right? She just works her ass off. Portia does. She has my utmost respect. Portia does. She is Stanley will come back. Sure, he'll try to come back.
all right, let's see here. Maybe what I should have done is stop sharing the screen. That probably would have been a better thing to do than actually going all the way out. But let's see. How about now?
Generation to generation.
Yeah, I can hear it now, Stanley.
Okay, there was something.
White supremacists have purposely
Something
eliminated.
in there's something in a connection stack somewhere. Must have dropped out. I don't get what that was.
Well,
But
it can
anyway,
get
this
kinda.
particular video, um, there are
Animosity.
parts of it
All
that
these
I agree with, parts of it that I don't. But this is actually along the line of what I was talking about in my first and in my first and only monologue, which is I'm I'm starting to rethink whether there actually is, outside of demographics and heritage, whether there whether the concept of a black community even makes sense. You know, because the black community, like the larger community, the culture's slightly different depending on where you live, and even within a state, even within a city, the cultures can be slightly different. The day-to-day nuts and bolts. And I tend to think of culture as software. It's how you conduct yourself in relation to other people, your neighbors. So what I'm saying is that, I think that Black Americans as a demographic group these days, need to be a lot more individualistic because this whole this community concept is allowing people like Be Brave to make dumb assertions about the culture. Um, the notion that 70% of the people are excusing violent crime for 3% of the demographic is just ridiculous. Um, we are not our brother's keepers. This isn't the Bible. This is real life, and there is
Yeah.
that we are excusing the behavior is I don't even know where he's getting that. But apparently, what he expects is black people to come back to the community and do something about the crime in the hood. And if you've never lived in the hood or have left the hood, it's beyond me why it's expected you come back and clean up crime. Isn't that what the cops should be doing? That's what we use our tax money for. Hey Bobby, how you doing? And something I just thought of, this whole notion that Barack Obama did nothing for black people. Well, was it his job to concentrate on black people and do something for them? I don't see how that would be something that other demographic groups would tolerate. If he became president of the United States and just concentrated on the black demographic, people would have impeached him. So I don't
I
get,
think he
especially white people, white conservatives, MAGA people. Heard MAGA people say, well, why are blacks voting Democrat? Obama did nothing for black people. And my question is, what should he have done? Should he have given us special treatment? I don't think that would have been tolerated, and I don't think that would have been right in any case. So this
well,
guy's going to talk to that point, at least a little bit to my point. He's talking on a slightly different topic, but it kind of covers some of what I'm thinking about the black community.
can I make a statement, Stanley?
What's that?
Well, I thought Barack Obama done very good with immigration. Tom Homan was his immigration ICE enforcement also. And, Barack Obama prosecuted and deported like 600,000 illegal immigrants. So you can't talk bad about Barack Obama when it comes to immigration and enforcement and protecting the black community, because to me, Stanley, that's what protecting the black community is all about, is getting rid of all of these gangsters and criminals and illegal immigrants and shit. And that's what Barack Obama did, So Tom
Okay,
Homan is
I
just
basically
furthering.
okay.
Okay.
I have no idea what that. I guess it kind of had something to do with what I was talking about.
These things have permeated our souls, and we've passed it down from generation to generation to generation. They've purposely, and when I say the government, white supremacists have purposely eliminated the black people who was waking us up, the black people who was lighting that fire in us. They purposely eliminated those people. So we have to find a way to light that fire for ourselves. That's why I lean so hard on the code of conduct, adopting a code of conduct. Once again, I always talk about the code of conduct that Pat PC and I have.
Okay, and this is exactly kind of what I'm talking about and kind of what I'm not talking about. Adopting a code of conduct is ridiculous. We are not all the same. This isn't the army. We don't need to be uniform. And, the thought that we are, owe allegiance, which is what a code of conduct kind of assumes that we have some allegiance to a racial demographic. I don't think, I think black people have done that for way too long. And before the 1960s, I would say it was necessary to be that sort of insular. I think in 2025, that way of conducting that conduct has become a bit archaic, and it allows people like A.B. Brave to make absurd statements like, black people are 70% of black people are excusing crime in a very specific geographic location, and the expectation that that 70% should be coming back and policing their fellow black people, to me, is just inane. um, why would we do that? That's what
Stanley,
cop that's what the cops are for. That's what the law is for. It's not for me, for instance, who has never even who wasn't born in the hood, never lived in the hood. On any given day, I don't even know which hood, you know, you might be talking about. Why am I responsible? And I'm certainly not excusing that kind of behavior. And it's disturbing that nobody but me actually checks that sort of just retardation. It's a retarded thought. Um,
Stanley,
so
can I ask you a question?
what would that be?
What does insular mean? I've never heard that word.
Really? It means isolated. It means keeping yourself isolated. If you basically, if you're like, if you're extremely America first or isolationist, you have an insular attitude. So if you need,
Mm,
if the context doesn't do it for you, just run and look it up. So
never heard that word before.
to get back to this video, there's a part, and maybe I didn't save it to the right part, but we'll listen to a little bit of it.
ThePax.org. That link is in the description. ThePax.org, right? Check out the code of conduct. Remember, in reading Destruction of Black Civilization, we learned that when these African empires deviated from their African code of conduct, internally they failed. That's when all of the negativity have arisen within them. But to even adhere to a code, you have to have a change of mindset. Even before that, you still have to have a change of mindset. And at this late stage in the game, because Malcolm said that we were late in the game in 1964. So if we were late in the game in 1964, is the game over in 2025? And if it's not, that means we're even later in the game. So now we got a decision to make. We're going to keep whining, keep crying, keep this defeated attitude, or we going to say F this and stand up, learn to trust ourselves as individuals first.
And that's what I want
A
to
lot of this fake
emphasize.
bravado that
In my opinion, and this is just based on, almost 60 years of experience. I would say if I had to do a self-critique of the black community, it would be that we care too much about what our fellow black people think. There should be peer pressure. There should be codes of conduct, basically laws and that sort of thing. There should be expectations. Okay, but those expectations should be more individual behavior. You don't jaywalk, or you don't kill people, or you don't steal. Basically more biblical type laws than, you need to speak a certain way, or you need to dress a certain way, or you need to think a certain way. If his point is that we need to be more confident in ourselves individually, and confident enough to go, to say, well, hey, you know what? I don't have the latest Jordans, but I don't care. These shoes are good enough. My goal is X, to be a lawyer, to be a plumber, whatever the goal is. You don't, you know, I would want to instill as best you can, because, having raised a teenage son, yeah, there are going to be times when, everybody has a phone. I had to fight that fight for, for a couple years. Everybody has a phone. Why can't I have a phone? And, finally, when he needed a phone, at least I felt he did, he didn't get a phone till he was in high school. I think it was his freshman year. I finally kind of acquiesced, but seventh and eighth grade, I fought that fight, and won it at least, the battles. He won the war. But the bottom line is, I, as a parent, decided when he got a phone, I wasn't basing it on what the other kids were doing, or even what the other parents were doing. I had, how I thought, that behavior should be policed or conducted, or what privileges he had, or what equipment he was provided with. Um, there's too much. There's too much of, um, Stanley. You need to be a credit to your race. No, I don't. I need to be a credit to me. I need to be a credit to my family. I need maybe even to be a credit to my community, but I don't need to take on the responsibility of a whole race. And those days are over. Um, or at least in my opinion, they should be over. So, that's my
So,
so when I hear a John Galt or an HB, go, well, Stanley, you married a white woman. My response is, so the fuck what? I did what I wanted to do. What you think about it, yeah, I'll hear it, but that's about the extent of it. Whether you think I'm right, wrong, or indifferent, my job is not to be down with the race. My job is to be the best person I can be. And if anyone's expecting that, and this is the wonderful thing about being old, I can go a hearty fuck you and don't care about it. More than likely, your opinion
Stanley, can I ask you
more
a
than
question?
likely, more than likely, your opinion is not going to affect my day-to-day life or when I die. So, you know, maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I might have cared, but I certainly don't now. Yes, 12th man.
Let's not talk about dying. You got a lot of years left, Stanley, but I wanted to ask you a question about, do you think cell phones should be allowed in school at all, or should they have to leave them in their lockers?
Well, if they're in their lockers, it's allowed in the
Uh,
school.
or they should have, like, they wouldn't have to have them in their hand and
Okay,
all
well,
that.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, in my experience, my son, I mean, you couldn't just whip out your phone and use it in the classroom. There were, teachers controlled that.
Yeah, so should cell phones be left in the lockers or no?
That's up to the student. I don't know that it needs to be a rule. I mean, I would keep it in my locker, but lockers can be broken into. I think the safest place for your phone will probably be in your pocket or your book bag or something.
But no looking
As a
at
matter of
them
fact, if
during
I
class.
recall, if I recall, Now I could be wrong, but I think my son went all through high school without a locker. And I can't remember, like his freshman year, maybe there weren't enough lockers for the freshmen or something like that. I have to ask him
Mm,
about that because I talked to him about it. Maybe you had to pay for a locker. Um, I mean, I had a locker in high school, but
pay
for
for
some
a
reason or
locker,
another,
really?
um, he didn't have a locker, and it was by his choice, and I can't remember why. So, my answer is not everybody has a locker in every high school. So,
Mm,
and lockers can be broken into. I know I had my locker broken into
yeah,
when I was in high school. So
yeah,
I
simple
don't have a
flathead
problem. I
screw,
don't have a problem with phones in high school.
a simple flathead screwdriver can pop them up, and but that's not the point. Should you be allowed to look at your cell phone during class? I guess maybe
Um,
should be
I
the
don't think most
better
students are.
question.
I personally don't think so, and I personally don't think it happens a lot in classrooms, at least in my experience. I can't really vouch for other school systems, but I know in my brother's, in my son's high school, you weren't allowed to. I don't know. I don't think they put them in a box on the way into the classroom, but I do know they
Maybe
weren't
they
allowed to.
should,
I
Stanley.
do know they weren't allowed to use them in school. And if I were a teacher, I really don't care where you keep your phone as long as you're not using it while, you're in classroom in the
Yeah, in
classroom.
class.
Now, the other thing is that during tests, I'm guessing they probably had to control them somehow, so, there was no cheating or anything like that. Like I know SATs, you have to leave your phone in a central location.
I
Now,
think
college, I don't care, frankly. That's their problem.
I think maybe we need Portia up here to talk about
No,
that
I
because
don't need Portia up here. I have enough experience just putting a son through high school. He literally graduated last June, so I know what goes on in high schools. And
well,
besides, my sister is a retired high school teacher, and my mother was a retired teacher, but they didn't have cell phones in those
yeah,
days. But believe me,
God bless
I have
Mama.
I have at least a working knowledge of what kids go through, at least in the local high school. And you know, state education is controlled K through 12 locally, so no one school system's going to be the a carbon copy of another.
Well, you remember that calculator watch back in the 80s, Stanley? Like you could
Yes.
literally like cheat through math with your calculator watch. I
Yeah,
didn't know
they
you
had
would
those
do
when I
it.
was in high school, and um, I'm trying to think. You could use calculators on math tests when I was in high school, except for chemistry class. My my chemistry teacher, Sister Johanna, would not let us use calculators on our chemistry tests. She did acquiesce to letting us use slide rules, so I had to I had to learn how to use a fucking slide rule. Either that, or
Hey, Stanley,
she would want you to do the math in your head.
yeah, you know what? My favorite part of home ec was it got me away from English and math. So I became a good bread maker. Uh,
Wonderful. I'm sure that skills has served you well.
yeah, it has. I can still make fry bread,
Yep,
Navajo
and you can
tacos.
and you can convey it in broken English that you know how to make it.
that we have, they see right through it. Remember, they created us. They engineered us into what we are. So they see all through the fake bravado. The people who they really feel, those are the ones you don't hear from. Why you think that is?
Let me rewind this a little bit. I lost the train of thought.
Learn to trust ourselves as individuals first.
Well, we can get back
A lot of
on
this
it,
fake bravado
Stanley.
that we have, they see right through it. Remember, they created us. They engineered us into what we are. So they see all through the fake bravado. The people who they really feel, those are the ones you don't hear from. Why you think that is? Right? If we're able to just go out and just do all this black power stuff and just be out here doing what we're doing with no resistance, no challenge, that means we're not a threat because they understand that we just talking. It's time for the talking to stop. Unless you want to continue with the foot on your neck. Because you know my philosophy is, if you're comfortable being oppressed, then don't complain because you're wasting all of our time with your complaints. And nobody cares. Nobody's listening. Nobody has to listen. Why would anybody listen to all of that complaining when you ain't gonna do nothing about it? Trust yourself. Trust your black self. Once we start to trust ourselves individually, we would start to trust ourselves collectively. Trust yourself. Love
And
yourself.
see, my argument is that I'm not sure we need to we need to trust ourselves individually, but collectively, I don't know that that's necessary. I think it used to be necessary, um, but I think in 2025, um, relying on ourselves collectively has limited return on investment. Um, Mainly because the collective, different parts of the collective, are so different that there are different objectives. Um, just within the Black community, just like other communities, you have class dynamics, you have gender dynamics, you have, um, colorism dynamics. There are all kinds of internal dynamics, boiling just below the phenotypical race thing. Um, so I think that there things like class, things like gender are actually more important points to deal with, or more important issues to deal with than race right now. And there'll be people who disagree with that, but that's just my take on it.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
What's that?
Do does the black community really feel like the white man still has a boot on their neck or whatever, especially black Americans?
Well,
I mean, do they really think that?
I don't know what everybody thinks. I think that he thinks that. I personally don't. But it depends. It depends on what you're talking about. I don't think there. I think America's. I don't think there's a boot on our neck, meaning that there's nothing legal that is holding Black people down. And however, I think in thinking as a collective, and you mentioned, does the collective think that? Well, if the collective thinks that, if everybody thinks that, then yeah, that would be problematic. But there are different parts of the community that have different opinions on that boot. So that's why I'm saying pretending that there's a collective, and I'm going to pick on you, pretending or acting or assuming that there is a collective leads to questions like, does the collective think that the white man's holding them down? I mean, you being outside the black community, you would never know that we're not a community because we keep saying we are, or a lot of people keep saying we are. And I think a lot of people saying that there is a black community sometimes leads to misunderstandings from those who don't know the community from the inside. It will lead people like Be Brave to think that 70% is responsible for 3%, you know, is responsible for the 3% of folks, of black folks committing crimes. 70% has nothing to do with that 3% in reality. But racists like Be Brave, thinking they all look alike, therefore they all think alike, um, he would be inclined to think that because he's a racist.
He,
And the
well,
God damn it, don't
Stanley,
interrupt me. Nope, nope, nope. I'm not done yet. He would be inclined to think that, and then we encourage that inclination by saying the black community this, the black community that. I think we need to get away with even implying that there is unity, a collective opinion on something. Okay,
right, I
sometimes
agree with that.
sometimes generalizations make sense, but if you're in England, Americans think this. Well, even that is a little problematic. And I could say if a white person says, "Oh, black people think this," well, I can actually understand that white person thinking there's a community because everybody keeps saying there's a black community. And I'm probably gonna sound, fairly conservative on this. Don't think that I've changed my mind on what or if there is a black community. I haven't, swung over to be a Thomas Sowell or a Candace Owens or anybody like that. um,
Not yet.
I've just been kind of thinking about what goes on, and the Be Braves or the John Galts, basically saying, well, there are videos out there where black people think like this. Well, no, not all black people think that way. Certain black people, and I think that community that all black people think like, oh, if this black person does crack and steals from Walmart, it's a reflection on all the other blacks. I see that almost daily on this channel,
That's
where
terrible.
one black person will do something, and then, see, I told you, all these blacks are like that. All these blacks think this way. Well, black people do this, black people do that. And when you call them on it, they will say, well, I didn't say all black people. Well, two things, two things. Either you meant all black people, or B, you are so illiterate that you don't know if you don't put a qualifier before black people, you're implying all black people. So what is it? You're either intentional or you're illiterate, which is. So anyway, enough of that rant. Hopefully, through all that rambling, you kind of get where I'm going with this. We probably need to start thinking more individually, and that doesn't mean there's no commonality. It just means that I shouldn't be expected to have the latest Jordans, or I shouldn't, be thought to talk white because I don't, talk a certain way, etc. These sorts of these sorts of archaic expectations or ideas or what have you are starting to be like affirmative action. It used to work, but it's been so politicized, perverted, abused, and misunderstood that it really no longer serves a, as a benefit. Affirmative action was kind of the same way. It could still work, but so many people are against it, and it just wasn't working that it really began to be an albatross around, the black communities and other minority communities necks. It just wasn't working. And because, Americans are too lazy to, fix something, they'd rather just scrap it and buy a new one. We're kind of forced to give up affirmative action.
Well, did you see that one
Honor
good
yourself.
punishment?
Recognize
Sorry,
your
what?
greatness.
Hold on one sec.
There's one good punishment today, like all these shoplifters from Walmart.
I don't care. Hold on. I don't care about that.
Think about the times in your life when you were able to overcome things that you didn't even believe you could overcome. You achieved things you didn't even believe you could achieve, things you didn't even know existed.
Right. And the point I would make in that last statement is that communities don't particularly accomplish things. If you get into a fancy college, it's not because the community got you there. It was because of individual and maybe family um, uh,
Yeah, and your
encouragement or
parents.
what have you. These individual achievements are not a credit to the race. Okay, the race did not help you get this achievement. It was either you or your family, and we need to stop acting like you know I c- this back in like the segregated Cook County, Georgia. Back in like 19 1940. Well, yeah, having one person get some great achievement might make the white people in the town go, well, oh, hey, those black people can do something. Maybe we should expect more. Probably didn't happen that way, but let's just assume it did. That world no longer exists. Now, it's a different world. In some ways, it may be, um, it's way better. But that doesn't mean, certain problems have gone away. They've just either morphed into less serious problems or they've just kind of gone underground and will surface um, at some other point in time. I'm not saying racism in America, at least cultural racism, has disappeared. Um, I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm just saying in 2025, you're not chained to your county or chained to your city. These problems can easily be overcome one way or another. Well, I say easily, and most times easily, but sometimes it's difficult.
You had no idea
Well,
these things existed, but yet here you are, mastering
Stanley,
these things.
Yes, 12 man.
you seem to have a regularly nice life and do whatever you want to do. So, what is stopping any other black man from doing what you have done?
Well, nothing. I kind of alluded to that. I thought I did. I meant to say,
Mhm.
it's still race is still an issue, but it's not a big enough issue to stop you from doing, I would say, 98% of what you want to accomplish. I thought I kind of alluded to that. In 2025,
Yes, sir.
it's not 1940. So,
Yeah.
the collective in 1940 was for protection, basically. A community became insular because it was under threat. That's not so much the problem in 2025. We don't need to be so insular. We don't need to have, such a rigid code. Um, we can look at individual achievements and not have being a credit to the race as a motivation for individual achievement. We can do
Yes, sir.
individual achievement for individual benefit, and that's a good thing.
But what this guy seems to be wanting to do is drive people apart, Stanley.
No, I don't think that. I think you've got the wrong impression.
But that's that spirit in you. It's that black spirit in you. But you have to realize that in order for you to accomplish anything in your life, you got to trust yourself. As black folk, in order for us to accomplish anything in our lives, as a collective, we got to trust ourselves.
And
But once again,
that's
if there's no
again, just to reemphasize that collective part, I don't think we need to do that. The individual part is enough.
trust on the individual level, there'll be no trust on the collective level. They've beat that out of us. It's time to get it back. What are we gonna do? This is a direct challenge to myself and the rest of my community. What are we gonna do? We gonna continue to lie down, or are we gonna stand up? I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired. I'm tired of being on the bottom. I'm not tired in the sense that I'm ready to give up, but I'm tired of being on the bottom. I'm tired of wishing, tired of complaining, tired of hoping. It's time for some realization.
Well, I think what he's saying there, for instance, if you go and you look at generational wealth, blacks are always going to be on the bottom of that pyramid. Um, I don't think that there is a collective will. And I don't mean just the black community, but I mean America at large. There is not a will to correct that problem. And we don't seem to be able, and this is to John Galt's point, we don't seem to be able to form, you know, uh, collective groups like Master Kim has talked about, these little informal organizations where, you know, Korean businesses or whatever the ethnicity is, some sort of Asian, I guess, they'll get together, pool money, and when some individual business needs it, oh, hey, here's the money, you can pay it back and all that stuff. Sometimes there's just cash on hand when an individual small business owner needs it. Black people have not been able to do that. Um, and there's some historical reasons why, but I won't get into those now. But um, needless to say, that if we know that something like that doesn't happen, the alternative is to go for individual achievement and family achievement, and eventually I'm hoping there's kind of a trickle up effect. You get enough successful individuals who build a community. It's basically building success from from the grassroots up instead of top down. Um, and I even think I don't agree when people talk about how, say, Jews band together. They are all together. You know, all together. Making the individual successful. I don't know that I agree that it's top down like that. I think at some point in time, it started grassroots and trickled up. Now, I could be wrong, but that's just my down and dirty, historical observation. And I don't know why Solid Snake wants to snipe from the chat, but If I've built nothing, one thing I have built is a son that at least is taking steps to be successful, Solid Snake. Don't tell me I haven't built anything. Um, everybody's built something, even you.
And
Yeah,
realization
and you
got to
gotta,
start right now. Right now. Realization got to
you
start
got a
right
nice
now.
Okay,
pond.
All
what?
this
I'm
talking,
sorry, what?
all this manifestation,
You,
all
well, I was just gonna say, you have a nice pond down from your house, and you
Well, I
have
didn't
your
build
own
the pond,
house.
and quite frankly, none of that actually matters in the end. And you know, obviously, I'm not getting through to people. Why Solid Snake even cares whether I built something or not is beyond me. Why does he give a fuck whether I built something or not? Why is it so important to him? It must be because of
Well,
this community. He must think
it,
he must think that I represent like the black community or something.
it's up to volunteers and people like that, so Stanley can have a nice place to live and a nice pond to
Okay,
go to and
you
fishing. I mean,
what
we got
volunteers are you talking about?
what we love to provide for our officers is what I'm
Uh,
saying. And
uh, 12 man, nobody's providing shit for me.
well, you're retired military, so
Okay,
yeah,
I'm not retired military.
you was an officer in the military.
I
That's
was an
good enough
officer.
for
I was an
me.
officer in the military, but they didn't give me a pond.
That doesn't they give you a retirement or
Nope,
something?
nope. They would give me a
Uh,
retirement if they would give me a retirement if I retired, but I didn't.
you got out. Well, I
I
say
got out.
good for
I
you,
got out.
Stanley.
I got out almost 30 years ago.
Serve your time and got out. Hell
Yep,
yeah.
yep. And
That's the way to do it, bro.
I'm in the only military affiliation I have is I'm in the VA. That's about it.
Yeah, but you achieved officership uh,
Yep.
in the meantime, and you're only a few years in there, man. You
Okay.
became an
Well,
officer.
I went in as an officer.
Yeah. So did you go through RJO and JLTC too?
Hey, hold
Uh,
on one sec. Solid Snake. If here's the deal, Solid Snake. Uh, I don't know what your gripe is. You can come up here and we can hash it out, but it's not gonna be good for you. Um, I get mad, motherfucker, at whoever I want to get mad at, and it's none of your fucking business. I got mad at John, and apparently you thought I was mad, but the bottom line is I talk to John how I want to talk to John, and you have nothing to do with it, and you're sure not going to tell me who to get mad at and when to get mad and all that bullshit. Okay, dude, you need to fucking relax because you're getting
can
out of
we
your lane.
continue the video, Stanley?
Yeah. I I guess I should stop looking at the chat. This motherfucker, this motherfucker's gonna tell me when to talk to John and how to talk to John and who to talk to John about. Maybe Solid Snake, your problem is you don't have a son you can brag on. But
Oh,
That's not my fucking problem. That's yours.
I only have
No,
one
no,
son. That's
come on,
my dog.
Yeah, well, apparently these motherfuckers haven't figured out that if there's a left-wing version of Trump, he would kind of be like me. If you're looking for some lily-livered liberal to fucking take your bullshit, Solid Snake, you're wrong, and you should know that by now. I will fucking
What is
crush you for the fun of it.
Stanley? What's a lowly liver? What does that mean, lowly liver?
Look it up.
And that was a clip from the Ballad of the Bullet speech. One of the things Malcolm was talking about is you're never gonna get liberation sitting around waiting on somebody to give it to you. You got to go get it. You got to swing. You got to get active. Now, I'm not advocating for us to go out and actually physically fight white supremacy because we're going to get whooped because we ain't ready for that. But I am saying we need to fight for our minds, fight for our spirits, fight for our souls, fight for our bodies, fight for ourselves on the individual level, fight for our trust in ourselves, our love in ourselves.
And again, it's a good message if it's contained and focused. I appreciate the message about fighting white supremacy or whatever mentally. And some of that mental is mental discipline. Um, you know, it exists. It's how you deal with it, how you overcome it that actually um, is important. If you can minimize it, if you can make fun of it, if you can succeed in spite of it, in my opinion, it just makes life a little bit sweeter when you achieve whatever your goal is. And I want to go back to, and I'm not original in this definition, but if freedom is defined, and I do define it, and again, it's not an original definition. Freedom is the ability to achieve goals, um, then overcoming any obstacles to achieve those goals just enhances that definition of freedom. And you really have to look at it that way. It's a lot more sane way of dealing with white supremacy, or whatever you want to call it. It is a very, and it's worked for me, and being disciplined about it, not letting it get out of hand, overcoming in spite of, just enhances the ultimate goal of freedom. What's up, Lupin?
Stanley, how much percentage of the American population do you think is a white supremacist?
I have no clue. And as a matter of fact, wait, say that again.
Well, I just wondering how much of a percentage, and I'm kind of wondering that myself.
A percentage of what?
Of how much of the country is actual white supremacists?
Okay, you're totally misunderstanding where I'm coming from on this. You think white supremacy is an individual thing these days?
No, I'm wondering, what's the percentage, Stanley?
Percentage of what? What am I
white
measuring?
supremacy. How
Okay,
much of
what
the
am I
population?
measuring? Okay, dude, I will bounce you off this panel if you get out of hand. Answer the question. What am I measuring?
It's pretty clear,
No, it's not clear to me. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, how much of the country do you think are white supremacists? But
Okay, so you mean how many people in the country are white supremacists?
right,
Okay, and
exactly.
I'm saying you're not getting it, and maybe I didn't communicate it well. Um, I number one have no clue, and number two, I'm not talking people. I'm talking concepts. I'm talking about I'm talking about the concept of white supremacy. I think the culture, American culture, is white supremacist, and that's hard to quantify. I don't. I mean, the people. I would say most people aren't. You know, most people don't think they're white supremacist. Most people are okay. Um, I'm talking about white supremacy as a concept, as a cultural, an aspect of American culture. So if you have a way of quantifying it, please let me know. They want
Well,
to weaken the government. Um, you know what? Now the thing is, Lupin, to your point, they want to outsource it to make individuals or individual companies profitable. They're not looking to make government for the I'm sorry, money for the government. I don't think. But I mean, Republicans have been trying to privatize stuff for since I was I was in I was in high school during the Reagan administration. So at least as
mm,
far back as high school, the word privatizing has been a thing. So yeah, Republicans would privatize everything if they could.
so, Stanley, have you ever heard of that town south of Atlanta that privatized their own police and everything? And it's like a totally privatized town.
Nope. Let me know when you got a link.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it, Stanley.
Okay.
They privatized the police department and everything
Yep.
down there.
So just to kind of reiterate why I'm showing this video, I actually watched half of it and figured I would watch the other half or so here because there were a lot of little snippets, little sound bites that I thought were really good. It's just when he said, he will say individual achievement, then talk about collective achievement. And I just want to make the point that I have doubts that there actually is a collective, or if there is a collective, I'm having doubts that it should be a focus. I think we need to start looking at a little bit more grassroots, basically meaning individual achievement and family achievement. And that dovetails back into my point about, families, parenting, kids, family units. Um, and just to, on the point of family, if possible, have a two parent household. I mean, my personal case, I had a two parent household. Well, I grew up in one, but my son had a two parent household till he didn't. So sometimes you can't always achieve that ideal, but if you can, you ought to go for it. So this guy has a lot of. He starts off good, but ends up going too far.
Look deep inside yourself and remember who you are. You're not just here for no reason. Remember who you are. You can do whatever you want to do. You have done things that you wanted to do. Things, once again, things that you wanted to do, but you may not have had to trust in yourself at one time. But when you started to trust yourself, things changed. It's a call to action. At some point, We're going to have to get up, dust ourselves off, and go back out and fight. We got our butts whooped. That's why we're in this situation, but we can't stay down. You can't stay down. The proverbial.
Now, he's never real specific about how we got our butts whooped. I'm assuming he means Trump winning, but I don't necessarily see how it was our butts whooped unless you want to talk about threats to this to social services or HBCUs. Um, but even so, I think there are ways. I mean, if HBCUs go away, um, that might be fewer colleges black kids get into, but I don't see it as, like a showstopper for success. By the way, you may ask, well, how could you say HBCU's closing isn't, a huge problem? Well, it turns out only 9% of black kids who are going to college even go to HBCUs. A few like 20 years ago or something, it was 18%. So the number of black kids going to HBCUs is actually halved over a couple decades or so. Having them close, I imagine it would be an impact, but it wouldn't be a showstopper. What's up, HB?
Morning, Stanley. Morning, 12th man.
What's up, HP?
What's going on? Stanley, I've been listening to this guy. I can't really disagree with what he's saying. I do think he should be more specific with the we lost part of.
Yeah, I've listened to almost the whole thing, and he hasn't been specific.
Yeah,
He actually looks like a Trump voter. so,
yeah,
so,
yeah,
I
yeah.
shouldn't be so stereotypical, but I don't agree. I agree with what he's saying, but I don't agree with going so far. Like I said, the reason I'm showing this is I have kind of said over the past couple days or maybe the last week that I'm starting to doubt that there's even a collective.
Yeah,
Um,
no. Especially like a black collective. I think
well,
with
I mean, a collective to other than demographics, and I mean, there
yeah,
may
yeah,
be a
yeah.
few other places where a collective works, but this whole thing, did you catch the part where I said this collective thinking? And I would say almost till maybe a month or two ago, I just kind of accepted it, never gave it serious thought. And I started giving it serious thought. Both John and Be Brave in tandem sometimes
Hmm.
actually made me doubt. Like thinking about their very horrible arguments actually made me question what they were doing. In John's case, you know what? If some crack hoe from Walmart gets arrested and winds up in a body cam video, how is that? How is that a reflection on black people? In my opinion, it's not.
Right.
And in B Brave's case, how is it that 70% of a population is responsible for the 3% that commits crime when some of them, at least me, as part of that 70%,
Hmm.
I literally, like the most ghetto time I had was literally fucking my girlfriend. other than that, other than that, I have no experience. It was
Yeah.
a good experience, but that's it. I had spent no great
Dang,
amount.
Stanley, I didn't know you had a girlfriend.
I think he's talking about the past. 12th man.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ghetto that I used to hang out with has been bulldozed and turned and gentrified.
Yeah. Yeah. I think most of it is just entertainment, but um, this whole collective thought or where blacks are supposed to fix these issues in the hood, I truly do believe it is an American problem altogether. And
Well, the problem is, how did the ghettos get there in the first
yeah,
place? I mean, blacks,
exactly.
by and large, that those were the places that they could afford. And even if you don't believe in redlining, which I think is is ridiculous.
I mean, if,
Um,
if you don't believe in it, you just denying history at that point.
well, I think of, even if you want to say redlining worked against white people too, and it did, I count things like Levittown as redlining, where, they would build a whole new community, a middle class community, Levittown. It's got you're familiar with Levittown, right?
Are you talking about in uh, in Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
They
yeah, yeah.
That was like a planned community for white people. Basically, the history is they moved all the white people who were living in these high rises.
Mhm.
Basically, they wanted them to migrate out and to where the factories were to form a middle class, and they wound up moving into communities like Levittown, and they moved the black people into those high rises.
Right.
So, it was actually planned to, as I don't know down to, the finite detail, but there was intent. And Levittown didn't accept black people. Anyone who could afford to live there, the few that could, Levittown wasn't having them. So this redlining is more than just something that happened in the inner city. It was wider spread. And I can't remember the name of the book or the author. I'd have to look it up. But there's a guy who's written one or two excellent books on redlining.
Hmm.
And Levittown, I think, is the subject of one of his books. These books, because I've heard him talk, I've never read the books. This dude is just explosive. As a matter of fact, I'm going to see can I find him and show him on the show. I didn't even know how fucked up the system was.
Yeah. Nah, it really is like moving people around, and it was all systematic. A lot of it was just corporate greed that moved people around and put them in specific places. But it's really just an American issue altogether, and I just
Well,
think
it is, and but
yeah.
you know what? I the good news, and the good news is that this whole thing, there is a problem that the black community has, and
Absolutely,
Glenn Lowry
absolutely.
Glenn Lowry touches on it. Um, we I was heartened, and I didn't get the idea from Glenn Lowry. I thought it up as a joke. But when Glenn Lowry is saying blacks need to look at what Asians are doing as far as taking academics seriously, education seriously, etc., when Glenn Lowry's saying it, at least I have some trusted conservative backup on that. Because
Yeah,
it was just a half joke to me, but Glenn Lowry doesn't have that kind of sense of humor. So, so he's serious.
yeah. But what do you think about the blacks that maybe can't test into that type of stuff?
Well, then do something else. That's life. What
Yeah.
do you expect me to do about it?
Well, I mean, just
Hey,
or go ahead, tough man.
AP on the road tonight, brother.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're not changing the topic.
Alright.
Yeah.
So don't think we're going to
I'm
change the
just
topic like
curious.
that.
Yeah,
Alright.
I do think that is definitely part of the issue, Stanley. Like, blacks do have to
Well,
focus on education, but I just don't
well,
think that.
no. Education is more than just going to college, though. That's what
No,
people like American Man and Solid Snake keep like harping on. Fuck yeah, I think college is the bee's knees. I did great in it. Some people are designed for college, but don't think that learning how to learning how to be a plumber, that's education. I mean,
learning how to plumb.
you could go into you do plumbers plumb. You
Is
didn't know
that
that?
right? I didn't know
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I didn't know that.
If I can go into a fucking bookstore and there's a section on plumbing with books in it, well,
Yeah.
god damn it, they're books.
Hey Stanley, who do
Okay,
you
they're not
call
learning.
when you're
They don't teach you to plumb using like sticks in the sand. They're fucking books. It's
Stan-
it's education.
Stanley?
It's in a book.
Stanley,
What is it?
Stanley, who do you call when your toilet's plugged?
Oh.
I call you to eat the shit.
Ah,
You call American Man. You failed that
No,
question.
you obviously didn't see the joke I made earlier during John's show in the chat. When I need a plumber, I call a real white plumber because
Rooter.
I like authenticity. I don't want a black plumber who thinks he's white.
Have you, hey Stanley,
Yeah,
has your
these
toilet,
motherfuckers have driven me into brutal mode. You know what?
has your toilet ever been plugged, Stanley?
I don't know what you're trying to do, 12th man, but you're not accomplishing it.
Did
You're
you
not.
ever pull, you
Look,
ever
let me put
pull
it to
the
you. Let me put
Miller
it to you this way.
turds at
I
the
know.
top?
See, now that you're here, HB, 12th
yeah.
man's getting all bold.
Come
I don't know
on,
what he
man.
thinks
Come
is
on.
going to happen.
Come
12th
on,
man,
man.
when my toilet gets plugged, I'm sorry, clogged, I don't call a plumber. I pull out the plunger that I keep like in the little set. You got the toilet brush and the plunger set. I pull out that plunger and I try and get rid of the clog like a normal person. I don't have to call a plumber for everything.
You never had to call a plumber?
You know what? The only time I've ever had to call a plumber was last summer to replace a water heater. And
See?
to be honest, I could have replaced the water heater myself, but it would have just taken me days to do it when the plumber did it in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
So you do need American Man.
bottom line is if you're not buying fucking shacks out in the sticks, you shouldn't have to call a plumber a lot.
Well, I use an outhouse, so I don't need no plumbers.
So the bottom line is that's the other thing. These motherfuckers think I made it to 60 and I can't take care of myself. What do these dumb fucks think? That I made it to 60 and can't turn a screw?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah,
And,
I
and
think I
Solid
think
Snake, I
I,
pissed Solid Snake off, so he's been sniping from the chat all night, talking about, well, Stanley, what did you build? Well, motherfucker, I built a family.
yeah.
That isn't that enough?
Got a son, so maybe he'll make you some grandbabies one
You know
day,
what?
Stanley.
He's out of the damn house and he's not in jail. So I'm
Yeah,
good. I'm good.
he might even make you a grandbaby one day, Stanley.
And
Yeah.
not if he waits as long as I
That
did.
that whole thing about what have you build or whatever is people act like one person built something. Like no, it wasn't one person that built the pyramids or the Eiffel Tower or the World Trade Center. It wasn't one person that
Well,
built it.
the thing is, I was listening to Be Brave show for a little bit.
Hmm.
And there's a guy, Mella was on there talking to this guy, and the guy was perfectly polite and reasonable and actually made sense until he started saying, Mella said that white people were just as savage as black people were, or something like that. And
Yeah,
this guy literally goes, well, yeah, but white people, I'm proud white people were savage because we were good savages. Our savagery went and conquered, civilizations and, in that vein. And,
yeah,
the first thing I thought was, well, why are you proud? What part did you play in it?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah,
motherfucker, you're sitting here in America enjoying the benefits just like me. You have
yeah,
done no more than your average black man or Chinese man or Indian man or any other type of, ethnicity or race man. You have done no more than I have.
yeah,
What reason do you have to be proud because you share the same phenotype?
yeah.
What kind of
It's really
bullshit is that?
sad. It's really sad, man.
I could see if you were like an architect building buildings or, somehow or another contributing materially, but motherfucker, you're working a wage slave job just like everybody else.
Yep, yep.
So hey, I support your right to be proud, but support my right to fucking ask you why you're proud.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that is America. That's why I'm just, if you're gonna be proud of anything, be just proud of America altogether as a collective. But the race thing, and I see it on both
Well,
sides.
it's
You see,
beyond. I think it's beyond race at this point. It's like stop supporting stupid people. I mean, goddamn, even the whites are stupid these days. I thought,
yeah,
I thought they were high IQ. It's like,
nah, not the ones we really come across. And be brave made me realize that too. He called it hush money, but what I really realized is what it is like the whites that are successful and doing things in life, and man, they don't even think about this. They don't even think about this type of stuff. It's pretty much the
yes.
depressed loser mentality ones, the ones that
Now,
have like
see, in that, in HB, you would be right in saying that is by design.
that is that's what be brave made me realize is like that's also by design.
Yep.
What do you give like the lower kind of IQ people to talk about, to think about? You give them race, you give them race stuff, but like
And that is
I
that is documented history. As a matter
yeah,
of fact, I'm gonna do an upload a show, an uploaded show about populism.
yeah, yeah, but
In
like the
American populism, and I'm not gonna bore you with this. I just want to make this one point. American populism is separated from other types of populism in other parts of the world because of the race and the isolationism.
yeah,
American populism always has an othering aspect to it. And Nazis
Well,
did too. But the Nazis learned a lot from the American South, right?
yeah, 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 they did.
I like being insulated from stupidity.
I agree, tough man.
Oh boy. I'm even gonna hold my tongue on that one.
Yeah, Stanley, be polite, man. I
I
agree with you,
wasn't I
Trumper.
wasn't gonna bring up anything about doing the backstroke in it.
Oh, oh, come on. Jesus
Unless
Christ.
he can do a backflip, then shut up.
Oh, dude, I was taught like Navy swimming by SEALs. I didn't fucking swim. I can do a backstroke.
Oh shit.
No, I said backflip, not a backstroke.
Yeah, whatever.
You
I
can
have
do
to
a
one of these
backflip.
days I have to tell
Okay.
you about, we had like a couple SEAL instructors and they told me, Stanley, if your ship ever goes down, well, they said you should always keep a life jacket near you.
Ah,
Uh,
Well, he
damn.
was the deal. When I gained weight at Navy OCS, I went in at about 135 and left at 165 because I had gained all this weight, the muscle and stuff. Because I didn't eat breakfast generally. I was eating like a hearty breakfast, and then we would go swimming right after breakfast. And, it was just all exercise all the time. But my body fat was like so low. If I didn't like tread water, I would sink to the bottom of the pool. I didn't float very
Ah,
well. So they were like, you know what? You better just keep a life jacket near you because if you're ever unconscious in the water, you're you're gonna you're
ah,
gonna sink like a stone.
yeah. Maybe that's why it's always been a little hard for me to swim. I never thought about
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah. You gotta have fat.
Yeah,
That's why women float better than men.
yeah, yeah. Never thought
You didn't
about
know
that.
hey,
that?
Stan,
Nah. I thought it was just me. I never even
No,
thought
no,
about it.
no. Muscle does not float.
Wow.
hey, Stanley, I heard there was a cold front hitting the deep south. Do you know
Oh,
anything
that
about
ship
that?
that ship sailed about it was Saturday into Sunday. Yeah, we had a cold front hit.
So
Yeah.
I
So
heard
you're
the
you,
last
you
one,
you're a little bit late.
the last one that hit Texas killed 250 people. I didn't know that.
Yeah, flash flooding. Yeah, we got a bit of rain.
That
Man.
Homestead Art?
Oh, excuse me. No. Um so I'm done with that last video. We'll never get through it, and I've watched most of it, but
What I
just to
wanted to
recap it.
what I wanted to comment on it though, Stanley, is
Okay.
I think the issue with black folks where they think that this whole collective thing can happen, I think they don't realize that it does start at the home first. The
Well, I
collective
don't
part,
think.
the and a lot of times there isn't really no collective. It's more like family, and the families just work as a collective.
Well, that exactly, and it's very localized. I mean, there will
Yeah,
be no coast to coast collective, and really, there never was,
yeah,
except when everybody had the same status. During Jim Crow, and even then, there, you know, I'm reading. Goddamn, I'm jumping all over the place. There was a collective when everybody was a slave. Everybody had the same status. It is not like that now.
I don't even think there was a collective when we were slaves, man.
Well, there
There were
kind of there kind of was.
there were
When you got
house
laws,
niggas and slave
well, let me
niggas,
put it to
or
you this way: when you have laws that basically say if you're a free black, you have 30 days to leave the state. Virginia did once, just to ensure that all the black people were slaves. Like if you saw a black person, more than likely he or she was a slave. That's a community. They all have the same status.
Yeah.
You got the people with the different status out. Now, there are arguments to that because even within slavery, you had house slaves and field slaves,
Yeah. Yep.
which leads me to I'm currently starting about 20 pages into E. Franklin Fraser's The Black Bourgeoisie, which is like a classic, you know, um, sociology book from, I think it was 1957. And I started reading it because I've got about three or four different kind of like projects I'm working on. This OBS has made me real creative, me and John.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, you haven't seen my shorts? I've been putting out videos,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
and
You got.
hopefully they're kind of boring, uh, but they'll get better with practice.
Yeah.
Well, Stanley, can I ask you a question? What you think about Sandy Springs, Georgia, uh, down there
Well,
south of Atlanta?
I know I can't afford to
Totally,
live there.
totally privatized society.
It's a what?
Totally privatized.
Okay,
Privatized.
do you know that Sandy Springs is one of the richest areas in the country? They can afford to privatize. Okay,
It'll work, right?
you don't have the common man living in Sandy Springs. It's real ritzy.
Mm.
So
I could go there.
your argument is just like, hey, you and me couldn't afford to live in Sandy Springs.
I could afford to live there if I really wanted to.
I don't think you could, not in your present state. Maybe in an alternate universe.
Hey, speak, could
But no,
you afford
seriously,
to?
I mean, like celebrities live there.
Yeah. Nah. Tough man.
Yeah,
Absolutely not. I can't afford to live there.
So
I couldn't
they
live
can
there.
afford there is no lesson other than rich people in gated communities can afford to privatize stuff.
I'd like to do an IRL there, like just go there, film
Okay,
everything,
I you're
see
barely
how good the
you
restaurants
do you
are,
do you
shit
realize
like
that
that.
you're barely intelligible, you're slurring badly?
Mm.
Well, because you keep interrupting me.
Well, I don't think so. Every time I interrupt you, you get drunker. Where where can I get that? Where can I get that? Interrupt me some. Let's see if I can get drunk.
I can understand you, tough man. I
Well,
can
see, I'm
understand
not
you.
taking the time to translate.
Ah,
I
you
I
got
hear fast.
you just got to tune your ears a little bit. You can understand though.
Yeah, I'm gonna do just
And
that.
Stanley speaks Espanol if you don't understand English.
Hey.
So, any other thing? Any other
Uh,
comments on this video?
yeah, nah. You know, I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like these guys. Um, it's like this whole pro-black consciousness thing. I kind of feel like
What link are you talking about, Solid Snake?
it's like it's like the opposite end of the anti-black culture issue, you know, like it's in the same vein to me, where it's like, you know, there's something wrong with black people specifically, and then it's like this guy's on the other end of the spectrum where it's like we need to have a black consciousness, and it's like no
Oh, you're fading out,
groups of other
HB.
races. um hold on, hold on. You
Oh,
know,
you're back
I
now.
okay, okay, and I think what it is black people see the success of other races and they think it's a collective, and I think that's the issue.
Well, to a certain extent, they're right, but
I don't. What makes you say that?
but that collective isn't like the collective is like a grassroots sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's
You
not
know,
a
like
it's not a
the
consciousness.
rich Jews in America aren't making sure that the poor Jews are successful.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not at all.
Master Kim's. I forget what the term is for what the Korean community does for small business owners. You know how they pool the
Oh yeah,
money,
yeah, 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 yeah.
but that's
I forgot what
that's
he's.
that's grassroots and localized. That's not like on any national scale.
Right, right. And the only ones you could say specifically maybe the Jews, but even with the Jews, like they're not just handing out money to people. You know, like there is still some things that you have, and then too, like you have certain people paying into it. It's not like they're just printing the money.
Right. And the thing is if you must go there, Aramiose Frimpong was talking about this professor that he taught with. And the professor was talking about one of his kids not basically completing his education. And, Arami was thinking, well, he dropped out of college or something. What the Jewish guy professor meant was that the dude had done an ABD, which is Albert dissertation for a PhD. So I mean, it's not like these people are just being handed, like you said.
Hmm.
If you expect both your kids to have PhDs or MDs or something like that, that's an expectation that any parent can have.
Yeah,
It's not limited to one ethnicity or race to have high expectations for your kids.
absolutely not. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of. Oh, Kelvin said he has a PhD. Oh
Yeah, I
wow,
was
I
about
didn't.
to ask in what.
Ah, I didn't know that. That kind of makes sense. Kelvin.
I have a feeling it's going to make me laugh.
Yeah. Wow, Kelvin.
Hey, more power to you.
Yeah. Was it in
Um,
English history or something? I wonder what it is.
hey, a PhD is a PhD.
Yeah.
Um, and one of the things that I don't think people really realize is that there is no basket weaving degree in the age of computers. Um, when my brother was just getting out of college, um, well,
What about
I don't know.
underwater
I
basket
don't know
weaving?
that.
Ah.
Well, two examples. My son, for instance, my brother, for instance, his first job in high school was fixing computers, and then he moved on to the web design as like a 14-year-old. This dude was making like $20,000 or something as a fucking teenager in the 90s in high school.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
So
Uh,
so even a high schooler back in the day, was making shit. I started mowing fucking lawns.
and the liberals are like,
He started
oh
building and when I say building websites, HB,
Hmm.
dude designed a website for the local hospital system in Savannah.
Damn.
Um, like Candler General at the time. I mean, this is like a major hospital in Georgia. Dude is designing their website is like a 15-year-old.
And
So,
the
but
liberals,
what I wanted to emphasize was when he was in college or graduated from college, he had a friend who was a psychology major who got his first job was teaching like Cisco. He was teaching some computer thing, not a
Hmm.
computer science major, a psychology major, but he was teaching like some course for certification. So everybody has the chance, even if it's a degree that you ordinarily wouldn't encourage your kid to get. If a kid's talented, he's going to be talented.
Yeah.
Um, if you're, I've known, I mean, you can go out and find doctors who aren't doing shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, who aren't even doctoring.
Yeah. No, I've known a couple. I knew a lady who was a doctor, and she hasn't practiced in years because she's just a mom now. It's like, damn, you
Well,
would.
see, I lived next door to a lawyer,
Yeah.
who was a stay at home. She did part time, like I guess maybe legal aid or something. She did that
Hmm.
part time. My wife had a PhD. She should have been making more money than me. She had a PhD in pharmacology.
Yeah.
Um, well, it was like she was basically a PhD toxicologist. Could have made better money, but she stayed at home,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I
Money.
didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Money isn't everything.
Well, sometimes plans change.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that MD had every intention of being a doctor and just met the right man, and she's like, "Oh shit, my priorities changed." And I can tell you as a man, when after I got married, and especially once my son was born, even my sister was saying, "Well, man, you have totally changed
Yeah.
for the better." I hope.
Hopefully.
So,
Yeah. Hopefully. Hopefully.
so this young lady here, she's the farmer. She and her father bought that farm in Barnesville, Georgia, south of Atlanta.
Oh, this is the one you wanted to visit, or is this a
Yeah,
different one? This is a different
might be a different one.
one. Okay.
But she and her father, Barnesville, Georgia. It's not too far from Milledgeville. Um, there's a guy named, he's a YouTuber. I haven't seen him actually. I need to go out and find him. He calls himself Caucasian or something like that.
Uh,
He lives in Milledgeville. Well, he spells it cock and then Asian. It's some play on words. I don't get it, but he's a nice guy. Um, he lives near her. But anyway, this is a city girl. Her father grew up in Georgia, like on a farm or something. So
hmm.
they went and bought this farm down there, and they're doing videos, one or two a week, about how they're turning this farm that they bought into like a working farm. So this, they've had to deal with, putting up fences because neighbors wanted to encroach on their property. And, I kind of sympathize with her because my father has a farm in South Georgia. And sometimes there'll be issues with people wanting to hunt on the land and stuff like that. So
Ooh.
there's a little bit of an affinity.
Man, what is it? What do you do if somebody does something like that?
Well, if you catch them, deal with them. But we have, well, I say we. My father has a guy who rents it to
Hmm.
farm, And in the summertime, I'm sorry, in the during hunting season, my uncle, my father's brother-in-law, is a big hunter. So, he and a buddy or two will get out there and hunt it. So, I mean, if you're on the land, every now and again, you'll run into people who shouldn't be there, and you just give them a warning, and usually that's enough.
Mm-hmm. Damn. You can't just shoot them though, can you? You can't do
No,
that. Okay.
not unless they, threaten you with. I mean, if
Yeah.
they pull a gun. But anyway, these two are a little bit, I giggle a lot because they were going on and on about COVID one week, about getting shots and stuff, and then the next
Ah.
week they were talking about black people in Georgia of all places. They're in Georgia, saying that y'all need to make sure you have your IDs on you at all times because the cops are harassing you. ICE is harassing us, and I'm like,
That's what they're saying? Oh
yeah.
my God. Oh
And
God.
I was like, are you kidding me? In Georgia?
Jesus
Believe me,
Christ.
they like their blacks in Georgia. They're not going to harass us.
Where are these people? So where is she from? Are they from Atlanta or
You know
something
what?
like that?
Um, they don't say. They're south of Atlanta. She doesn't. She doesn't sound like she's from Atlanta. She sounds like she's from a northern city.
Yeah.
I want to say Chicago, but I don't think that's right.
She
Somewhere in
sounds
here.
she sounds very liberal.
Uh, well, that's not liberal. That's just crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like a liberal uh talking point, you know. It's to scare people into not not accepting that these people are here illegally.
Well,
Well,
she
they're
says
gonna
she was a backyard farmer on less than half an acre, but now I own a mid-sized farm in middle Georgia. So, but if you hear her, she doesn't sound like a southerner.
just with her promoting the vax and saying black people are gonna get rounded up with ICE. Yeah,
Well,
she sounds
promoting
batshit crazy.
promoting the vaccine, I don't see a problem with that. Vaccines are fine, and shoot, President Trump got vaccinated, so I mean that should be enough
Yeah,
of an endorsement.
yeah. I don't. Did he really promote it though? I don't think he was really promoting it.
He tried to until Candace Owens uh, roasted him.
Yeah, yeah.
Which let me know right there that Trump's a pussy.
Well, I a pussy is kind of that's kind of
He let a woman kowtow a vaccine that he spearheaded. I would have never done that.
yeah. He was under a lot of pressure at that time though.
Fuck Trump. I thought Trump would be Mr. Fuck Pressure. I'm Trump,
Yeah,
but he
yeah.
didn't.
It's a different kind of pressure though. You know,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's
presidential
Caucasian
pressure.
Sasquatch beat.
Hey, Boston, salute. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be going live.
Yeah, that way he knows to come back to listen to somebody he likes.
Ah, nah, Boston likes you, Stanley. Ah, come on, man.
Hey,
Boston Boston's one of the good whites. He's one of the good ones. he's only slightly he's only slightly racist.
yeah, well, in Mississippi, that can backfire on you.
Oh no, 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 no.
It it does. It has happened in history.
Boston knows how to code switch. When he's around the good old boys, he knows how
Oh no, no,
to
no! It's not the good old boys he needs to worry about.
uh no, no, no. Boston's okay. He lives on a plantation. He's good.
Yeah, how could you not be okay on a plantation?
Yeah, he's good, man. He's got some sharecroppers that'll protect him. He's good,
That's
you
right.
know.
His darkies will protect him. They love him.
Yeah, yeah.
Do the darkies serenade you on moonlit nights on that plantation?
uh, Imagine what he does to
His little
those.
his little pickaninny pixies.
Imagine what Boston does to those black women sharecroppers. Oh man, Boston, come on,
I would rather not.
man. Late night, even drinking a little bit.
Hey,
Oh man.
Beak. Does he have his own show? Caucasian Sasquatch? If he does, I forgot to ask him. Or is he just on Uncle Fatty's all the time?
Isn't Caucasian Sasquatch? Isn't that like an oxymoron?
Yeah, John, that bullshit makes sense.
Oh,
Blacks marched against the police and the government, then took the vax from the same government. That's talk about low intellect. That comment is low intellect. How about get your facts straight?
oh yeah, I never thought about it like that. That is kind of crazy.
Okay, they were marching against the federal government.
Well, the
I
whole
thought they were just. I thought they were just marching against just general racism.
well, like police brutality from the government.
Okay, well, policing is local,
Yeah, I don't think black people realize
so I
that
don't
though.
think local governments came up with the vaccine. That's my point. It's not the
Well,
same government.
well, the police are still like kind of a
Okay, no, 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 no. Policing is local. The vaccines was a federal thing. Different governments.
well, the police are still a extension of the government though, to a certain extent.
Policing is local government.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
vaccines were actually developed by private firms, spearheaded by or sponsored by the federal government, different governments. So, who's got the low intellect?
Ah, ah.
Or let's not be so cruel as to say low intellect. Let's just say lack of knowledge of civics. So, what does this pretty lady have to say?
Pretty is a.
You know
Uh,
what? Somebody actually found her attractive. I forget who it was.
was it
It
Juan?
wasn't.
He can't really see too
No,
well.
it wasn't one. It was. It might have actually been Latino for Trump. It was
Ah,
somebody I would have never expected would find her attractive, but did.
she looks kind of like Harriet Tubman.
Especially in profile.
Uh,
Okay, John, police are not funded. They get funds, but they are not totally funded by the federal government. You're not going to be able to make your case on this. They are different levels of government, John. Fuck, why can't these people stay down when they're put down?
come on, Stanley.
No, you know what? I'm fucking tired of I'm fucking tired of being doormatted around here. Somebody made the point that the left needs their version of Trump, and I'm auditioning.
Who said that? Who? There
No,
is
it was
no.
it was literally some talking head made that point that the
Oh
left
my
needs a
God.
version of Trump, and I agree
That's
with them.
that's their problem.
Oh, look at John. I took the white man's vax. Well, you know what? It's better than having the white man's attitude. You got the white man's racism.
The the white man's
you
backs,
know, you know,
the Asian
you know. When
man's
Be
blue.
Brave and you have a show, is it really a black man and a white man? Sometimes I wonder.
Wow. The white man's vax to cure the
No,
Asian man's flu.
the white man's vaccine. Address my other point. You took the white man's vax. Oh, motherfucker. You know what? Yeah, I took the white man's vax, and you took the white man's attitude about the vax. So we're twinsies.
Ah.
Most black people were kind of into wearing a mask, but you took the white man's attitude about masks. Okay, wait, hold it. Now he's saying, God damn, is this Solid Snake or is this John? You couldn't create any medicine, so you had to take his medicine. Well, motherfucker, what medicine did you create, John? Oh, is smoking and drinking medicine? You're drinking the white man's
John
beer.
got that
Did,
dope.
did you brew that beer yourself, or are you drinking the white man's beer, John?
John got that
When,
dope,
when
man.
you
He got
stop
that
drinking,
real medicine.
when you stop drinking the white man's brew, we'll talk about the white man's vaccine. Hey, you're drinking the white man's poison. What the hell? Why is she needing the FBI again?
Yeah,
Wait,
this
hold
this
on.
lady is this lady is batshit crazy.
Why is she calling the FBI?
Oh, okay. What is land theft?
I hope she'll tell us, because I mean, is someone going and forging like deeds or what?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
I guess we'll find out. All right. Well, John thinks I'm complaining about the white man. Apparently, you are as drunk as 12th man right now, John. I had to tell drunk 12th man that I'm not complaining about people. I'm complaining about the concept. So I won't stop complaining. I will complain anytime I feel like complaining. And why don't you take another sip of that white man's beer? And by the way, just so you know, white people make better beer than what you're drinking.
Ah.
Maybe you'll want to drink some high class white people beer.
Ah.
Stop drinking that Be Brave brew.
Ah.
drink drink some rich people white people drink some rich white people's beer.
Ah. That actually is a good name for a beer, though. The Be
Be
Brave
Brave
Brew.
brew. And
Yeah,
by the way, And
I
by the
think that.
way, you know what?
I think
Um,
that.
you need to get out of the black man's ghetto for that matter. Maybe your attitude will be better. I'm not impressed scraping up dead black people from your basement. I don't think that makes you a real nigga.
I think it's honorable, John.
Hey, you know what? Uh, Many a black person has built a very successful mortuary business. Maybe that's what John is aiming for. He's had some practice at least.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, all I have is insults, John, and that's all I need. I've addressed every point. You actually have no point. Uh, your drink, you keep making your points while you're drinking the white man's beer, and I will continue to laugh heartily. Let me know when you can actually make a cogent point. Why is she hiding her face like this?
I'm trying to line the fence line, the fence line for the guys that come in and do
Well,
the
look at
fence in the
this
back. We have some
motherfucker.
guys come in. Yeah, it shows me.
This dude, this dude wants to keep it up. Let's see. You come off as weak to me. You're vaxxed, served in his military, married a white woman, and now you hate the white man. You got his leftovers. Is that what made you mad at him? You know
Uh,
what? You sound like a fucking dime store Black Panther.
uh,
Sounding weak, motherfucker. Whatever. You, I know you're trying hard, John. Keep punching in the air. Maybe you'll hit something. I'm not, I'm not scraping dead bodies off the floor. That's one thing I'm not doing. What's up, Mike?
Yo, what's up, man?
Oh,
Boston,
nothing
salute.
much.
Yeah, salute,
Boston.
man. What's happening?
Man, not shit, man. I'm about to. Damn it, man. I'm like in a snowstorm right now. I gotta get off the road, man.
Where,
This is
where you
crazy.
at? Where you at right now?
I'm in Newburgh, Missouri right now. I'm like literally in the middle of this fucking snowstorm. I was trying to
Damn,
beat it. But I guess I'm getting kind of stuck now.
dude,
So
See,
that
you
shit
keep
never works,
complaining
man.
about
I
racism.
know.
Motherfucker, you think I'm complaining about it? I'm talking about it, John. Uh, if you think it's complaining, I guess mentioning anything that is going to hurt the white man's feelings makes you all scared. But I feel comfortable talking about it. If you don't, oh well. Uh, Taking care of his woman, motherfucker. What woman are you taking care of? Are you taking care of a woman? God damn. He's John is all hostile this morning.
Yeah, John is on 10. He's on 10 right
Yeah,
now.
I married his woman. Well, motherfucker, I got married. That's the point. Do you really want to start going down that marriage road? I can. I guess. I guess. Let's see. How do you keep talking about something with your axes, motherfucker? This is the goddamn internet. What action are you expecting from me, John Galt? What the I'm sorry, John, but I won't be taking any actions that will be verifiable by you over the internet.
He's talking about that
Let's
pump
see. Now
action.
now he wants to insult the military. Military vax, now you complain about racism. Your whole life has been devoted to whites. Yeah, my whole life has been devoted to serving whites, John. Just like you. At least I don't do fucking shows with them. You get on a show with a fucking midwit fucking white loser talking
Yeah.
about black people, dude. And you have the nerve to get on here and talk about me,
Uh-oh.
motherfucker. You getting on with hee haw, fucking insulting your own people. And you want to talk about racism, motherfucker? You are racism.
Ah.
I mean, I can't stand Be Brave, but I have to say I think their show it does definitely have an entertainment level,
Oh
or
well,
Yeah.
you
something.
know what? If you want to go for entertainment, that is the show for you.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah, you have to admit it is kind of something about it is
Oh
very
no, I don't have to
entertaining.
admit it. I don't
Yeah.
admit it because I don't watch the shit.
Nah,
It's
You don't
just
think this
it is
shit's funny?
entertaining.
Dude, the
it's
funniest part, dude,
disgusting.
is watching John laugh. Is
It
just
Yeah.
is it
I
is
can't stop
disgusting.
laughing when he starts laughing.
It is
Yeah.
disgusting. It is anti-black, and I hate to see a self-hating anti-black black.
I wish I could find the same amount of joy John has during those shows as you know, I wish I enjoyed anything as much as John enjoys those shows with Braves. I
Well,
just
all I have to say is I don't need that kind of joy. It rots your soul.
I don't think joy can rot your soul, Stanley.
Yeah, actually it can. I'm
Unless you're
watching it. I'm watching it when I watch the 5 minutes of the show.
yeah.
I don't see growth. I see a growth
Hey, Stanley, did you hear Brave whining on his channel about the chat room the other day?
during John's show.
No, no, on Bree Brave's own channel. I think I saw you in the chat. He was crying about somebody. Oh, they were making fun of me in the chat, man. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah. You
no,
talking about
that
bitch.
was Tom.
Tom Gully. Tom
Yeah,
Gully.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
What the hell is he crying about the live chat? Why is he even watching the live chat, man?
You know that really fucking blew my mind that he even mentioned it. It's like, bro, you're talking all of this stuff and to act like there's not somebody who's gonna push back. Like, bro, this is the internet. Like
Yeah, yeah.
nobody's saying you can't talk your shit, but bro, to complain about Tom Gully of all people trolling in the chat, it's just like, bro, man. It almost makes his message seem kind of weak,
No,
honestly.
it is. I think it extremely weak because it's like,
Yeah.
dude, you can't even. You're monitoring the live chat because you're so fragile that you can't take some people typing about you.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're racist as hell up there, to just saying it all, saying everything, and but your feelings are getting hurt. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, but I just don't get how you can have it both ways. It man, it but I mean, I guess Brave has feelings too, I guess. I don't know. It
Yeah, I mean, but
just
it's hypocritical though.
yeah, nah, it is. It is. It just takes away from the message, man.
Yeah, man.
Away from
That's
the
why I love
entertainment
it.
value. I don't know.
Yeah.
Takes away from it.
I like to, but I like to harass him in the chat because I know he's watching. So, and he hates when you call him like a queer and shit. So I just would be like, yeah, he hates that shit. So I'll always be in the chat putting something like that down, like, yeah, Brave sucks
Yeah.
cock. He hates that shit, man.
Yeah, nah, Tom Gully was going crazy in the chat on the last one. I guess he must have said something that struck a nerve. I don't know what it was, but
Yeah, Brave has that effect on people, I think.
you know what was crazy too? It's like there were people in the chat like saying like they were mad at Tom for
Yeah,
putting
yeah,
on
yeah.
Brave.
I saw that. I was like, dude, are you guys serious? Like,
Right.
shut the fuck up.
Like Jesus Christ, I never seen so many fucking sensitive people.
Yeah, a bunch of like simps for Be Brave.
Yeah.
Like,
It
yeah, they
is.
shouldn't be talking on your show when you're doing it. Like, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Shit is. It's like I don't know, man. It really does make it kind of pussy vibe.
One point I want to make to John here. He
Uh oh.
says, "You, as in me, I don't represent all blacks." Motherfucker, I don't represent any blacks other than me. The problem is that you and your idiot friend, Be Brave, think that one black behaving badly reflects on all blacks. That is my critique. I do not represent any other black other than Stanley, and don't fucking pretend to represent anyone else. And I think it's sheer idiocy and self-destructive and soul sinking to think that one crack hose stealing from Walmart is what all black people do. I think it's fucking moronic to think that 70% of blacks are excusing or by implication responsible for 3% who commit the most of the violent crime in the United States. I think it's fucking idiotic.
Yeah. That's the thing too, man. Like it's like, especially living in
Oh, wait,
Chicago.
hold it. This motherfucker thinks he's showing the true face of blacks. Oh, you are just what I described. Like a crack hoe stealing from the goddamn grocery store is the true face of blacks? Motherfucker, what planet are you from? God damn. The true face of blacks. Oh God. John, I'm just gonna assume you're drinking and smoking right now. You're off your game. You sound like Be Brave. We show the violent blacks. Are we making it up? Well, if you think that the true face of blacks, and I have to actually just kind of ask you what how can blacks have a true face? So all blacks are violent? Oh, do better, John Galt. Do better. I'm sorry to interrupt. It was just so funny.
I know, no. I think you guys, you and John are onto something right now. I don't know.
Oh
I don't know
no,
what's going
I'm
on.
not. Hey, I'm just kind of he insists on writing in the chat, and I insist on answering.
That's right. But the
And
only
to
thing
be
is,
honest, the question I have is who gets to determine, John, since you're there, who determines what the true face of blacks is? Me? You? Who determines what the true face of blacks is? Any idea? Or are you just spewing out Belmonts? Let me know when you come up with that answer. I'd be interested to know. Let's
yeah,
see. Antoine came up and talked about two blacks killed by other blacks. Why would it bother me, John? Yeah. That's a great question. I need you to tell me why it should bother me. No, it does not bother me. Number one, I didn't know Antoine had come up to talk about this um, until you told me. So I didn't even know about it. And now that I do know about it, why would it bother me? I
it
really need
bothers me,
that answer.
Stanley. It bothers me.
Well, I mean, other than, you hate hearing about human beings getting murdered.
Yeah, yeah.
So the human cost, any murder, you're gonna go, well, damn, that shouldn't have happened. But beyond that, what should my concern be?
I think what really what bothers me about it is just a lot of times these people, these very violent people, they're like they've committed a lot of crimes.
Okay, well, is that
And
something I should be concerned about, or the police?
well, the police can't do anything about it. This is
Okay, well,
like
I can do something about it.
no, no, no. And I think
Okay,
that's the
then what the
great.
fuck? What logic are you and John following on this?
Well, I
I
don't.
say the police who are charged with public safety, that can't be, they can't deal with it. So
Yeah, they
what the
can't do anything.
fuck can I do about it? I don't even live in the same state that Antoine lives in.
Well, no,
Do you
I
know
don't
how
necessarily.
silly? Do you know how silly and infantile this logic is?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with John and Brave's whole talking point, but the stuff that does happen to black people in black communities, it does bother me just because
Why?
I see it more as a systematic thing happening.
Well, it could be a systematic thing, but as John is so fond of saying, what do blacks control?
and I think that's part of it.
Do we fucking control the system?
No, no, no.
Okay, then what? Well, then again, how silly when you actually stop and follow the logic you guys are attempting to stuff down innocent throats.
Hey yo.
It's this anti-black stuff is bullshit, especially if you stop to think about it. Okay, people getting killed is a tragedy, but why
Yeah.
would I be concerned about it? If it happened in my neighborhood, I would be concerned about it. I
Yeah, but
bet I think I know Antoine lives in Florida. That's all I know about Antoine.
Boston, what were you about to say?
I was just gonna say, but to be fair though, John does live and
I
work
don't give a fuck
with
where John lives.
with
And
these
you're
people on a
missing,
daily basis, though.
Mike. You're missing my point. My point is that those two murders are no reflection on the larger black population.
Yeah, I'm not
I
saying it's a
should not.
reflection.
I am not concerned. I am not responsible, and I am not excusing other blacks' violent behavior. I have nothing to do with it. And taking on that responsibility is dumb.
I think that I mean I saw one segment they did on he did on a
I don't give
shooting.
a fuck about their show. I don't watch the
No,
trash.
I'm just saying because it was in John's neighborhood where he lives, where he goes every day. So that's why I remember it because
Okay,
it was
well, you know
right
what?
there.
John has a right and maybe even a responsibility to be concerned about it, but I
Hmm.
don't.
Right.
Yeah.
And if I choose not to give a damn about it, that's my right also. It does not affect me. And the thing is
Yeah.
this anti-black, far-right, black conservative perspective is that every negative action committed by a black American looks bad on the race. It's very, very fucking George Washington or what's his name? Um, it is a very antiquated, mammy, fucking just like subservient attitude. And I'm not fucking having it. Okay. If every black crime, every black crack hoe is not a reflection on me or anyone I know for that matter. And if you want to take on that responsibility, that's your fucking hang up. But I'm not going to participate in it. And I'm not going to pretend to think it's normal. It's not.
No, it's definitely not normal. The behavior is definitely not normal. You know, that's why I don't.
Look at this. Okay, Be Brave is doing pretty good numbers. His message is resonating.
Mhm.
That's to be expected. I watched CT's show the other night and heard Jay Prince talking. Of course, it's resonating with people like y'all. Why wouldn't it?
This is America. That's why I think
Oh
Be
no,
Brave is gonna
no,
be.
no, no. This wouldn't resonate with America. It resonates with a very specific portion of America.
Nah,
Okay,
nah,
the
nah, nah, nah,
same
nah, nah,
the
nah.
same rogues gallery I see in this chat, in CT's chat, I, I see in B Brave's chat. So I
Stanley,
mean,
Stanley,
I'm not surprised.
do you not remember the gator bait dolls and stuff and the Negro you know you don't remember
Well,
the
you
gator
know
bait
what?
dolls?
You know what?
This is
Okay,
American
well, wait,
culture,
hold it.
man.
What does that have to do with this?
What I'm saying is that is a part of American culture to pretty much shit on black people, the culture of black people.
Okay, well, you know what? To a certain extent, that is history, and part of liking history or knowing the history is knowing its history. Okay,
I don't think it's history. I don't think it's history.
that's like blaming Mike for his racist, and I'm just joking here, Mike, so don't take it seriously. About Mike's like racist grandpa who, there was probably some slave owner who owned that plantation at some point.
Oh yeah, Mike.
Should I blame you for that, Mike?
No, no. What I'm saying though, Stanley, is it is kind of ingrained in the fabric. So that's why I
Okay,
do think.
well, you know what? A lot of things are ingrained in the fabric, and my point is we need to extricate ourselves from that fabric. Okay, I don't, maybe back in 1930, somebody who, accomplished something like a Frederick Douglass or somebody like that would be a good reflection on the race, a credit to his race, whatever the
Yeah.
term is you want to use. This is 2025. Okay, an individual who commits an atrocity in the hood is not a reflection on any other. Maybe it's a reflection on the community, but that
Well,
would
yeah.
be as far as I would go.
I know that, but I don't think
Well, I don't
the
think
kind.
John knows that. I don't think Be Brave is smart enough to know that because his eyes are scaled over by racist behaviors.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And see,
And
I wouldn't expect a moron like Be Brave to be able to understand, that what he's saying is ridiculous. I would expect a smart guy like John to know the difference.
I think John definitely knows the difference, but it is
I'm
entertaining
not
at
so
the same
sure.
time. I think John knows the difference. I don't think Brave does. I think he's gonna probably have a rude awakening, but yeah, I don't know.
No, like John said, his numbers are good. The only rude awakening Be Brave is gonna get is when he gets fucking monetized. That first dollar is gonna be his rude awakening. he's
No,
gonna he's gonna be able to afford a better brand of beer.
that's why I hope he doesn't let up because I do think he does speak to a lot of sentiment that a lot of people have. And Stanley,
Well, let me ask you a question though.
I understand that you want to fight against it, but
Oh no,
for
no,
me,
I don't want to fight against it. I want to mock it.
oh well, no, I get that. The same thing. But for
I don't.
me,
You know what? When I shut off my computer, I go read a book. I don't really give that much of a fuck.
Yeah.
But while I'm here, and you know what? I enjoy being around y'all. I enjoy the back and forth. I'd be a lonely old man without y'all. I'd actually have to go and meet people. But the bottom line is I don't agree with much of what goes on around here, especially the anti-black sentiment.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And what really puts icing on the cake is when you protest that you are anti-black. That's hilarious.
I don't think John is anti-black. I think Brave is, but I don't think John is.
Okay, no, John. It depends on how big a group, but I don't think a group can be a reflection on their race. You know, if you really want to be semantic about it, if race doesn't exist, what would they be reflecting on?
Be right back, Stanley. Be right back.
All right. No, I don't think a group of blacks can be a reflection on the whole race. I don't. I think as a matter of fact, I don't know that I've ever thought that. That is 1940s thinking. It is 2025. So, anyway, oh, by the way, if you're in the chat, please make sure you're hitting the like button and subscribe to the channel. Crown Reese, what's up? Tom, what's up? Let's see here. Yeah, Tom is for as a matter of fact, I should really not even be getting up on my soapbox about this issue. It is just it's a ridiculous argument on the face of it, in that anybody reflects on the race is just ridiculous. I haven't heard anybody to take an extreme example. I haven't heard anybody blame the white race for Biden. Everybody around here hates Joe Biden, but I haven't heard anybody go, well, you know, Joe Biden makes all white people look bad. When I hear that argument genuinely expressed, then maybe I'll change my mind a bit. But nobody ever fucking does that. I haven't heard anybody say Donald Trump is a bad reflection on white people. Though people have come close, but I haven't really heard it stated that plainly. So if bad white people cannot be a reflection on the white race, then I'm going to basically apply the same rules to the black race. Yeah, and Tom, you would think that this crowd would know that quote as much as Ronald Reagan is probably loved around here. So anyway, until somebody comes to join me on the panel, and John, where are you? I'm surprised you're not up here. Uh, anyway, I'll watch these wannabe city boy farmers try and do something productive with the land. Hey, is being a bad or inexperienced farmer a reflection on the race? Can somebody tell me that?
Working on closing up our conservation lot, right?
Yeah.
From where the actual house is going to be built.
Yeah, they keep the animals from the other animals coming in and getting our
good crops.
Yeah, the cows is coming in, other animals coming in.
Yeah.
Minimize, I put it.
What did the barrio call the coyotes? Forest puppies.
Oh.
Yeah. So we're trying to keep them away. But Dad's working right now. That's what all that noise was in the background. And he's going back over there to finish up. So let me finish talking to you. Tell him bye, Dad.
Hey, talk to you later.
Okay. Okay, sorry for the interruption, y'all. Dad was back there making noise in the shipping container. He's actually trying to work on the other fence that we need installed on the other side of the property. But I'm back. Let's get back to this land theft and all the information that I have to provide to you today. Now, what's crazy about what happened in my county, there was this lady that found out that she had her property listed online for sale and she had to drive
Oh,
all the way,
wow.
I believe,
Okay. Now
from
I understand what they're
DC
talking about.
or Virginia area all the way down here in Georgia in order to prevent the sale of her property because she had it as a vacant parcel that was raw and someone put a sign in front of her land and tried to sell it without her permission. So basically, she was able to stop that from happening. I know she drove pretty fast to get here, but here is some information on it that you can. Who is shopping behind me while I am recording? Anyway, like I was saying, is people like I was saying, there was this lady that went through the exact situation that we're talking about concerning land theft. And she was in the Washington, D.C. area, and she drove overnight in order to have or to protect her property from being stolen. Georgia also offers a property fraud registration where you can register your address online and then you're notified anytime there is a change in your deed. I have my properties registered, and every time I make changes or do anything like a new survey or if I have a deed change, then
This is actually interesting. I've heard of people coming in and kind of homesteading, or is that the term for it? Where people kind of come in to a rental property and kind of occupy it or homestead in it, or whatever the term is, and then the owner of the property has legal problems getting them tossed out. I had no idea they were doing it with farmland. So this is actually some new and interesting information. Uh, I didn't know that you could do that at the deed level.
then I get notifications. So the system does work. And here's the information in order to register your property to receive notifications anytime there is a change with your property and there's something that's going on with your county where there's a new deed that was submitted. Here's the information for that. So make sure you set up alerts at your state
Squatters. Okay.
or county clerk's office, and they will email you anytime something comes up concerning title changes with your property. I also recommend that you set up different property searches through the various real estate sites like Redfin and also Zillow. When you have changes in your property or somebody's trying to sell your property, you'll automatically get an alert that, hey, there's property on your street or your exact address that someone is trying to sell your property. So that will definitely help out if you make sure that you register your property for alerts through places like Zillow, their online site, and also Redfin or any other popular real estate site. Also, make sure you befriend members of your community so that they can let you know if there's anything strange going on at your property. This really helps with people who have vacant land because while you're away, someone can put a real estate sign like your property is for sale and have your property sold within a month before you even realize it. So it's good to befriend people within your community in order to ensure that if there's any suspicious activity that they are going to notify you about it. Someone also said it's a very good idea to make sure that you're paying your taxes through escrow. I have to investigate that a little bit further to find out how that's important. But I guess it's like if you have a bank, it's less likely, or some kind of like repeated payment system, it's less likely that someone can come along and try to steal your property. But I have to investigate the reason behind that a little bit further. But also, what you can do with the local law enforcement, you can
Does
ask
that
them to
happen in
provide
England too,
checks
Kelvin?
or alerts, or if they do any kind of drive-bys periodically to check on certain properties to make sure that nothing crazy is going on.
Hey, Tom, her dad has his own YouTube show now. I've seen it a couple times. They'll do it together, but I don't know where dad is, but I think we pretty much get the point of this video. And it's actually good advice. For once. So this next video is actually the last video I have that's scheduled or intended. This is something Black Brits validation and the U.S. Black in Britain. This is a YouTube site called Hyphenated History. It popped up in my algorithm. I have no idea what it's about, but we shall see.
what others think, and that's why we keep losing diaspora wars. Now, firstly, I don't actually think it's possible to win
Oh
a
wait, hold
diaspora
on. Let
war
me
because I
slow
think
this
that's really
down.
believe that it's inherently a fool's pursuit, a tournament where only L's could be won, if you will. But this is on the back of something that's been kicking off on Twitter for a while now, and like I made a video about it in terms of like the origins of the word black from like an educational perspective. But now I kind of want to just chat. Those claims are being mainly made by FBAs and others whose ideologies I can't discern. Probably nothing good though. Make a comment about why people generally react so strongly whenever there's like a stereotype that Americans have about someone somewhere in the world. And it's because a stereotype that an American has makes it around the world and establishes itself before you get a chance to establish and assert yourself accurately. They literally become global stereotypes. Even American societal stereotypes become global stereotypes. So this is why you might have, I don't know, a kid who is the child of Cameroonian immigrants and he's living in a random part of Lower Saxony and he's being stereotyped as a rapper by a white German. Getting to the actual point, though, what I started this with, I'm going to ask and answer the question, why do Black Brits care so much? So firstly, there's like the education thing, right? The vast majority of Black history education in this country, through the mainstream systems anyway, it emphasizes Black American history, emphasis on the I Have a Dream speech.
I
Not
see,
much else
Kelvin.
about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s politics. As far as any mention of the slave trade is concerned, it's always from a point of moral superiority, especially compared to the Americans. It always leaves out the British slavery or the majority of it. In fact, the very history of Black history being taught in the UK says a lot. Now, on my other platform, I made a video actually about the history of Black History Month in this country. So if you fancy checking it out, the link is in my bio. But as you know, Black History Month started in the United States and gradually caught on across.
Hey, Kelvin. Kelvin, you care to come up and translate this lady for us? She is kind of cute though. I didn't know they had good looking black women in Britain. You know her? Just kidding, Kelvin.
Across the country until it was formally recognized by President Gerald Ford in 1976. Now, the main founder of Black History Month UK, Akiaba Adaiesebo, had actually participated in the educational movement during that time in the 1970s. The education system didn't simply omit Black history, it actively demeaned Black children. And who were the children and young people at this time? Gen X. So Gen X, who at that time would have been majority Caribbean descent, you'd have had a decent number of people of African descent. They were the first generation to be mostly either born and or raised and educated, I feel like they're a super interesting
Oh,
generation to
is
look
he
into
really?
as far as the formation of Black British identity. And I find that sometimes the conversation, because a large chunk of it happens on the internet. And so obviously the main participants are going to be millennials, Gen Z. And so, yeah, it's ripe for recency bias. Anyway, Gen X's introduction to
Hey, Kelvin, I kind of do have to admit one thing though. I do have some YouTube friends who are like descendants of the Windrush generation. And every now and again, I wind up on a show talking, race or whatever with them. Yeah, I do. Like, I'm tuning out what she's saying. And the same thing kind of happens when they talk race. Though I know, the Windrush generation had issues, some real issues, and they had a lot less history in Britain. But actually, let me find this show. There's one show I want to recommend to you because the guy calls himself Rap Raven. He's actually, um, I think he's in London somewhere or another. You might be interested to tune into his show. I'd be interested to see what your impression is. Uh, he and I have gone round and round, as you might imagine. Um, he is basically the left, the black radical left version of John Galt. And he and I have gone round and round about issues as well. Um, let me look up his show right quick for you, and I'll drop the link in the channel. Let's see, where is it here? It is called the Black Betterment Show. Yeah, here it is. I'm gonna drop his channel, and if you think about it, have a look at it. I'd be interested again to know what your take on it is. But to give you an idea of the nature of the show, last week, last Friday, and the Friday before, they did shows on Neely Fuller, commemorating Neely Fuller. So you're gonna get your share of. Well, no, you gotta listen at least once or twice, Kelvin. He's a lot. He doesn't have the sense of humor that John Galt does. So he will be insufferable. But check it out. I'm not saying I recommend it. I just think you should be aware of it and you know catch a few minutes of it. Don't watch a whole show. You don't need to torture yourself like that. So let's see. If I can't find anything interesting to watch, I am going to end this show and make way for the usual programming, the usual anti-black programming. And I don't think I have anything other than fishing shows. I should play a Martin Luther King speech. Oh, you know what? I have a couple military videos here that I wanted to.
Performing the high altitude.
And we'll have some. Well, let's have a look at some U.S. paratroopers. That'll be fun. I've never jumped out of a plane. Kind of wish I had when I had the chance, but I did.
Low opening, or halo, jump, which requires them to jump from an aircraft at around 25,000 feet, free fall for some time at the terminal velocity of 126 miles per hour, and open the parachute at a low altitude of around 3,500 feet to avoid being detected by the ground observers. As parachutes are deployed at very low altitudes, accuracy is a key factor during the halo jump. However, the halo jump has a major drawback. The aircraft is bound to fly closer to the landing zone, which makes it vulnerable to enemy attack. Before hopping onto the aircraft, a crew of qualified instructors verifies each paratrooper's equipment. Paratroopers can carry almost 100 to 150 pounds of equipment, including a parachute, reserve, a rucksack suspended between the legs, and a weapons case.
Oh, good Lord, that's a lot of equipment.
Inside the rucksack, the paratroopers carry communication devices, such as a radio, first aid kit, water, and food to survive for at least 72 hours after landing. The main parachutes are placed on their back, as well as a reserve parachute in the same compartment. Additionally, paratroopers carry supplemental oxygen for any jump above 13,000 feet, which they use via specialized masks during the parachute descent. These provisions are handled by the High Altitude Airdrop Mission Support, or HAAMS, personnel. A specialized physiology technician, or PT, is responsible for looking out for any soldier suffering from hypoxia in flight or mid-air during a halo jump, and providing them immediate assistance. This is a very critical job, which is why the HAAMS personnel perform halo jumps themselves to really understand what it's like jumping from a transport aircraft. This way, they recognize the dramatic effects of pressure.
Chris, in combat, do they send white people first, then the black people? Uh, oh yeah, Kelvin. Oh yeah. They know me over there. Believe me, believe me. I have had the rhetorical knockdown drag out fight with those. When I made a comment today about the black community and being on code, uh, you got to be on code. Those are the people I was thinking about. Rap Raven and those guys, they are. Um, it's hard to describe them, but they are very pro Garvey. Uh, Garvey's probably their guiding star as far as who they talk about, but they're almost to a point to where I would almost call them a separatist movement. There's some folks that have been associated with the Black Betterment broadcast, And by the way, this is probably the most publicity they've ever gotten. Um, they're good people. Don't get me wrong. You know, when I'm not fussing at them, um, if y'all think I'm hard on Be Brave, hear me talk about Rap Raven. But anyway, you have to know the other side's argument as well as the other side to argue against it effectively. You cannot just know your side. If you're actually, if you have strongly held beliefs. So I'm not any more pro, black radical than I am pro anti-black. In some ways, there's some intersections, but not too many. But it's very interesting, but it's also very repetitive, Kelvin.
Temperature changes on the human body at high altitudes.
Oh, by the way, Kelvin, over they think they make comments on who I chose to marry in much the same way that people do it over here. That's one of the overlaps. It's so weird that one side is anti-black, one side is pro-black, but they're both um, anti-white, but they're anti-white in different ways. It's fascinating. You know, people over here are are pro or are anti-white because they're not white, and over there they're anti-white because they actually think white people are evil. So it's just life's rich pageant.
Another crucial high altitude parachuting method is the high altitude, high opening, or HAHO jump, which comes in handy when an aircraft is unable to fly over a landing zone, or if the noise of the parachute alerts the enemy.
I didn't know parachutes made a noise.
The main difference between the halo and hey-ho techniques is the distance at which the paratroopers open their parachutes. During the halo technique, the paratroopers open the parachute at a low altitude after free falling for some time. In contrast, the hey-ho technique requires the paratroopers to deploy their parachutes at very high altitudes right after exiting the aircraft.
Wow.
They use a compass or GPS device for guidance while flying for 30 or more miles. The hey-ho technique is usually performed by a team of paratroopers who form up in a stack while airborne with their parachutes. Usually, the jumper in the lowest position sets the travel course and acts as a guide for the other team members.
Makes you want to be young again.
In order to quickly deploy a large number of troops into an area, the U.S. military uses a unique method involving a static line. The soldiers jump from altitudes as low as 1,500 feet, which is why this method is one of the most dangerous to execute.
You know, Kelvin, it's always interested me why Garvey is so big with the Windrush generation. If you know, and I don't know that history real well, just kind of the outlines of it, but Garvey was actually kind of a pariah in Jamaica. You know, he pretty much got jailed and tossed out of America. Then I think he wound up back in Jamaica where he was I can't remember why he left. He either fled because he was gonna be jailed, or he was just outright tossed from Jamaica. He wound up dying destitute in London. So you know he's not uh, anything other. Well, he's not what I would call a success story. So it's always mystified me why. Um, you know, to me, it was just a lot of pomp, circumstance, and bombast. I don't know that he ever actually completed anything that he started. Yeah. Hey, hey, Kelvin, was I actually on there? Was I actually on the on what you were watching, or was I on the panel? I didn't know they talked about me when I wasn't there, but it doesn't surprise me. I've rattled their cages enough times.
Parachute ripcord is attached to a static line running along the inside of the aircraft. When paratroopers jump, their weight pulls against the line, ultimately deploying the parachute. Moreover, the paratrooper's weight also breaks the smaller cords, allowing them to separate from the static line and easily guide toward the ground.
There's my nemesis.
I'm so Stanley.
What's going on?
No, not much. Stanley, we go to.
No, nothing much. Just just at the end of all my scheduled stuff, so I decided to watch paratroopers, and then I'm going to watch them sinking old derelict Navy ships.
What is a paratrooper?
Oh,
What
the
exactly?
guys who jump out of planes.
Oh, is that what they do? They do paratroopers. Okay, the ones jump like
Yeah,
in a battle.
yeah, like the 82nd Airborne, 101.
Oh, those
Um,
are paratroopers. Okay,
right.
jump out of planes.
I think everybody but the Coast Guard has their versions.
Navy has paratroopers.
Oh yeah, the SEALs.
Oh, SEALs are paratroopers. Okay, damn.
Oh,
I thought
they
SEALs
do
were just
everything.
water. Okay, I
Oh
thought
no,
SEALs were just
they do everything.
really.
As a matter of fact, I had well, you know, Rangers are paratroopers too. I
That's
had a
Army.
when I was in college, believe it or not, I had an Army ROTC scholarship.
Mm,
Uh, so the I knew a guy who was in Army ROTC, but he was a former enlisted SEAL.
mm.
So they sent him to Ranger School, and he instantly became a legend. He was like the only one there who gained weight. He was like he they said excuse me, they said he pretty much laughed his way through Ranger School.
Really?
Yeah, Buds is like way tougher than Ranger School.
Yeah. Someone said Jimi Hendrix was a paratrooper. Is that true? Pete says it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe
I
it.
couldn't imagine that to be true, and I can't imagine why I wouldn't know that. You know, I'm
Didn't he
not a
die
huge
very young too?
Hendrix fan.
Yeah, he died very young, right?
Yeah, of heroin overdose.
Yeah. I got a picture of Jimmy.
I'm looking that up right now.
It'd be interesting if he would have been paratrooper very young. Is that true?
I'm looking it up.
Uh,
Well, it came up. Let's see here.
really? Damn. I guess Pete just didn't make that shit up.
Apparently, he served as a paratrooper in the 101 in the
What?
101st Airborne.
What?
Holy
Black
shit!
History Month. Who knew? See?
Completed his paratrooper training and was awarded the prestigious Screaming Eagles patch on January 11th, 1962.
Now, that's some black hair for you right there. Who knew that?
I didn't. You would think that would come up, and then he was discharged honorably.
Look at that.
Let's
We
see.
learned some Black History Month.
Okay, it says, however, his conduct in the military drew criticism from his superiors, who noted his lack of interest in the army, and his failure to meet the required standards. Despite these issues, Hendricks was granted a general discharge under honorable conditions. Oh, okay. No, he didn't get an honorable. He got a general.
Right, yeah.
A general discharge under honorable conditions. That's not the same thing as an honorable discharge.
I got an honorable.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you don't do anything, too wrong, um, he probably had to have caused some trouble just to even. It's hard not to get an honorable discharge. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
You either have to be a total mess up, which he sounds like he was, or you have to commit a crime. I have to tell you that story one day. Uh, I was on vacation once after a deployment, and while I was on vacation, the ship got underway for a couple days, and a couple of my guys broke into the ship's store and stole a bunch of electronics.
What?
Now, why someone would do that at sea?
Yeah,
Because I mean, it's a destroyer. There's only so many places you can hide it. Well, better than that, one of the dudes escaped somehow and went UA, which is unauthorized absence,
Mm-hmm.
for like 2 months.
Wow.
So he left his pregnant wife. So he left his pregnant wife, went unauthorized. So I had been talking to him because he went to his mother's house or something like that. So I had to basically talk him into coming back. So he finally comes back. He Instead of being restricted to the ship, he gets sent to the brig. So one day I get a call, Lieutenant Cross, your presence is requested on the quarterdeck. So I'm like, what the hell are they calling me? So I get up to the quarterdeck, and this little Italian mother is there and gives me a big hug on the quarterdeck, thanking me for saving her son and all this stuff. And I had a little bit of a reputation on the ship as being a hard ass, and that little Italian mother giving me a hug. I never caught the end of catching shit over that.
The memory, Stanley. Thing you
Well,
remember.
I don't know. I just thought of him when I described the general fuck up, because he got his dishonorable discharge really quick.
Oh, really? Mm.
Oh hell yeah, he stole shit.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why did he steal it on the ship? That was kind of stupid.
You know what? The only thing I can think of, he was a former nuke school of the nuclear engineering training.
Yeah.
Have a version for the enlisted, and they have a version for the officers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there might even, I think there are two different versions. Anyway, he wanted to be a nuclear enlisted guy, and
Mm,
he washed out. So they made him basically a diesel engine uh, mechanic,
hmm.
and he was just miserable. He thought it was beneath him, so I'm guessing he just wanted a way out. But doing a dishonorable discharge when you have a wife and a kid is
That's not
not
what.
that is not the way to go. And I had talked to him about it. The chief had talked to him about it. The senior enlisted guy in the outfit, and he just wanted out and
Mm,
made a crazy decision because he
damn.
spent like a month or two in the brig.
Mm, damn. Yeah, that's like the jail for military, right?
Yeah, and believe me, you do not want to go to the military brig. It's a miserable existence
I can't imagine. I can't
because
imagine
it's
it.
not even like jail. Where there's kind of like a social system.
Hmm.
You're still you're st- you're still doing everything you do in the military. As far as waking up at the same time and
Yeah,
formation and all that stuff.
yeah. But what's the jail part? What's the punishment part of it?
Well, you go back to a cell after you've done your marching.
Oh, really? So you
Oh
see after
yeah.
March, and you just go back to a sale? What?
Yeah, I mean, you're still in the military.
But they're about to put you out though, right?
Oh yeah, you're gonna do your jail time. Then they put you out.
I just got a text, Stanley. Construction guy just told a buddy of mine that ICE rounded up about 20 people here in Southeast DC. Wow, at a construction site. Wow, that's amazing.
Not really. You kind of expect them to.
Well, I guess my
Oh,
question,
by the way, I have a story for you. Speaking of that,
is, Stanley, like, how would they know that they were at the construction site?
well, I would think somebody snitched. Probably an American worker.
You think so?
Well, I mean, I'm guessing, but I mean, why? Knowing what the conditions are, and like, hey, these guys are taking American jobs.
But how do you go down on? Like, I'm just curious about the process.
I don't know.
So, someone snitches, an American citizen snitches and say, "Hey, was there a government hotline?"
Probably.
Damn,
Well, let me. I worked at a warehouse years ago, and we had Mexicans. Some of them were temps. Some of them were actually like hirees. I had a guy. Uh, we had ICE or INS or whoever came and verified that all the Mexicans working there were legal.
really?
One of them had a stolen social security number, so he
Hmm,
got deported. And about 6 months later, he was back under
hmm,
another name. We were literally calling him another name.
really?
So I don't know who reported us. I mean, I didn't
Damn,
know he was illegal.
damn, that's interesting.
It could
There's,
have been somebody, who got fired, maybe.
I want to say like an ICE hotline because that's someone's calling government, and yeah, I guess there is a number.
Well, I'm sure there's got to be a hotline.
Yeah, yeah, damn, that's pretty responsive though. Typically you call the government.
Well, I think the government's mighty responsive of, what? You didn't take that phone call? You're fired.
And I'm really surprised because presumably these are uh, working class people, not criminals. They swooping in like that. Wow, it's interesting.
Well, no, but I mean, if you're here illegally, whether you're working or not,
Yeah,
Trump's
I just
deporting them all.
Yeah, I just thought that, I remember hearing Holman or somebody said we're gonna focus on the criminals first. And
Yeah, but they're also doing the targets of opportunity, or whatever you'd call it. Targets of opportunity, catch can. Yeah,
yeah,
if non-criminals are detected, is illegal, yeah, they're going to go too.
yeah.
Target opportunity.
Damn, that's interesting.
There was a news story about that, but this story I did a couple nights ago. This is from February 15th. Soldiers at the border, but hardly any migrants are crossing right now. So, the residents are kind of wondering, well, what are the soldiers doing? But they're happy for the business. The soldiers are,
Let's see, yeah.
helping out the local economy. And I'll put this in the back.
One second, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, Kelvin, let's see. They were talking about re educating you in their comments. I've not got to, I don't think, I haven't been on the show in months. So I may not even, I may not even appear on that show. Um, do you know? Yeah, I know about that, Kelvin. Um, about Garvey. I I'm not sure what was behind that. Because I think he actually did commit like actual fraud. I think he got convicted of wire fraud or something. But I'm not sure what was behind that pardon. But even I would kind of go, well, I guess you're doing it for politics, but I would have never thought to pardon him. Oh yeah, Kelvin. It is a hoot, and they are not. Oddly enough, I mean, when I get on there, I mean, we've had our cordial moments, but when we disagree, we really disagree, and I poke them hard, much like I do over here. So I guess we'll go back. Actually, you know what? I think we're done with the paratroopers. Well, there's some training stuff in here. It might be worth watching.
in the United States. And in fact, between our building, the Harl, and the adjacent Summit House, no building has been built at this elevation.
Huh.
The United States Air Force has a scientific research and development detachment known as the Air Force Research Laboratory, or AFRL. This laboratory consists of a family of 4 computer-controlled altitude chambers, where researchers perform various studies.
It just depends what angle you're at. Yeah. Temperature, okay.
The paratroopers are kept in these chambers to ensure the durability of their equipment and determine the effects of altitude on their bodies. Throughout the year, the Air Force Research Laboratory 711 Human Performance Wing conducts various aerospace physiology research and tests and evaluations at the Centrifuge and Research Altitude Chambers, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio. The 711th HPW uses these facilities to evaluate new and advanced life support systems to combat gravitational pull and pressures at different altitudes.
A drug plug?
This data is used to study and expand the knowledge to improve the performance of air crews and pilots. A paratrooper can reach high altitudes while traveling in a transport aircraft. However, it is still ordinary compared to altitudes reached by a pilot sitting in a U-2 spy plane. Otherwise known as the Dragon Lady, the U-2 is a single jet engine,
They
high
still
altitude
have
reconnaissance
U-2s?
aircraft developed by Lockheed Martin for the U.S. Air Force.
Wow, I thought those were defunct.
The U-2 is capable of gathering intelligence data and sending it back to the control room in real time. Moreover, it can loiter at 70,000 feet over the area of operations for several hours and is often described as a glider due to its flight characteristics. When the U-2 takes off and flies at 70,000 feet, it offers a unique view of the curve of the Earth. However, this altitude is above Armstrong's line, where water boils at body temperature and life is not sustainable. For this reason, U-2 pilots are required to wear a spacesuit, similar to what astronauts wear during shuttle missions.
Wow.
Without this suit and a pressurized cockpit, the water in the pilot's body would escape as a gas, ultimately causing tissue damage and blocking blood flow. The suit can cause both physical and psychological turmoil for the pilots. After fitting inside the 70-pound spacesuit, the pilot is moved to a big reclining chair and hooked to oxygen and cooling air. The suit becomes pretty tight after getting inflated. Hence, it becomes impossible for the pilot to walk up the ladder and get into the cockpit of the aircraft. Therefore, technicians strap the pilots into the cockpit and set things up.
That looks way uncomfortable.
While taking off and flying the aircraft, the pilots don't feel any discomfort due to the task at hand. However, some pilots did report feeling an intense strain after landing. From reconnaissance missions to special operations, the ability to deploy personnel at high altitudes plays a vital role in achieving strategic objectives. However, the success and safety of such operations depend not only on advanced equipment and techniques, but also on rigorous training and individual physiological readiness. That's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to subscribe.
Hey, Kelvin, is marijuana legal anywhere in Britain? I'd be interested to know. You would think it would be.
I was like, where's my one punch?
Let's see here. And I've got one more of these military videos to watch. Let's see. Oh, really? Apparently, weed is not legal in Britain.
Mm.
I would think it would be.
Surprise. Damn, what was I gonna say, Stanley? Something I was watching on YouTube. Interesting. I can't remember what it was.
I have one more where they use these ships for targeting. The reason it interests me is my old destroyer was decommissioned and used for target practice. I was just curious to see if maybe it wound up in that film.
It was used as target practice.
Yeah, it was decommissioned.
What they
The
were
ship.
shooting? They were shooting at the ship.
Yeah, I've never participated. They'll have aircraft come in, I guess, and they basically use it for testing and or target practice.
Really? To blow
Oh
it
yeah,
up? To
yeah,
basically blow it up, destroy it? Wow, damn.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's not doing anything else,
Right.
and
I guess it's easy
apparently
to
those
destroy it.
wrecks make good habitat for fish.
Oh, really? Oh, I
Yeah.
never thought about that.
Let's see where playlists. Yeah, they do all kinds of stuff.
I'm surprised they wouldn't be concerned about the metal and all that going out into the water.
Apparently not. But where they sink them, it's really deep.
Mm.
They have right off the coast of Virginia, um, mostly in North Carolina, they have something called the Virginia Capes Operating Area,
Mm.
VACAPES.
Mm.
And when the ships in the Atlantic, at least off of Virginia, and yeah, when we go out for a week or 2 weeks or whatever, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on out there.
Mm.
Planes, submarines. Everybody's out there doing sometimes war games. And then if you go south of Virginia, like basically in the Caribbean area in the South Atlantic,
Mm.
that's where we will go, or at least we used to go and practice with aircraft carriers. Because operating, the surface fleet, at least the destroyer portion of it, cruiser destroyer portion of it, there are two types of operating at sea. There's independent steaming, where maybe two ships will transit over for deployment in the Med or the Red Sea or something like that.
Mm.
Or you do carrier operations, which is actually both fascinating, terrifying, and dangerous. Um, which is when I heard that carrier that had a wreck in the Mediterranean going into Port Suez.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
actually I actually thought maybe it had run into another Navy ship.
What was
Um,
that? And what did it run into? Did they say?
Apparently, it was a cargo ship.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
you've been to Egypt, right? Did
Yeah.
did
Yeah.
you did you get to see the Suez Canal?
No, I didn't get to see it. I probably should have.
Well, on either side, but especially the Mediterranean side, there's like a Port Said, and you
Okay.
have all these ships at anchor waiting their turn to go through the Suez Canal.
I would like to see that. Yeah.
And apparently, that's where that accident happened,
Mm.
maybe at night. And it also turns out it was a Harry S. Truman CKJ-3 was stationed on it.
Oh, really? Okay. Damn.
Yeah, so it was his ship that caused all the problems. Badass. No, I didn't know which plane crash.
I think one in Toronto.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw that. Not overnight we didn't, but I heard all 80 passengers survived. It flipped.
That's crazy.
Well, it didn't make. I'm not sure it even made. Did it make front page news? Let me look that up. I'm going to play this because I got to see the ships get sunk.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fluctus channel. Modern naval ships have service lives that can extend over several decades. However, due to the pace at which modern technology advances, all warships, submarines, and other vessels will eventually be decommissioned and retired from active service. However, what happens to these billion-dollar ships after this process can vary greatly. In the United States Navy, decommissioning a vessel is a lengthy process.
Those anchors look rusty.
Generally, each vessel will be treated to a tour or final journey, where various naval personnel and even private citizens will get a chance to see the aging ship one last
Oh, is
time.
that right, Tom? Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch your show from last night. I didn't get a
This will
chance to
culminate
watch
in a
it.
decommissioning ceremony. This is a generally somber occasion where Navy commanders reflect on the ship's history and talk about some of the stories that impacted the ship and crew.
Oh, they're wearing masks.
Commissioning a ship into our naval service is deeply rooted in tradition. The crew breathes life in the ship, and we wish them fair winds and following seas as they carry out their missions at sea.
In some cases, these once proud ships will end up at the bottom of the sea. This is RIMPAC, or the Rim of the Pacific exercise.
I've never done a rim pack, but I've heard of.
It's the world's largest international maritime warfare event and is held every 2 years off the coast of Honolulu, Hawaii. Though the United States serves as the host, Allied military forces from all over the Pacific Rim and beyond are invited to participate. RIMPAC is a perfect opportunity to give thousands of naval and aircraft crew members a chance to participate in realistic combat scenarios. Perhaps the most notable of all of these is SyncX. This is when a derelict or decommissioned vessel is assigned to be a target ship during a live fire drill. During this drill, planes, submarines, and other vessels will take turns firing upon the target ship until it sinks. Not only do SyncX participants get a chance to fire real cannons, torpedoes, and anti-ship missiles, but they also get to see the real destructive power of these weapons and their coordinated attacks. SyncX drills have been going on for decades and have included a number of high-profile vessels. The U.S. military considers these among the best ways to prepare crews for real battle scenarios. As an added bonus, the sunken vessels will eventually serve as habitats for fish and other sea life. They can also be used to train military divers in various recovery operations. Submarines are an integral part of modern naval combat. Though largely designed for stealth, subs like the USS Olympia are actually heavily armed with various types of missiles and torpedoes. In 2018, the Olympia and her crew participated in a SyncX drill that helped destroy the decommissioned USS Racine.
Yeah, it's an it's an LST apparently.
During the exercise,
one of
the
those.
Racine absorbed a large amount of damage from various aircraft and nearby vessels. The former tank landing ship was first put into service in 1971 and boasted a hull length of 522 feet. The heavily armored vessel held up to the punishment until it was finally sunk by a harpoon missile fired from a Royal Australian Air Force Boeing P-8A Poseidon and a Mark 48 torpedo from the Olympia. While the former did immeasurable damage to the vessel's hull, it was the torpedo hit that finally broke the ship's keel and forced it to the bottom of the ocean, nearly 15,000 feet down. Navies around the world have been preserving various vessels for hundreds of years. Among the oldest and most historically significant examples is the USS Constitution. First laid down in 1794, the Constitution is currently the oldest ship in the world to remain afloat. It has also been largely restored to how it would have looked during the War of 1812. Today, the Constitution travels all over the United States, allowing people of all backgrounds to see the ship in all its glory. In fact, dozens of Coast Guard and military vessels are on display at museums and bases nationwide. Whether it is a Navy ship or not, some decommissioned vessels are simply not as valuable as the sum of their parts.
Hey, Stanley, this may be copyrighted.
In
I didn't
these
think about that.
cases, ship
What, did we get a warning?
No, I just saw Daniel Nixon watching it
Oh,
live.
I
I was like,
believe these are somehow or another connected with the military. Why would they copyright it?
I don't know. I just
I've shown probably 5 of these. As a matter of fact, the one I just showed was the
oh, you probably in the clear.
same people.
Yeah, you're probably in the clear there.
Hold on one sec. This is Fluctus. Hold on one sec here. I researched this once before, but no, I've shown probably 5 of these. Somehow or another, they're connected. Just gonna figure out how to get out of this. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Tom said come in and maybe speed it up, play it at 1.5 or something.
No, I'm gonna watch it at the normal speed.
They're probably not copyrighting it.
The what?
If you played it, you probably don't have a problem there.
Right, but I've literally played all. There's I've probably played 5 of them. I've never had a problem.
You probably don't have a problem. That was just something Daniel Nixon commented.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought we got a warning or something, which would have shocked me.
the massive vessels
Well, we
much
pretty much
easier.
get the idea. I just wanted to see the ship sink.
Navies around the world have been
Oh,
the
excuse me.
ship had been partially sunk between the cities of Vancouver 5. It served until it was deactivated and decommissioned in 1999. From there, the James Polk underwent an extensive scrapping process, according to the U.S. Navy's Ship Submarine Recycling Program.
What is that, Portsmouth?
This largely took place at a dry dock in Puget Sound
Oh.
Naval Shipyard.
What was that long? Yeah, if you probably nobody's interested in it. This stuff fascinates me. That even the submarine parts, the Navy's fascinating. If you ever get a chance to either get in on it, I tried to get my son to go to the Naval Academy, but he wasn't having it. Oh, oh, Kelvin. Which which episode? Oh, excuse me. I gotta get some water. Which episode is it? I'll put it up here and watch it. Kelvin found an episode of this British, this black radical British channel that I'm up on their panel, getting my fair share of abuse. Gatekeeping and reparations. Let me find it right quick, because I haven't been on their panel in months. Though I was in their, I was in their chat the other day.
Never heard of that before. Never heard of it.
No one has. It's a British show, and I've known about it. I've been kind of in their orbit for years now. But they're black radicals of the Neely Fuller. Linwood would probably get along with them, and I get up there and we trade jabs, and I do my best to abuse them. Black Betterment. Black Betterment broadcast. And it's gatekeeping. Lies. Let's see, it's gatekeeping and reparations. Now, see, gatekeeping. You said it's gatekeeping and reparations? Oh, I just want to watch. Just give everybody kind of a sample. Okay. I'm not sure that I. I'm not sure that I see it. Well, let's look at gatekeeping first. Is this the one, Kelvin? It's racial and ethnic gatekeeping and black children. I don't think this is the one.
On us getting emotional.
Certain careers that might be future people use the N-word who are not black, whatever.
No,
they don't understand why.
Type it all out in the search engine. Okay. Gate. Oops. Keeping and oh, there it is.
I have
Benjamin
there I
Franklin letter. What he
What like I once again, and this is the thing we have to bring up, because in the Cosby Show, Sister Sister, Moesha, and these kind of shows, these very famous shows, they'll have people who are of different black background persuasions and stuff, and naturally people with one black parent are welcome to be in these films.
Okay, just to set this up, this is a British YouTube channel called the Black Betterment channel, and they're basically the guy who runs it. He calls himself Rap Raven. He is runs a. It's actually like an official organization, I think. Black radical, and I would say separatist. They talk a lot about um, black people basically, um, forming their own, tighter communities. They're going to be, relationship type codes. They're going to be diet codes. There's going to be, essentially a whole host of ways that black people should conduct themselves. And there's one guy that I haven't talked to in probably a year who really talked about, hey, we need to figure out how to basically form our own country, in Africa or wherever. And, he was talking about we need to set up a military and a monetary system. He was just going all out, trying to plan this. Now, I do believe he was half crazy, but he was kind of obsessed with it. So anyway, I know of this broadcast. I've been kind of, following it for a year or two now, and every now and again I'll get up on the panel, and I basically think that Rap Raven is the British version of John Galt. Um, so, naturally I go up on their panel, and pretty much I think they're all just loons. But
Check them out.
yeah, you'll get bored, and because they're anything but doctrinaire. They are Marcus Garvey-ites, and they actually their last two episodes were salutes to Neely Fuller. So next time I run into Linwood, I need to remember to tell him to check them out. They'll be birds of a feather. Now, the difference, one of the problems I have with them is most of the people associated with it are descendants, children, grandchildren, well, probably grandchildren of the Windrush generation. And these people do not, kind of similar to, me in the Gen X and after Gen X, we didn't go through the hardships that, my parents did or my grandparents did. Kind of the same way with these people. They're products of the Windrush generation, and consequently have it a lot better. But one of the biggest problems I have with them is when they say black people, and I'm always up there reminding them that you people aren't American. Practically like not black in my opinion. And I say that just to piss them off. But they will talk. They will act like there is strict unity between American blacks and especially British blacks, but they will include Caribbeans and Africans, and it's more or less a Pan-Africanist movement, but I don't think they have any of the erudition of some of the Pan-African movements. But anyway, the only reason I'm up here is just for sheer entertainment value. Hopefully, I get off some good one-liners. And we're not going to watch the whole thing. I hadn't watched this stuff in a while, so I figured Kelvin got a kick out of it. So figured I'd see if the jokes hold up.
Films that may play, because as you know, the phenotype of black people come in many, regardless of your combination, you can look like anything.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
So, but nowadays, and there's obviously now a new movement of redefinition and stuff, and people are
Oops.
They're having high anxiety by who calls this and who calls that. And the new philosophy that we're hearing is this concept of like, can a white woman have a black child? And I think that my research
Oh yeah,
comes from.
I get a lot of shit about having married a white woman. Can a black woman have a white child, or a white woman have a black child? They get into all that.
Tends to come from like the divestment of the pink pill community, where they're trying to make men like either feel shamed or accountable for not picking black women. So on that regards, I respect that concept. But I think there's a better way to deliver it without trying to ostracize members of the community because of their lineage.
And right now, I'm in the chat.
This is why we have to have this conversation about how to have better strategies to maximize black men loving black women. But yeah,
because not all Africans are dark skinned. I mean, looking at this is the to be fair, bro, she could pass as an Ethiopian or Eritrea. To be fair, man, you know what I mean?
Woman is.
I had no idea that she had that admixture of a European man. That's shocking. That is very shocking.
When it happens, and this is what it is. Welcome, brother Stanley, to the show. I suspect you're back for part 2. Is that correct?
Yeah, I am. Because it was an interesting topic, but I want to make one point. Most American descendants of slaves, I mean, like maybe 80% are biracial. Even if it's like 5%, 10%, and it speaks to the brutality of American slavery, of course. But the argument that the Maori sisters are biracial, they just happen to be more biracial than maybe the average, Black American. So you have to be careful with those sorts of arguments. Most ADOS are biracial.
Yeah, so I think what's come to happen is the terms they use is admixture. So this happens in all of
admixture doesn't matter. You're in Britain. America has a slightly different term for it. Bottom line is there are very few ADOS,
we understand
American descendants of slaves, that are 100% African descendant.
Yeah, and once you're in the diaspora, ranging from Brazil to Canada, that's a truth in many.
Absolutely.
So this is not something we're really tracking and really conservative. But when you say when people use the term biracial, what they're actually talking about is, do you have a parent who is non-black, as in?
Okay. The other thing you have to understand is Americans, biracial in Britain is actually like a category or a classification. It's not in America.
Yeah, we understand that.
It wasn't at that.
So when you say biracial to an American, it doesn't mean the same thing.
Yeah. So remember, we're looking at Americans saying biracial. We're not saying that, right? These are we're tracking. No, it is. It is.
Is it? Okay, my bad.
It is. It's a new, like I said, they had that. The people were just registered black if you had African ancestry. But new consensus come in and new philosophies.
Every 10 years, isn't it, brother? Me,
Where
brother
was
Stanley,
Benjamin
because
Franklin born? Where was Benjamin in America, raised in?
Aggressive.
Well, let me ask you a question. Barbara Walters is European?
Okay.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Okay. She's American.
Okay.
No.
There's a European, and y'all live in Europe. You should know that white people in the United States are a lot different than white people in France.
Yeah, of course.
And if you can't accept that basic fact, if you're generalizing like that, There's some problems with that kind of analysis.
I'm sure. Stanley, like we were saying, whenever this happens, you go see
I heard what you said, and I said what I said.
Stanley, you seem to jump in every time we talk about European women. I don't understand what it is.
No, I seem to jump in every time you mess it up and don't get it right.
You want me to get European women right?
No, I'm trying to tell you America is not Europe. If you can't figure that part out,
I think, Brother
then
Stanley, you've
maybe
been
I know. Is Europe America?
But you've been
Yes or
disrespectful
no?
to the Europeans. You are being disrespectful to the Europeans. Very disrespectful
You know what?
to them.
I'm not sure I disagree with you. I'm just saying there's a difference. White people in America, raised in America, are not the same as white people raised in Europe. That's
Are you aware of
only
the
point I'm
Benjamin?
making.
Are you aware of the Benjamin Franklin letter? What he wrote when he came to America? Are you aware of that letter?
Benjamin Franklin was born in America.
No, but are you aware of that letter? What he mentioned?
No. Benjamin Franklin was literally born in Boston, in America.
Okay.
So
then why did he say this? Then hold on. Why did he say this in his letter that we're going to have to prevent a large amount of those who swarty skin from France, from Holland, from Germany? Hold on. You got to let me finish, right? From those of the Native Americans, from those on African and that, because us Anglo-Saxons will be wiped out. That's what he says. He uses the word Anglo-Saxon.
Yes. Now,
so you know that. Hold on. Let me finish.
Respond.
So we know that Anglo-Saxons is not from America. We know where they're from. They're from the British Isles.
Benjamin Franklin was born in Anglo-Saxia, or was he born in Boston?
He referred to himself as Anglo-Saxon. That's what he called himself.
Is it triggering you? Do yes/no questions trigger you?
The reason why it won't trigger me, Brother Stanley, because
Franklin born?
Where was Benjamin Franklin born?
Is my question. Okay, he was an Anglo-Saxon born in America.
Anglo-Saxon region from Europe. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Europe and America.
He was born in America. He was an Anglo-Saxon descendant.
Your point is relevant. We're talking about
this is dumb.
We're talking about a white person. Now, I understand.
Stop being tricked.
Hold on. I understand last week you're still affected by our conclusion, but I'm saying that the white women will be fine.
Y'all.
Right? So what we're going to do, I'm going to put you down for 4 seconds. Remember, I know, see, this happens when, this is what happens when obviously black men marry out. It's like they get.
That's right. That's
right,
yeah.
It is what?
I'm going to move for 4 seconds down there because.
Very unsynchronized.
Very error program synchronized. But I will say this.
For 4 seconds.
Observe Brother Stanley's behavior. Anytime we talk about European women, he's there with his full tanks out and stuff. You don't know what it is. We're trying to talk about aggressive behavior towards black men. And he's just jumping in talking about definitions and
I want to point out the similarity between the blacks who think they're MAGA or something like that, and the blacks who think they're black radicals. They all want to talk about European women, and I married a European woman, which I didn't. Same tactics, and I love pointing this out. Apparently we are a community because we all act alike.
Here's European, who's not. If we want me to use the term white woman, that's fine. It's okay. All right. So we're going to use the term white woman, Stanley. Yeah. So let me go back.
A white woman? Then why are you stupid?
I don't know.
You didn't marry a white woman, did you?
I don't know what that means. I don't know where you're trying to go with it, but I'm sure you understand it. As long as you understand it, we're happy for you. So I'll say this, right? So whenever you have Europeans aggressively, or white people, so for Stanley's sake, aggressively try to, ask people, identify as biracial, identify as this. This is aggressive behavior.
Of course,
we were talking yesterday or a few days ago to people with one black parent, and we're saying historically, were you ever allowed to identify as white? And they said, of course not. No. I go, were you ever allowed to identify as black? Yes, we were. So I'm saying is, if this is the history, why is there confusion today? And then we say that of the two sides, the black and the white.
And you have totally missed Kyle's point.
Hold on. Let me make that, and then you can defend European women. But what happens is, when you ask, okay, so if
Benjamin Franklin wasn't a European woman.
It's almost like you've been sent here to
Yes, I was sent.
And what I'm saying is, I don't understand what you get from being so aggressively towards defending the honor of European women. It's for your honor. But we're trying to say behavior patterns that we need to watch out for.
So may I answer your question?
Well, there was no question to you at all.
You said you
giving an analysis. I'm going to put you there for 4 seconds, and I'll bring you back after the analysis. Like I said, the aggressive tone and trying to force people to identify. But we asked them, have you ever historically been allowed to identify as European or white? They say no. Have you ever been allowed to identify as black? They say yes. Which of the two historically was the victim? Which was the victimizers? They said, well, Europeans obviously mistreat the Africans. Today, who has more power? What was the Europeans? So why is it that whenever achievements are done or something is constructive that a biracial person, so-called biracial person does, why do you have this kind of behavior here where Barack Obama was known as the first black president? I think his greatest achievement was obviously being president, but even greater than that is he married a black woman. So well done to that, brother. Well,
that's right. Still unsynchronized, one.
Yeah, unsynchronized. But still, he did a behavioral pattern that we can admire that he married a black woman.
Yeah, I was talking about being on code. Unsynchronized is the term that Kyle, the guy in the second one down, unsynchronized. You're either synchronized or you're unsynchronized. You're on code or you're not on code. Kind of the same stuff.
Why did you need to ask this question?
Do not describe yourself as a black president, but that's the way you're described. Your mother was white. Why would it be helpful, or why don't you say, I'm not a black president, I'm biracial?
So if the whole thing was Barack Obama was the first black president, having this conversation isn't constructive, right? And it's a divisive conversation. And like I said, if he was to ask, was there a time in history where I would have been labeled black? She would have said yes. Is there a time in history where I could have been labeled white? No. So why is it that you want me to mention white all the time? Is this a confusion tactic? Let's bring back the there you go. So this is the thing. So yeah, we'll do a case study, Stanley, just so you know that we'll do a case study. I know you're new to the concept,
case
but that's what we do.
No, actually, I'm probably better at it than you.
Well, when you demonstrate that, that's not so we can learn from you.
I've demonstrated it. Obama was black or white.
Are you talking to us or answers the question?
Was Obama black or white? That is my question to you, Raven.
Obama is in the black community. I told you.
So he was black.
Yeah. If Barack Obama came and identified as black and said he was black, there will be no pushback from anyone I'm working with. Before
cool. Then you have answered my question. I'm satisfied.
Okay. Right. Sure. Okay. So, but the topic of the show is where we at? Well, let's get it right. So it's should black people lose reparation claims based upon who they marry? So for those who are new, let's
yes.
Okay, there you go. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let me remove that from the thing. Did I remove this from the? Oh man, share screen, share, and then.
Yeah, I'm about to move on.
There it is. So yeah, where were we? Should black people lose reparation claims based on who they marry? Last week I didn't get time to update the chart to add the
no, they're black.
Okay. So this chart shows people, and what's happening is for every African descendant, colonized descendant, they are receiving 150,000, and then the individual themselves receive accumulation. This was we'll discuss.
Yeah, this is actually part of their plan. For some reason or another, they felt the need to kind of plan this out. What they're doing is basically saying if you're full black, if you're half black, if you're quarter black, if you're eighth black, all the way on down, it will determine the monetary, reparation you'll get. And they got fairly intricate. And basically, you know, they're what they did is I guess they went and found people who were representative of their fraction of black or white, and then they found they found phenotypes to match. So, my favorite poster is the one on the right. Where you got the white couple there with big zeros for their amount of reparations. I found that hilarious for some reason. So if you're biracial black and you marry an English woman who's white, you aren't getting any money. I don't know. You know what? They've kind of moved on from this, Kelvin. They don't talk so much about the reparations part anymore. And frankly, I caught them, I think it was last Friday. I didn't even bother joining the panel. I just kind of said hello in the chat and moved on. I don't go around there as much because I've been busy on Friday nights for starters. So I just thought I would recommend it. Just so you know that there are some British sites that are kind of black radical too. And I don't think he's the only one, but he's the only one that I frequented. Um, and next time Linwood comes around, I'll mention it to him because he might be interested in it. But I fear that Rap Raven's a little too obtuse even for Linwood. Oh, was it really? That's interesting. If it was anything interesting, let me know. I can review it and talk about it. I can't imagine it was that amusing. Mainly because Britain, frankly, stopped slavery on its home soil way before America did. So, any reparations that Britain would owe would be for slavery in the Caribbean. So, any anyway, now the thing is those countries in the Caribbean were Commonwealth, and it was mostly Scottish settlers that wound up down there. Scottish, and then there were French colonies, Spanish colonies, etc. So they should make Scotland pay the. you know, if Scotland wants independence, let them pay the reparations. So I think I'm winding down here. John, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I got to step away myself for a bit, Stanley.
Yeah, I know HB. What HB show? I thought has he started yet?
Oh no, is he going trucking this morning?
I thought I saw. Excuse me. I thought I saw a show schedule.
Let me see.
But I think my voice is starting to give out.
No, he's not. He's not live yet.
Okay.
I'm schedule. Yeah, I see a show schedule for 10 o'clock. Yeah, so he'd probably be on. I'll probably hop back up about 10. You better get out of here.
Yeah, I may if I'm not asleep. I have a couple things I got to do. But folks, make sure you hit the like button and share and subscribe it. Subscribe to the channel. And also subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel.
Stanley Cross.
Yeah, I actually I have a short video planned. I don't know if it'll actually get done because I'm kind of tired.
What's your show going to be about?
Well, it's either think it's going to be on I want to say pluralism, on basically populism. It might be two shorts on populism, and then I also have one that I might just go ahead and ad lib, talking about what we talked about this morning. I don't think that that a black community, as I've always thought of it anyway, works anymore. Upon thinking about it, I would have said yes up until maybe before the election. I'm not so sure now. I think that, if there is a black community, there's several black communities that are more geography based. Um, and the point you make about, you know, um, crime, for instance, in the black community, it doesn't reflect on the black community because the crime is localized. If you want to blame a local community, um, that's fine. It might be a reflection on, if it happens in, some hood in Atlanta, might be a reflection on that community. It might not be. Definitely not a reflection on, black people in America. So I don't, as a matter of fact, I think that black people propagating it or holding on to the idea that, blacks in America are one group with one goal, freedom, and we all have a boot on our neck. I've been reading E. Franklin Frazier. You've heard of him, right, John?
I don't think so. No.
Well, he's the famous black sociologist. He was a professor at Harvard way back in the 40s and 50s. And he wrote a book called Black Bourgeoisie. And, I've kind of started reading it accidentally, because I ran across a quote or something. But he makes a very solid point that if you really think about it, even back in the slavery days, you could make an argument that there was a black community because almost all blacks, all the African descended people had a common status, slave. Now, you can make the argument that there were house slaves and there were field slaves, and that's a good argument. But my point is, up until 1964, you had an argument that most blacks, the majority of blacks had some sort of status under legalized or even cultural Jim Crow, because there was Jim Crow in the North. It just, a lot of it wasn't legalized. It was just by custom. After the 64 Civil Rights Act and then the subsequent Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, Fair Housing Act, etc., um, it really was, and I don't think blacks bought it. I don't think whites bought it. I don't think anybody bought it. There was no functional black community. It was every, geographical community kind of for itself. And, you could make the argument that maybe affirmative action might have been a thin binding, that kept blacks kind of in the same status as a protected class, as a minority. But I think, especially after 64, it started fraying, if it existed at all. Definitely after affirmative action is gone, I think blacks would do better if they concentrated more on individual achievement or, family achievement, maybe achievements within their community. There is no single mission, there is no larger black community. In thinking that, a crime in Atlanta reflects on black people in California, it just doesn't. And thinking that way reinforces, like, just ignorant points like Be Brave is making, saying that 70% of a population excuses and excuses and is de facto responsible for preventing or forcing 3% of that population not to be violent. That's bullshit. And we are not our brother's keeper. I don't think we actually have been since 1964. We better start focusing on individual achievement and, family, or, if you got to look at a community, like some kid goes to Harvard from some community, some hood in Atlanta. That's about as large as the community needs to get. There are many black communities. There's not one like contiguous black community. All that concept is doing, or that virtual, community is doing, is empowering virulent racists like Be Brave to gain an audience, and people think he makes sense. We're basically taking our own poison if we keep up with pretending there's a common mission in the black community.
No, I don't disagree with you. I think that probably is part of the problem. You see, a large contingent of blacks come together for particular goals when certain things arise. See George Floyd, black people took that as an issue for all blacks. It only happened to one man in one town. It wasn't a local.
You know what? And I'm gonna use that argument. And I don't think protesting does anything anyway. I don't think I have serious doubts that probably the only march that ever had any sort of impact was the March on Washington in '64. And even that, let's just say that was the only one I can think of that actually accomplished something. I think
protesting being effective.
George Floyd, I think it was when you have an organization that has no central control, it was bound to just be uncontrollable because everybody locally was setting the rules. So the protest over George Floyd kind of makes my point. I mean, what happened to George Floyd was more about policing than black people. To be honest.
I think they made it. They kind of said, well, they kind of made it into a racial thing.
Well, no. They didn't kind of make it a racial thing. They made it a racial thing.
Yeah, they made it a racial thing.
As a historical fact, policing in America has always been brutal to black people. It was designed to be that way with the slave patrols at the very beginning.
And so therein, I think, if nothing else, that kind of forms a loose bond among blacks, and then many blacks feel like they are mistreated by the police because of the history or whatever. So there's a loose bond there. Did they all feel?
I think that is more detrimental than beneficial.
And then
one of the reasons why, I know I cut you off, but let me make this quick point. Okay, the illusion that every time a cop stops you, you have to panic. What was it I was watching the other day where was it something on Portia's channel or show, or something you were showing, maybe it was HB's, where the cop stops someone and the black person is just going all spastic. Like, oh, I'm afraid to go with you. And it was something, they weren't even arresting the person. It was just, something innocuous that the cop needed or wanted. And it was like, oh, no, I can't go with you. You might kill me. And I'm like, why? Where did you get this from? In the loose bond that you're pointing out, the myth that every time you get stopped by a cop, your life is in danger. That doesn't hold up statistically. And shit, I've been stopped by the cops.
I mean, I think, man, it's one of those things that people, I think, are lying. Like you'll hear millionaire athletes, everybody saying that they
And
have.
they're foolish for the millionaires are foolish for putting up with it. However, a lot of the athlete millionaires come from the hood.
But I guess what I'm saying is that, like, I think there is, how you say there are different black communities. Okay, let's say you're rich, you made it out of the black community.
Uh-huh.
You can't disavow the police black narrative, even if it doesn't affect you. I don't know why they can't disavow it. Most black people I know have never had a problem with the police. Never, even the ones that have been arrested, they were doing something wrong when they admit it, right? Went to prison, came out, whatever. Tyrone, you don't hear Tyrone talking about the police. He went to prison. But if you ask the average black person, is there a problem with policing in America? Even if they've never had a problem with police, even if they don't really believe it per se, they'll more likely say there is a problem with policing in black.
But John, I'll say there's a problem with it, but it's not like an everyday traffic stop sort of problem.
Well, but the fact that you tacitly agree to it, admit to it.
Okay, well, I can back that up with statistics. If you go right to what's his name? Damn it, I can't think of his name right now. The black guy at Harvard, protege of Glenn Lowry, did that economic study of policing in Houston. There is a problem in policing, and it's statistically proven that black people get manhandled, or the brutality angle is substantiated. Black people suffer more police brutality than any other ethnicity. That is data driven. It is proven, but it's never talked about. What's talked about is the police murders of black people. But yeah, there's a problem in policing, and it's statistically backed up.
And I think that problem, in policing as it relates to black people, more acutely, bonds them, right? They feel that they all are suffering or being victims of this. So it's a bonding, in a way like slavery was.
It is dumb.
I'm not disagreeing with you that it's dumb, but I think all of these little things tend to, like, again, so that makes them vote together. A lot of black people tend to vote alike, because they're trying to solve. Well, but I think they're trying to solve a problem that affects the masses. Say poverty.
Okay, it doesn't affect the masses. Okay, poverty does not affect the masses.
Well,
if you go and you look at the statistics, most black people are working class or above, like 68%.
But I think if you were to talk to most black people, they would say that they have had some financial.
And I would tell most black people that they're dumb. Here are the statistics.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but they would say that they face an uneven financial playing field.
Okay, but what's your point? Well, we do have an uneven financial playing field. That is statistically proven.
And so I think there is another binding agent there.
Okay, but what's the point? Okay, I'm trying to figure out why you keep bringing up binding agents when I keep saying there shouldn't be.
Well,
if you're saying there are, I understand that, and I agree that there are loose bonds like that, but it doesn't negate my point that there really is no community.
No, I don't disagree with you, but you do have a group of people that look alike, and they look very different than everyone else in this country, with a lot of loose bonds. And that
every ethnic group or racial group in America has loose bonds.
Right, but these are loose bonds, by and large, centered around some type of grievance, right? This was
Yeah,
done.
well, Jews and anti-Semitism, they have a loose bond and a grievance. They
Yeah.
keep getting their synagogues.
Actually, I would probably argue that theirs is a strong bond, right? Whereas, as you say, the
Well, no,
black
I don't think it's any
loose.
stronger than police brutality.
No, no. Well, I think the Holocaust that the Jews uh, experienced, that's a much stronger bond between them because it wasn't so long ago, for one thing. So it's it's closer to my some of the people are still living, but it's a strong
Well,
bond.
hold on. Do you recall that Jim Crow ended after the Holocaust, after World War II? Jim
You
Crow lasted up until 1964.
and here's the thing, and this thought just came to my mind is that um,
And there are
blacks,
more people who
yeah,
actually
yeah,
survived Jim Crow, and I put that survived in quotes,
yeah.
they're all Holocaust survivors.
And from a strategic product placement mindset, maybe the black people should focus on Jim Crow because it's more recent in mind. Like
You know what? And you're right. And
you know,
white people should too. White people always go back to slavery. Well, you're not slaves anymore.
right?
Well,
Because I don't hear any young black people, older black people either, that much talking about uh, uh, Jim Crow. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't or should, but by the fact that they don't talk about it and they go past that and go 400 years to slavery, one gets overlooked and the other one kind of so distant that it gets watered down.
well, let me tell you two things. Number one, it's how history was taught. I know when I was in school, slavery was a bigger, and maybe it's just because slavery, when you hear about it, it just sticks in your head more.
Yeah.
I think if I recall, I probably learned more about slavery and the triangle trade and all that stuff. Way more so. I'm pretty sure I knew about, say, Tulsa, but I think I know about it because my mother talked about it. I don't know that I was taught it in school. You don't ever hear about the stuff that went on during Jim Crow. You never hear about the uh, the penal system in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, where they were basically renting out, black convicts and some white convicts too, by the way, to, the highway department or to steel mills. There were people who were disappearing without a trace during Jim Crow. There's a movie coming out called Nickel Boys about a reform school or something like that in Florida, where they were like dozens of unmarked graves that no one knew about.
Yeah.
They were taking these wayward black boys and they were dying and being buried in unmarked graves. Um, no one ever teaches that in high school. You learn way more about slavery. So I think it's the way history is taught. In a personal, anecdote, my parents never talked about slavery because they grew up during Jim Crow, and my grandparents grew up during Jim Crow. I don't, other than maybe, we might go to some historical site and there would be slave quarters or something like that. All I ever heard about was Jim Crow.
I think Jim Crow is probably harder to, you can't really, it's much more like slavery probably is much more like a Holocaust in terms of an event that was
Yes and no. There's a book that I'll find and recommend to you. It is literally about the system of there's a word for it, penury. I can't. There's a word for it that begins with P that I can't think of. It was systematized where Georgia was one of the biggest culprits in Alabama, where you could be arrested for loitering and wind up in jail and you could wind up either kind of like bonded out to a sharecropper, and you would have to stay with that sharecropper till your debt was paid off. You could wind up in a coal mine somewhere. There was a steel mill right over in, I think, the Birmingham area, where a lot of people just kind of died, from being worked to death. If it for some reason it's not taught, I think being in prison in the 30s in Georgia was a Holocaust. It was very similar. You'd be worked to death in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I would dispute that.
Peonage. Thank you, Kinetic. It's peonage. It was a whole system.
I think I think from just a strategy standpoint, slavery is much more effective in using as a political weapon. Kind of like the Jews used the Holocaust.
Yeah, that really needs to be rethought.
Whereas Jim Crow, you kind of have to really hash out your arguments. You don't really have to explain.
No, you don't. But there are whole books written on it.
I'm saying once you say slavery, people automatically back off. That's wrong, right?
Yeah. Well, Jim Crow was wrong, but you're right. It has more impact.
Right. You'd have to, you really would have to explain the effects of Jim Crow. Hell, most people don't even know who the hell Jim Crow was. So now you got to get beyond that, the naming, and what were the issues. And I just think that slavery has had more legs.
But John, here's the interesting thing, though. I've heard the argument made that slavery was legal, even if it was evil. It was legal. It was the law of the land. You have a much better argument for reparations with a system that would take you for no apparent reason and put you in jail just from standing in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
The other thing people don't realize is that all this eminent domain, land taken by eminent domain during Jim Crow, there was a lot of generational wealth lost by land being confiscated. And Bruce's Beach out in California is the example, that I keep bringing up. That they wound up giving the family $20 million, pretty much. And I think what they did is they bought the land for $20 million, but that land was taken back in the 20s. It was like resort property. Who knows how many kids didn't go to college or didn't, get some sort of dowry in a marriage. There was all kinds of generational wealth, probably incalculable, that was lost during Jim Crow. And this is out in California.
Yeah. I think I heard about some of those cases. Yeah.
In Oregon, do you know that Oregon banned black people? They literally wouldn't let black people into the state.
Really? That I did not know.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole thing. If you go, and I've got a book or two I can recommend on that. Like hardly any black people own land in Oregon because they kicked them out of the state until like the 40s.
Yeah, I think the Pacific Northwest was like that, if I'm not mistaken. There are large parts of like Washington State may have been the same, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Washington State. But a lot of those radical groups who formed Idaho.
Yeah.
I think Pacific Northwest here is typically where they go.
But the bottom line is that I am gonna do write out some notes so it's more structured and I don't wander so much. But I really do think this the Black Panther version of the black community, it just doesn't work for me in 2025, and I just don't. Even the loose bonds, that doesn't necessarily make a community.
No, it doesn't. It actually they're very weak in this sense. Like, as you're saying, they'd be stronger if the people were just individuals. but trying to form loose bonds, from chemistry, right? You
Right.
guys, your
Weak
formula
bond.
loose bond, yeah, weak bond, right? It can be easily broken with a little heat, right? And
Well,
pressure.
the other thing, and I talked to HB about this actually when he first came on earlier. I think that like the Jewish community, it's not top down. I mean, the rich billionaire Jews are not going down to the grassroots and saying, "Hey, we want you to be successful." It's people at an individual level who have high expectations of their children. And I gave an example of a professor talking about, one of his kids not reaching an education standard. And the guy who told the story thought that that professor meant, well, he dropped out of college or something. Well, no, he had failed to meet the goal of getting his PhD. He was all but dissertation. So my point is that I think even in the Jewish community or Master Kim talking about the Korean community, that's not rich people pushing down success to the grassroots. That's the grassroots building success to become bigger. It's individual store owners pooling money in the Korean community, for like emergency funds. It's individual Jewish kids, be expected to get their PhDs, to become successful. And I think in the Black community, um, more in line with my parenting point, I think you start out expecting your kids to be highly successful, not just successful, but highly successful. And you basically, trickle up success from there.
I had a neighbor. I have a neighbor. He's a Jewish guy, and he was telling me about some Jewish organization was offering young Jewish couples like $50,000 to move to Alabama. And
Wow.
why Alabama? I have no idea. I guess they're trying to get their numbers up. And I said, "Dang."
Well, I told you about the devil. I think it's called The Devil You Know. A Black New York Times columnist wanted to. Now they weren't offering money, but yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah, and
I'd like to read about that.
yeah, and I think that is one way that they do uh, you know scale up or level up within their community by doing those type of things. Donald Sterling even talked about it with Magic Johnson. And I tell you, it's kind of like what is it, dichotomy of cognitive dissonance. You'll hear athletes, you're Shannon Sharp talking about how the neighborhood will coddle a prospective athlete and keep him out of trouble. And those same neighborhoods kind of have feel like, hey, you owe us something. If you believe that we protected you from harm to allow you to pursue millions in the NFL or the NBA, and then as soon as you get your millions, you moved out while we.
That's crabs in a barrel.
Well, I guess, but in one way, if I provide a safe environment for you to get out of this environment,
okay, that's bullshit.
I
Okay,
think it's too, right?
it is a fundamental, and I don't even believe in natural rights. There aren't as many natural rights as the founders would have you believe, but it's not a privilege to be safe, it's a right. So if all the community was doing was guaranteeing that this person's human rights or his natural rights or whatever you want to call them were protected, he doesn't owe them anything.
Well, if they chose to protect him over others,
same
then,
thing. Same thing.
No, hey, man,
all they were doing was ensuring that this person's human rights were protected.
Yeah.
They're good people. They will go to heaven, but that person, once he makes it, he does not owe them.
Yeah, he definitely does not owe them. But you know,
literally, it's what they should have done. Now,
okay.
what they need to do is go protect people who aren't going to be billionaire athletes.
That is true. But again, you still see where you can see though where these people are forming loose bonds, you know, with these people, and I don't believe it's true, but they keep perpetuating this narrative that the community protected them. But at the same time, the people that the community protected get the hell away from them. So it's like cognitive dissonance. If the community protected its up and coming athletes, then surely the community will protect the same athletes once they become rich and famous.
Okay, well, what those athletes need to do is stop acting like they were special and ask harder questions like, okay, I was kind of special, but why aren't all kids special? Okay, why is your 2-year-old or 3-year-old or 4-year-old not as special as I was? Those are the questions that need to be asked.
That is a very good question. That is a very good question. And you know, why does one get protection over the other? But in reality, none of that is really true because athletes, young kids, get shot all the time. Athletes, get beat up all the time. But it is some kind of myth that they are perpetuating to again form that loose bond.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's true. And so it's like they're living a lie. And the individual athletes who go on and do well, they clearly don't have any attachment to these communities that they once lived in. Why should they? They moved on, right? That happens in life. I don't live in my old community. But there is kind of a pull, a lure to go back to their old communities and try to rebuild them. And, it's just very interesting. The kind of the comings and goings in their mind. In one mind, they are a Black community. In another mind, they're not part of it.
Right.
Yeah, I just find it very interesting.
Well, I don't know. I've got to put some more thought into it, but I've pretty much just gotten to a point to where this community thing, and to be honest, if Be Brave actually has done any good, he has pushed me, and actually, my buddy from Alabama was roasting me on a Discord channel because I was the one 2 years ago saying, hey, you know what? You guys talking about there's not a Black community. You need to rethink that. So even he gets to, see me eat crow on this issue. I just think it's just not sustainable and it's not desirable either.
No, I don't think there's anything as strong as like binding them as like the Jewish people have with the Holocaust. And so now you just got a bunch of different groups spread around the country trying to maintain some bond. And they would be far better off, as you say, forming those local groups, be if it's just one person or two people or however many in their local neighborhoods, and doing the best that they can do there. And not joining the cause of someone who was killed in Minneapolis.
Well, wasn't exactly the cause. Wasn't exactly George Floyd as much as the policing part of it. And policing, you can argue, policing is local, but the methods seem to be they train each other. Oddly enough, but I mean, I don't think to your point, I don't think protests work. And if you were gonna do any protesting, do it locally. And I guess a lot of those people were local, but I don't see them joining George Floyd's cause as much as the cause against police brutality.
Well, I think the optics of seeing a Black man being kneeled on by a white guy, I think it tightened the bonds of many Black people when they saw it. You know, you looked at the news, a lot of black people and white people, but black people probably saw it, you know, a little bit like that could have been my son, you know, kind of like what Obama said about Trayvon. And even when, you know, that's a good example of when Obama said it about Trayvon, it tightened the bonds a little bit. It showed that he's like us, right? His son could have been like my son, and could have been your son, like Trayvon. Now, I don't believe that, you know, Obama would have a son like Trayvon. Yeah, I don't believe you would have a son like Trayvon. But the fact that he said that, you know, he was speaking to the blacks that had this loose bond with each other around these type issues with the police or with white people and stuff like that. And that's what I think people play on, that right there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know that I agree with that exact framing. I think Obama was really just trying to show some sympathy and was pretty clumsy at doing it. Probably because he didn't identify. to be to be honest, you know, it was awkward. I remember, I guess I saw news clips or something of it. It wasn't up to his usual standards of articulateness. But you know, Obama is clumsy. Um, outs Now, this is my personal opinion, and it may be a hot take, but Obama's not very good at empathy. I'm not very good at empathy. Um, you know, you remember that beer summit thing?
Yeah, I was going to go there, but go ahead.
Well, that was clumsy as shit. And he
Well,
caught
why do you say it was clumsy?
it was. Why would a president be getting involved in that in the first place?
Well, I think we know why he got involved.
Because that was well, yeah. Well, Skip Gates might have been even a former teacher of his. I can't remember, but the bottom line is, I don't think a president. That was a policing issue. So you know, but I still think that it probably wasn't something a president should be getting involved in. And I don't think that you know, he should have just said, "Hey, I sympathize with his parents," and let it go at that. He tried to go the extra step with the empathy part, and he fumbled.
With the parent, you talking about the police officer's parents or Trayvon?
No, well, the beer summit. Remember Skip Gates, the
Yeah,
professor at Harvard?
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
well, as far as Trayvon goes, he Obama should have just said, "Hey, it's a tragedy with his mother and father," and it should have been that. Trying to be
Yeah.
empathetic, like it could have been my son. That was his attempt at empathy. It was clumsy.
Well, for the black people who saw this as a racial issue, they took it racially. You know, it can be taken many ways. It could be a clumsy attempt at empathy.
Well, let them take it racial, and it was racial in this case, but let them take it as they will. I just think that Obama wasn't very good at empathy. I don't shit, he's still not good at empathy. Remember that thing he did with the young black men before the election that he caught a bunch of flack about?
Oh yeah, yeah,
He's not
yes.
real good at identifying, and that's okay. You know, oh, but it goes back to a point. Obama needs to be Obama. Stop trying to be something you're not.
You know, the thing with the beer summit, what really blew my mind when I realized this was there was a black cop there at the same time as the white cop. I did not know that. Initially, the news did not report it that way.
Where the
With
beer
Skip
summit?
Gates. Yeah, with Skip Gates at the time. At Skip Gates' house, there was a black and a white cop there.
I
The
didn't know
news.
there was a black cop
Hmm?
there.
I'm sorry.
Because the black cop didn't show up at the beer summit.
It did.
Why
That's
not?
that's the interesting thing because the media made it a racial angle and only focused on the white cop, and the black cop spoke out. You can go find it maybe in a local publication. The media totally overlooked this guy because the
So
story.
black cops can't be racial?
No, but I'm saying the story. I'm not saying it couldn't be racist. What I'm saying, the storyline wouldn't have sold as well if a black and white cop was shown going to Skip Gates' house. Skip Gates knew there was a black cop there too, right? But he let the narrative go along as well. And, he let it float in that either that it was racism or a tinge of racism at least, or policing. And so when Obama had the beer summit, he invited the white cop who didn't even drink beer, I don't think. But the black cop was not invited. No one even knows that there was a black cop involved. And I think that was the element of it, that either Obama was being dishonest or he just, it's a local matter. He probably didn't know. And people with an agenda under him ran this across his desk, probably without all the information. And he came out and did a beer summit. Again, this is 10 levels below Obama, right? It's like, if he had never even mentioned this shit, it would have been a big deal, right? It would have.
That's why that's why presidents shouldn't have been involved in it.
In local things, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that was a classic case of the media faking or lying by omission, by not telling us that there was a black officer.
Yeah, could be, but I don't. Like I said, I don't, or like I have said, I don't. I think the media just does what the public buys. It's a business like any other.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, the most people bought that story, and again, they have to sell stories, and if they
they gave the public what they thought the public would consume. So they were definitely disingenuous.
Rush Limbaugh.
I would think a president, either he's so far above that he doesn't know. I would think a president would have gotten to the bottom of the details, in some sort of investigation, but apparently not.
Well, shit's flowing so fast, the 24-hour media span, you trying to get out ahead of something to speak on, and people go, when are you going to speak on this, Mr. President? Some lower ranking person on your staff schedule a beer summit with the officer, and it's good pub for you, good pub for the, your party or whatever. And by the time the true facts come out, shit, it's 2 days later. Nobody's even talking about that anymore. Right.
Well, good publicity for who? If I recall, Fox News had a field day with that beer summit.
Well, but you're not really speaking to them. You're not caring what they're saying. You're caring what you're.
That's a big mistake. You know what? I think Obama actually did learn eventually. It is a Democrats make huge mistakes by not talking to Fox News, by not. Fox News is a legitimate mainstream media outlet. Ignoring them is just dumb.
I don't think you're going to get any votes over there. They may be legitimate.
Who cares? There's no way you're not going to get 1 or 2 votes.
It would be just equivalent. Let's say you going over on, I don't know, Afrodamus' channel. He's just going to be.
Oh, I'll go over. But see, Afrodamus, I'll go toe to toe with him. He's not that bright.
Yeah, but if you're in politics, people are going to be trying to use everything you say as the clip.
Absolutely, they are, and let them do it.
And I think
hopefully they get the clips of me roasting whoever it is.
But I think strategy-wise,
are you familiar, Pete Buttigieg and oh my goodness, my memory is just going when I get tired. Pete Buttigieg and Bernie Sanders went on Fox News last year, and they got rave reviews.
I can see Bernie going on that. Yeah, I can see Bernie.
Pete Buttigieg did, and you know what? They didn't roast him about being homosexual.
Mm-hmm.
He is good with a one-liner. And he was invited back over and over and over. These Democrats need to get rid of their. It's like blacks and cops.
Yeah,
I said blacks too. I don't mean all blacks.
I think Buttigieg has political aspirations.
He'll never be president.
Sure, I believe he wants to try. So, but he'll be happy with the Senate seat. So you know he has to be kind of middle of the road there. Plus, he was with transportation; he wasn't necessarily making policy. Once they start,
they make policy,
uh,
transportation.
oh, I'm sorry, legislation. He wasn't really making legislation. You know, there wasn't, you know, Congress never.
Well, I think the Democrats. Somebody made the comment. I wish I had taken that article and saved it. That the left needs, uh, uh, Democrats need a Donald Trump who is fearless.
Yeah, they need you know, I remember when Schultz, the
Debbie
Starbucks,
Watson Schultz.
no, the Starbucks guy, I can't remember his name. He
Oh
was
yeah,
he was going to run, and they made him back out real quickly. And I think that Starbucks stunt in Philadelphia really made him think twice, because I believe that was a stunt to as a warning to him. Because it was rumbling that he may run, and then they pulled that Starbucks bullshit on him. You know, you have to be conscious, you know, as a Democrat, the one thing that they can do to you and that's in their playbook is that they will protest your business. That's in their playbook,
yeah.
right?
Well, you know what? Democrats need to. You know, Republicans will primary you. Apparently, Democrats will protest your business.
Right.
We need politicians who are not risk averse.
Well, you know, but the thing is, like, you take a lot of the risk averse people out of the pool when you know when they have appendages like a business that is easily attacked. You know what I'm saying? You can't really defend your storefront if you got 500 storefront. People could just attack one after one every other day or so. So you won't be able to defend it, and you end up losing your business all for the sake of running for office. You know, if you're trying to say the right, wrong, you know, say something that's not necessarily politically correct. And so I think they lose a lot of their prospective businessmen who have storefronts or anything where it's vulnerable to protest. Those type of men within the Democrat Party can't run. That's my thoughts on it. They can't run and say the things that, you know, might be on their mind that need to be said. I think they have more or less counseled all of those people out of the party for the time being, their party.
I was just looking at this this poster up on the screen on the right hand side. They're looking at the Brit on the right hand side of that poster. The English zero, produce an English child zero. Now that English child marries a biracial, black British, who is all black, Jamaican, and African. They have a biracial son, and the biracial son gets zero. so all the biracial kids get zero. Oh, these British guys are
Are
hilarious.
they arguing for reparations in Britain too? Damn.
Yes. Yeah,
Damn.
this channel is British.
But who do they want reparations from? The white people in Britain? Ain't many white people.
Well, basically, yeah, the British, because the British didn't have slavery after 1772, but they had it on in the Caribbean. So yeah, they want reparations, and as a matter of fact, they have an argument because British colonies over in Africa, you know, they want reparations. So, yeah, they've got a whole reparations thing. But the
You know,
the black population in Britain is 5%. They're way fewer.
I wonder how the other groups feel about that. You know, because you got a lot of immigrants groups over there, Indians. You know, like
The Indians, I don't know. I mean, if you want to talk about colonization as subjugation, the Indians would be owed something too.
that's what I'm saying. Like, are they gonna want something? You know?
fact, Britain might as well just go bankrupt because you remember this the sun never used to set. Like they had the whole world colonized.
There's a light that never goes out, right?
Reparations will never end.
Once they give them out to every group, you have groups taxing the other group. Once the white man,
somebody's gonna buy Britain.
The thing is, you're gonna have like a first mover or like a bank run, a reparations bank run, because once one group gets it, then that opens the door for every group to get it. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. Hey, what's up, Roz girl?
Hey, Roz, where have you been? Let's see. I think I saw a pop up here. I guess if we'll see if HB comes back at 10. If he's not back by 10, I do need to get off.
Yeah, I gotta run too.
Tom, what does he say? Humble presidents, hello. Roz says 1.
100.
Oh. Yeah, let's see.
Is it cold out there, Ross girl? You hop on the train this morning, or you drove to work? I think it's at 25 degrees. At 26 degrees. Hardly sunny. Damn. That's pretty fucking cold.
Well, yeah, right around President's Day, it gets cold up there. As a matter of fact, it's 36 out there now, outside my door. So we got a little bit of a. As a matter of fact, they had tornado watches the other night. This cold front came in and slammed into the warm air that was here.
Yeah. Damn. What's I about to say? I was about to say here, Stanley.
What?
I was about to say something here, Stanley. I was going to tell you something. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up here. Where is it? Shit. I have all these emails to myself. Shit. Where is it? Why am I getting all these emails right here? What? Anyway, it's fucking weird.
Now, what are you getting? Are you getting emails over the JGHB net?
Man, I gotta check that email. Are you able to check it? I haven't been able to check it.
Yeah, it's working fine.
I gotta add it on my phone, I guess.
As a matter of fact, I've already gotten a couple show requests, show topics.
Oh, really? I need to check out.
Yeah, I think as a challenge to me, CKJ3 wants me to talk about black on black crime.
He might make me join the panel. I'm going to be doing a stream at some point, maybe today, a little bit later today, on Eric Adams, the dilemma that he finds himself in.
I'll send these news stories.
Yeah.
Because in one I didn't cover last night, Kathy, he's had 4 top officials in his administration resign.
Yeah.
And Kathy Hochul, there's talk Kathy Hochul might remove him.
And you know what his
she better not, because that'll just be totally political.
Do you know what his retort is? His retort is very interesting, Stanley. And I'm going to cover it. He's basically threatening them. And I'm going to explain what he's threatening them with.
With Trump?
He's basically saying, if you remove me, there's a worse nigga than me that's going to take my place.
Who's that? Cuomo?
No, it's a nigga named Jumaine Williams. And Eric had basically launched a nuclear bomb on the nigga and said he's lazy, sleep all day. And
they say Eric Adams is lazy?
No, Eric Adams launched a nuclear bomb at the black man I call him Juju on the beat out of New York, Jumonte Williams. He's a advocate, city advocate or whatever. He's next in line if they remove Eric Adams.
Yeah, well, but the election's in 11 months, so they won't have long to put up with him.
That's true. But it's very interesting that his retort to, if you remove me, the person behind me is worse.
You know what? That just sounds so sad.
Yeah, it does. And when you think about this, like if you go back to his time when he first entered office, like, we got all this chocolate up in here. We got all this chocolate. It's chocolate city. All this chocolate up in the room. My first black deputy mayor, first black this, that. And then now all these motherfuckers is quitting on him.
Well, I might have to concede that Eric Adams might be a blight on the black community.
But I think the position that they find themselves in is really the blight, because when your next option is worse than your current option, what the fuck, right? Like, these people have elected so many bad, incompetent people that the current guy is saying, you better not remove me because the next nigga up is worse than me. Like, man, that's a situation.
Do you know who they're getting to run? The Democrats are recruiting to run, possibly.
Is it Cuomo?
Mario Cuomo.
I wanted to bring this up with you. Have you been seeing the meltdown that James Carville is having?
No, but I can imagine.
And I posited this a while back. I said, man, like, what's happening is, what it seems to me is happening is that the money is now being controlled by the young people.
Yeah.
Carville may be 70-something years old, right?
He's 80.
Okay. Mary Madeline, his wife on the Republican side, I don't know how old she is, but
she's roughly the same age.
They don't have any influence on TV. He's up in age. He doesn't look.
Carville attempted, because he had a YouTube show and all this stuff. James Carville needs to stop. He needs to retire. He's not doing. He's kind of entertaining is the only way he's still around. He has had zero influence, and it's only going to get worse.
I think he had some back channel influence 10, 15 years ago.
Right.
But it's been waning. As he gets older, clearly he's not going to be as influential. But I think the bigger part is that, like, it's a shift in the young generation. He's out speaking very stridently about, we need to get back control, but your time is probably come and gone, honestly. Now David Hogg is in control of the purse strings.
Right, but I can tell you right now, unless Trump fucks up, Democrats. Now, this is my personal opinion. I don't have anything to back it up. I honestly think, unless Trump fucks up, and I actually think he will, Democrats might be done generationally, or at least through 2028. If, for instance, Trump doesn't screw up and J.D. Vance runs, I think J.D. Vance wins, and there's nobody on the Democratic side today. Now, that could change. There's nobody who's going to be able to challenge J.D. Vance. He's young. He's got that pedigree, whether, you like him or not, and he is the natural heir to a very popular movement currently. Democrats don't win the presidency in 2028 if tomorrow was the election. Now, it's way ahead. I'm way, way, way out on the limb, but I think the Democrats effed up so bad and came off so weak. And you know what? I voted for him. I would vote for him again. But they're just
need Josh Shapiro.
Principle. When they go low, we go high. We got to stop that. it might just be undignified, but we need a left wing Donald Trump.
Give me a second. I'll be right back.
And I wish I were like 30 years younger, because I would be that Donald Trump. I would just become a politician. But alas, it's too late. Well, you don't have to go lower, Virgo. You can just go down to their level. You don't need to go lower. So let's see. I wanted to show this if I can find it. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait. Here we go. Right here. Looked interesting. This just popped up in my algorithm here, so I figured we'd watch this right quick. Yes, Herman, I would volunteer myself, but I'm too old. Where is that? All right, let's pull this back. Let's see what she has to say. This is Has Black Culture Hit Rock Bottom?
Black women have the support of a massive group that participates in ratchet behavior and ratchet thinking. Now, white, Asian, and Hispanic, they got ratchet people, but you had to go away from the group to do that. They don't house you. They don't nurture that. The Black community, the massive group, accepts it and nurtures it. It's totally backwards.
Yeah, I hate the fact that we've made being ghetto, ratchet, childish, backwards, destructive people the norm. Like we, Black Americans, and not all of us, but too many of us, a good number of us, have really gone to the lengths of trying to defend that deplorable behavior as regular Black people behavior. No, let's make a distinction. There's a difference between Black people and people with the Negro mentality, and Black people are not supporting that Negro mentality behavior.
Okay, well, he just talked out of both sides of his mouth, maybe unintentionally. They sound like young Black B and Brave. Blaming the whole Black community for a few that, misbehave or behave violently or what have you. No, that is not true. Most Black people don't support Black people who are violent or commit crimes or just generally make a jackass of themselves. Poor young woman, she has been misguided. Maybe she's been in B Brave's chat. Yeah, Dave, I hear you, Dave, but that sounds so partisan, I'm just going to ignore it. Democrats need to go higher. Yeah, sure. This story is for John. Most people here probably know what's going on with Eric Adams. Let's see. Maybe it's worth playing. Okay, 4 top officials to resign over Adams' cooperation with Trump. So I'll just go ahead and play it. What the hell?
4 top officials to resign over Adams's cooperation with Trump. This article is by William K. Rashbaum, Dana Rubenstein, and Emma G. Fitzsimmons, and read by an automated voice. 4 top New York City officials said they would resign after the Justice Department moved to dismiss Mayor Eric Adams's corruption case in apparent exchange for his help with President Trump's deportation agenda. The 4 officials, Maria Torres Springer, the first deputy mayor, and Mira Joshi, Ann Williams, Isom, and Chauncey Parker, all also deputy mayors, oversee much of New York City government, and their departure is poised to blow a devastating hole in the already wounded administration of Mayor Eric Adams. Hours later, Governor Kathy Hochul, who has the authority to remove Mayor Adams from office, said she had called a meeting for Tuesday to discuss the path forward. In a statement, she acknowledged that the 4 officials' resignations raised serious questions about the long-term future of this mayoral administration. In the 235 years of New York State history, these powers have never been utilized to remove a duly elected mayor. Overturning the will of the voters is a serious step that should not be taken lightly, she said. That said, the alleged conduct at City Hall that has been reported over the past 2 weeks is troubling and cannot be ignored. Increasingly, the deputy mayors felt that they were not merely working for an indicted mayor, but for someone whose personal interests risked outweighing the interests of New Yorkers. According to a person briefed on the matter, they found this untenable, the person said. 3 of the deputies told their staff members of their decisions in emails on Monday. They are expected to leave in coming weeks. Mr. Adams, a Democrat, is forcefully resisting growing calls to resign, and the governor is under increasing pressure to remove him from office. The 4 officials who are leaving office are all respected government veterans. Ms. Torres Springer was elevated to the second most powerful job at City Hall in October in an effort to stabilize city government and restore confidence in the Adams administration following the mayor's federal indictment in September on 5 counts, including bribery and fraud. The departing deputy mayors met with Mr. Adams on Friday and told him that they had grave concerns about his predicament as a leader, according to 2 city officials. At that meeting, they told him they were planning to resign, one of the officials said. The meeting was first reported by Politico. On Sunday evening, the 4 deputy mayors met with Mr. Adams on Zoom, and he tried to persuade them to postpone the announcement of the resignations, one of the city officials said. The exact timing of their departures has yet to be determined. The Sunday Zoom was first reported by WNBC. I am disappointed to see them go, but given the current challenges, I understand their decision and wish them nothing but success in the future, said Mr. Adams, in a statement issued after news of the resignations emerged. But let me be crystal clear. New York City will keep moving forward, just as it does every day. All deputy mayors will remain in their roles for the time being to ensure a seamless transition. The people of New York City remain, without question, our top priority. On Monday, Ms. Joshi and Ms. Torres Springer sent emails to their staff in which they announced that they and Ms. Williams Isom were departing and shared a joint statement from all 3. Due to the extraordinary events of the last few weeks, and to stay faithful to the oaths we swore to New Yorkers and our families, we have come to the difficult decision to step down from our roles, they said in the statement, which was obtained by the New York Times. While our time in this administration will come to a close, our support for the incredible public servants across the administration with whom we have stood shoulder to shoulder, and our championing of this great city and all it stands for, will never cease, the email said. The departure of the 4th official, Mr. Parker, is particularly notable because as the deputy mayor for public safety, he has been deeply involved in issues around the city's role in the president's deportation plans. The planned exit of the 4 key officials means that half of New York City's 8 deputy mayors are leaving City Hall. It remains unclear who will replace them and if this will precipitate further departures from the commissioners who report to them. As we always say, if and when we have personnel announcements to make, we will make them, said Kayla Mamilik-Altus, a spokeswoman for the mayor. The officials' expected departure would cap 5 months of instability in an administration that at times has veered toward chaos. First, the mayor was indicted on federal bribery and fraud charges, and then a deluge of other unrelated federal corruption investigations swept through City Hall. Those inquiries led to the resignations of half a dozen of his most senior aides who had their phones seized by federal authorities. two successive police commissioners within 3 months of one another, his prior first deputy mayor and deputy mayor for public safety, his school's chancellor, and a senior advisor who was one of his closest confidants. Then, in December, the mayor's top advisor, Ingrid Lewis Martin, resigned shortly before the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin L. Bragg, obtained an indictment charging her and her son with bribery and other crimes. Ms. Torres Springer, Ms. Joshi, Ms. Williams, Isom, and Mr. Parker were understood to act as a counterweight to the perception that the mayor's loyalists were running amok at City Hall. Once Mr. Trump's administration moved to dismiss the charges against the mayor, the presence of the 4 deputy mayors was viewed by people in and around city government as a bulwark against the president's influence at City Hall. Now it remains unclear who is left to serve in that role. The president first entered the picture in the fall when Mr. Adams publicly sidled up to him, both rhetorically and actually. The mayor met the president at a political gala in Manhattan and at a prize fight at Madison Square Garden. In the weeks preceding the November election, the mayor declined to name Kamala Harris as his choice for president, despite having endorsed her. He also chided his party colleagues for describing Mr. Trump as a fascist. After the election, Mr. Adams traveled to Palm Beach, Florida in January to lunch with Mr. Trump, and then traveled to Washington, D.C. to sit in the overflow room at Mr. Trump's inauguration. Mr. Adams's lawyers promptly sought a pardon from Mr. Trump once he took office. The pardon was not forthcoming. But in February, just weeks after federal prosecutors in Manhattan said they had uncovered additional criminal conduct by the mayor, one of Mr. Trump's top deputies at the Justice Department directed them to ask the judge presiding over the mayor's case to dismiss his indictment. The respected prosecutor whom Mr. Trump had appointed as U.S. Attorney to oversee the office on an interim basis, Danielle R. Sassoon, chose to resign instead after writing an explosive letter detailing what she characterized as an inappropriate backroom deal that prioritized politics over the interests of justice. She also wrote that the office had been planning to charge the mayor with obstruction of justice in a new indictment. The mayor's advocacy should be called out for what it is, an improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for a dismissal of his case, Ms. Sassoon said. The lead prosecutor in the case against Mr. Adams, Hagan Scotton, also resigned, issuing a blistering resignation letter suggesting only a fool or a coward would obey the Trump administration's edict to seek the dismissal of the case. Then, 5 other Justice Department lawyers in Washington, who either oversaw or prosecuted public corruption cases, also stepped down rather than sign the court papers at the direction of the acting Deputy Attorney General, Emile Bove III. The episode raises serious questions involving both the potential quid pro quo and prosecutorial weaponization of our justice system, said the New York City Bar Association in a statement issued Monday. Jeffrey C. Mays contributed reporting.
So there you have the answer as to how Democrats can go lower. They can basically accept quid pro quo from Trump. Not it's your answer there, Dave, or was it Herman? And Herman, your thing about the Social Security guy, we did cover that overnight, but I'll play it once again since I had the article handy.
This news story was written by Lisa Ryan, Holly Bailey, Jeff Stein, and Jacob Bogage. Top Social Security official exits after clash with Musk's Doge over data. Yet another top career staffer is leaving the administration amid a disagreement over a request by Elon Musk's team for sensitive government information. The acting commissioner of the Social Security Administration left her job this weekend after a clash with billionaire Elon Musk's U.S. Doge service over its attempts to access sensitive government records. 3 people familiar with her departure said Monday. Michelle King, who spent several decades at the agency before being named its acting commissioner last month, left her position Sunday after the disagreement, the people said. President Donald Trump appointed Leland Dudek, a manager in charge of Social Security's anti-fraud office, as acting commissioner, while Frank Bisignano, the president's nominee for permanent commissioner, is vetted by the Senate, according to 3 individuals who spoke on the condition of anonymity to talk candidly. A public announcement is expected this week. Dudek had posted positive remarks on social media about DOJ's efforts to cut costs and search for fraud in federal agencies, according to 2 of the individuals. President Trump has nominated the highly qualified and talented Frank Bisignano to lead the Social Security Administration, and we expect him to be swiftly confirmed in the coming weeks, White House spokesman Harrison Field said in a statement. In the meantime, the agency will be led by a career Social Security anti-fraud expert as the acting commissioner. President Trump is committed to appointing the best and most qualified individuals who are dedicated to working on behalf of the American people, not to appease the bureaucracy that has failed them for far too long. In selecting Dudek, Trump bypassed dozens of other senior executives who sat higher in the agency's leadership hierarchy, touching off alarm in and around the agency, which has already faced years of budget and staffing difficulties. At this rate, they will break it, and they will break it fast, and there will be an interruption of benefits, said Martin O'Malley, the Social Security Commissioner under the Biden administration, and a former Maryland governor. It's a shame the chilling effect it has to disregard 120 senior executive service people, O'Malley said. To pick an acting commissioner that is not in the senior executive service sends a message that professional people should leave that beleaguered public agency. White House officials have said that Musk's associates are being properly vetted before they are appointed to official roles in the agencies they are helping scrutinize. Administration officials have also been skeptical of career employees' efforts to guard federal data, maintaining that political appointees should also be able to access it, particularly if necessary to root out wasteful or erroneous spending. On Fox News on Monday evening, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said she had been fighting fake news reporters who had been trying to fearmonger about Social Security payments. Leavitt said Trump had directed Musk only to identify fraud in the program and that seniors' retirement benefits would be protected. The Social Security Administration is responsible for managing pension payments for more than 70 million American seniors and manages significant troves of personal data, including those related to Americans' work and pay history and where they live. It was not immediately clear precisely which data the Musk associates wanted or the exact circumstances leading to King's departure. Musk's associates had already sought access to records that are typically closely held across the federal government, prompting disputes with senior officials across numerous agencies. The highest-ranking civil servant at the Treasury Department recently resigned after refusing to grant DOJ access to the Bureau of the Fiscal Service, which manages more than $5 trillion in annual payments. On Sunday, The Washington Post reported that DOJ is seeking access to a heavily guarded system at the Internal Revenue Service with detailed financial information about every taxpayer, business, and nonprofit in the country. And Musk's associates have also sought access to sensitive information at the Labor Department. What I know is that DOJ wanted access to SSA's sensitive files, the same way they're trying to do at Labor and Treasury, and the acting commissioner wouldn't give it, and she was replaced, said Nancy Altman, president of Social Security Works, a left-leaning group citing conversations with several current officials at the agency. Musk has increasingly turned his attention to Social Security in recent days, arguing that the program is rife with fraud and erroneous payments without offering evidence for his claim. King, a career staffer, has worked at the agency since 1994, according to the agency's website. She has also held senior positions in its Office of Retirement and Disability Policy and the Office of Budget, Finance, and Management. King could not be immediately reached for comment. The Social Security Administration's records include all Social Security numbers, comprehensive medical records for those who have applied for disability benefits, bank information, earnings records, and more, Altman said. There is no way to overstate how serious a breach this is, she said.
You know, Stanley, I was reading somewhere that they were giving out, someone listed like some payments, and maybe it was Elon, Social Security payments to people like 180 years old. And
Yeah. 12th Man mentioned that earlier, and I pretty much shit on that point because I was making a different point. And 12th Man, when he gets drunk, he just like, you'll mention X and he won't address X. He'll bring up Y. And it's not even whataboutism. It's just like outlandish. However, I'm not. Yeah, there's all kinds of mistakes that you'll probably find that Elon's gonna find, and I would also be willing to bet once everything gets fixed and everything gets rolling the way Trump wants it to roll, if you go back 4 years later, you're gonna find the same sort of mistakes.
yeah,
These
you
are
know,
these are large systems and large bureaucracies, and they're run by humans.
I think all of that is true. And as I say, I think that these large bureaucracies, have a lot of holes where people can exploit them. And these people have been there for many, many years, as the lady just said. And I think you're going to see payments being made to people, improper payments, payments to people that are no longer alive. We've seen regular people go to jail for continuing to collect a payment or two after their father and mother has died, and the government comes down on them and slams for fraud. I think you're going to see something on a whole nother scale with these Social Security payments, with the people in
And
charge.
I'm gonna push back with what I just said, that these are large bureaucracies.
Yeah.
They're gonna make mistakes. Once Trump gets what he wants up and running, 4 years from now, you'll find the same sort of mistakes. And I'm going to add, would you rather that Doge impose what United Health did and have have AI
Well,
deciding who
I
gets
guess,
what?
but I guess you have to really ask yourself: are these mistakes?
Yes.
It's like, are they?
Yes.
Is it a bug or a
My
feature?
answer is yes, they're mistakes. They're not intentional.
I remember hearing a lady, Naomi Wolf, and she alleged there are more mortgages on houses than there are actual houses. And
Well, that's whataboutism for starters.
well, what I'm saying
And
is
number
that's
two,
just one
if you
agent.
were gonna if you were gonna do fraud, would you really pay someone for being 192 years old?
Yeah.
We need, if that's the case, then we need to make fraudsters great again, because you're going to get caught. You're going to get caught
Maybe they
paying
thought
a
they never would.
192-year-old.
Maybe they thought they never would get caught. Most criminals don't think they'll get caught.
I'm going to try and stay positive and not be conspiracy theory minded. I'm going to guess that somebody made a mistake or a clerical error somewhere.
So if they were continuing to pay someone who's 180 years old, then the money should be easy to track, right?
I would think.
All right, there you go. So we should see.
Now, if that person's dead, it might be hard.
Someone has to remove the money out of the bank account.
Link to this story so we can read it.
Nah, I just saw the clip. I didn't. I'm gonna probably look into it a little bit more, but I just saw the headline. Man, that's interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, because I like posting stories, as you can see, and they've got these nifty little artificial intelligence readers.
Yeah. Nah, it was just a clip somewhere on Twitter. And man, you go through so much on Twitter. Oh, man, that's interesting. Maybe I'll come back to it another day.
Yeah, I've been tempted to get a Twitter account.
Oh, you should. Yeah, definitely.
And this story is for Herman. Apparently, Russia and Ukraine and the U.S. are sitting down for breakfast, no doubt, probably at Waffle House.
This news story was written by Missy Ryan, Siobhan O'Grady, and Robin Dixon. Trump administration launches talks with Russia on Ukraine war. While U.S. officials characterize the talks as the first step in a peace deal, the Russians are portraying them as a way to end Moscow's isolation. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The Trump administration launched talks with Russia on Tuesday over the war in Ukraine, a turning point in Washington's handling of Europe's most destructive conflict in decades, and a sign of the U.S. president's willingness to sideline allies in his determination to impose a swift peace. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's discussions with Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in the Saudi capital, the first such high-level U.S.-Russian encounter since Moscow's 2022 invasion, marked a departure from an earlier U.S. insistence that Ukraine must lead any negotiations. The meeting also is part of an approach that appears likely to deliver an agreement unfavorable to Kyiv. Rubio was joined at a cavernous Saudi palace by National Security Advisor Michael Waltz and Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff. The Saudi Foreign Minister, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, and National Security Advisor Musaad Al-Iban joined the U.S. and Russian officials at a sprawling table to open the meeting, but were expected to depart when the talks began in earnest. The Riyadh talks have deeply unsettled Ukraine, where fears are mounting that U.S. officials are overly comfortable discussing the country's future without Kiev at the table. They have also unnerved European allies, who worry that President Donald Trump will embrace a deal that emboldens President Vladimir Putin at a time when Washington appears poised to withdraw its security umbrella, a cornerstone of the West's post-World War II order. U.S. officials have downplayed the significance of Kyiv's exclusion, depicting the meeting as preliminary to explore the prospects for later negotiations that would include Kyiv and to pave the way for an expected Trump-Putin summit. But it marked a sharp break with the nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine mantra embraced by President Joe Biden and his Western allies. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is due to visit the Saudi capital on Wednesday, but he does not plan to meet with U.S. officials there, according to one Ukrainian official, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the situation candidly. It's a weak path to talk to Russia behind Ukraine's back, the official said. Trump administration officials haven't told us what they wanted to talk about, and we have no perspective on what Ukrainian interests they want to trade. The discussions come just days after Trump's top aides shocked European leaders by ruling out NATO membership for Ukraine and declaring Kyiv must give up on recovering all Russian-controlled territory. Trump, alone among the vast majority of NATO leaders, has long voiced positive views about Putin. The men had a lengthy call last week. Nearly 3 years after Moscow's full-scale invasion, Russia controls roughly a fifth of Ukraine. While the pace of Russian gains has increased in recent weeks, Kyiv maintains a foothold in southwestern Russia. The war has also taken a major toll on Russia's economy and its military. Moscow, seeking to cement new partnerships and avoid widening enlistment at home, signed a military agreement with Pyongyang, resulting in the deployment of more than 10,000 North Korean troops to battle Ukrainians in Russia's Kursk region. Ukrainian officials have warned that unless a peace deal includes strong Western guarantees, Russia will regroup and launch a new assault. A 2014 peace deal brokered by Germany and France, which aimed to reintegrate areas of eastern Ukraine led by Russian-controlled separatist forces, was never fully implemented. European nations are now discussing sending troops to Ukraine if a deal can be reached, but no commitments have been made. While the Trump administration depicted Tuesday's meeting as a first step in broader peace talks, Russian officials characterized it as a chance to end a period of economic and political isolation for Moscow and reverse a diplomatic deep freeze with the world's other nuclear superpower. The main thing is to begin a real normalization of relations between us and Washington, Kremlin aide Yuri Ushakov said Tuesday as he arrived in Riyadh as part of the Russian delegation. Amid European fears of a withdrawal of U.S. forces from the continent, the Kremlin reasserted on Tuesday its demands to renegotiate NATO's security architecture in Europe as a requirement for a deal to stop the fighting in Ukraine. With regard to the security architecture in Europe, of course, a comprehensive settlement, a long-term settlement, a viable settlement is not possible without a comprehensive consideration of security issues on the continent, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said. The venue in Saudi Arabia is also a sign of changing U.S. foreign policy priorities. While Biden dealt awkwardly with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, whom U.S. intelligence officials blamed for the killing of a Saudi journalist in Turkey in 2018, Trump held a call with Mohammed 3 days after retaking office. The Ukrainian official suggested that maybe Trump is being deceived about the consequences of engaging this way with Russia. His team should give him more facts. Americans haven't invited us, so the meeting with them is not possible, the official said. If they want, they can come to Ukraine. Kirill Dmitriev, the head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund, said that Moscow has made proposals to Washington for new business and energy cooperation, voicing optimism that deals could be concluded within months. The whole world is watching whether the US and Russia manage to improve relations, Dmitriev said, according to Interfax. It will help accomplish a large number of global tasks and problems facing the world today. We also see that economic cooperation is important. Renewed business collaboration would be a major departure from the Biden era, when the United States led Western nations in imposing sweeping sanctions on Russia and seeking to weaken Moscow economically. Another senior Ukrainian official agreed the talks were taking place behind Ukraine's back, but said Ukrainian leaders were not worried because they expected the process to reveal unrealistic Russian fantasies to Trump's team ahead of more serious discussions. Kiev is treating the meeting in Riyadh not as negotiations, but as a learning process on Russian boundaries, the official said. O'Grady reported from Kiev and Dixon from Riga, Latvia. Natalia Abakumova in Riga, Kostiantin Kudov in Kiev, and Mary Ilyushina in Berlin contributed to this report.
Did you hear this? I just saw this news article, and I'll post it in the back if anybody's interested. Apparently, Tesla begins hiring in India, hinting at market entry plans. So
Are
looks
they
like
making cars over there?
apparently, let's see. Says Tesla steps up hiring in India. Give me 1 sec. I'll bring it up. I gotta take it from my phone. Man, this Slack thing is we're gonna have to we're gonna have to make it $15 a day for Portia J.
I gotta check this shit out.
We gotta give her a raise.
There we go.
It's a good time to pitch that, guys.
$15 a day for Portia J.
$15 a day for Portia J. You can hear Stanley in the background going through Slack. Amazing how much Portia is doing on the back, and you guys probably didn't think we had a Slack.
Yeah, we do, and it makes it organizes my disorganizedness, and because I forget articles and I will forget where I put stuff. So $15 a day, folks.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Tesla steps up India hiring after Musk Modi meet, fast tracking market entry plan. So see, Modi makes a state visit and the real president benefits. I like this.
Well, I think
you cannot fuss at the man.
I think if you look at Modi's operandi for the last few years, probably as long as he's been in office, he's very pro-India, man, and he's pushing investment in his country. And
absolutely. And you know what this means? Now Tesla's multinational, H-1B visas make sense for them.
Well, I think in this instance, I'm assuming this is about manufacturing. I haven't read what it's about, but he's not going to let you come in his country and sell cars without without forcing you to manufacture them. And in that sense, it's like a tariff in a way. Come here, you can't sell here. Well, he's forcing you to come here, right? He says you got to build here.
Okay, but the market is like over 1 billion people.
Yeah, totally
I
get it,
bet
right? You know, I
bet
don't know,
he's twisting
right?
some arms.
As I said, you know, I look at every country as like one big convention center. You want to come in and sell your products here, set up a booth. You got to pay to get in. You know, where you
Now,
want your booth?
what do you think Modi gained by coming here? You don't think he brought a trade delegation with him, right?
Mm-hmm. And he brought his trade delegation and said, "Hey, Elon, I see a lot of fucking Teslas riding around here. I need some investments, bro. I see all these Teslas riding around India. I need some investment, bro."
Hey, you know what's going to happen? The first Tesla that comes off that Indian production line is going to have a tag with gold letters that says Modi.
Mm-hmm. You know, he did the same thing with Boeing Airline. Very slick. I will give him credit for that. You know what's crazy, man?
Shit. They're scouting for a showroom.
Last time I was in Ghana, man, in contrast from the time I was there previous, there was a big ass Toyota manufacturing plant. You Google it, Toyota Ghana, and I mean, I think they have a school and all kinds of shit, like teaching you how to work on their cars and shit, or build cars, whatever. Every country is playing this nationalist game. Like, look, we want some of the jobs that come along with the consumption. So, I can't blame them for that.
Holy shit. You can subscribe to Reuters for $1 a week. I guess I'm going to do that.
It's like we're the only country that doesn't do that.
That doesn't what?
Doesn't do the nationalist stuff. Every other country does, though.
Well, what do you mean?
Like, if anybody wants to sell something or promote their product, they got to do something. They got to, pay some tariff or open up a school, give back to the blacks, something. They got to do something.
What?
You can't just come in and sell products in a lot of these countries without manufacturing the products there. As Herman is saying, India has some of the highest tariffs.
Okay, well, you do realize, like, right in Savannah, Georgia, there's a JGHB plant, which I think is British. They sell tractors and, backhoes and stuff. They manufacture here and sell here. So that's one example I can think of.
Yeah, and I think that
did I say JGHB? I think it's JGB. But it's a heavy equipment. It's a heavy equipment company. They sell here. They manufacture here.
For many years, what is it called? Is it the balance of trade or something like that?
Toyota, Mercedes, they sell here. They manufacture here.
Yeah,
BMW in South Carolina.
Yeah,
I know right where it is because I used to live in Greer.
Yeah, there's Hyundai in Alabama, and but for years.
Right. So I mean, there are companies that.
Yeah, for things like cars, where it's probably more expensive to ship them, it probably makes more sense to.
Right, but they also want to manufacture it here. But I'm addressing the point that we don't require people who sell here to manufacture. That's just
I think
there's a battery plant. Forget which. Might be.
Yeah, I mean, there's some companies.
There's a Hyundai. I think it's Hyundai battery plant in Savannah they're building.
Yeah. No one's saying it's none. I think that it is much easier to enter this market from, say, anywhere than it is to enter, say, China's market or India's market from the United States. There are some of those, China's considered, what is that, a favorite trading nation because it's second class status or something that the World Bank or whatever assigns them, where they get favorable trade agreements because they're quote unquote second world, not first world, something to that effect. So don't quote me on the exacts. But those type of things allow them to trade in our market freely relative to us trading in theirs. There are other things where, a lot of what we may call manufacturing is more or less assemblage, where the manufacturing may be done in Mexico, they bring it across the border and they put it together here. So there's some element of that too. Not to discount any of it, but it is much more difficult to go try to sell in India than
I don't think that's true.
Than the opposite. I think so. Hell, it's
Matter
definitely.
of fact, there are all kinds of. I don't agree with that. I think it's actually getting easier, and they have so many people here in the United States looking for opportunities to take back to India. I just don't know. I mean, now there may be requirements that you hire Indians, but I would imagine we have the same requirements, over here. I mean, we're putting Indians to work, they're putting Americans to work. And what of India do we want manufactured here?
Well, I think that's probably the thing.
I mean, we
Well,
can break some of their call centers over here.
that's part of the thing that they don't have that much. So it's kind of a lopsided. That's what it is. Like the whole balance of trade. You know what I'm saying? Like they're coming on our block selling everything they got.
Well,
but
I don't
really sell
Trump's doing the
none
right thing.
Hmm?
I think Trump is doing the right thing.
Somebody clip this.
Basically, he's gonna yank financial chains if countries around the world don't do what we want. But we need to understand that we're not the United States of the 80s. Okay, we don't have the advantages like we did back then. We don't have the STEM graduates. There's several things we're not first in. Probably the only leverage we have is economic.
Yeah, 400 million
We
people.
don't have the influence like we used to.
I mean, 400 million people as a marketplace will always be influential. Companies are always going to want to enter that market. And in the roads and the laws, it's always going to be a lure.
Dave, Indian Teslas will be pulled by cows. So, like carts.
Yeah, there's a lot of really rich people in India too. And I saw one guy, he's like a billionaire over in India. He built a skyscraper just for him and his family. And
I saw that.
You saw that?
Yeah.
On one of the floors. On one of the floors, one of the floors is just dedicated to Iron Man. It was weird.
What, for his son?
No, for him. I guess he just really likes Iron Man.
Oh well, yeah, Tony Stark.
Yeah.
The billionaire industrialist.
Yeah. It's like a replica of Tony Stark's. I guess it's like his fucking business room or something. I don't know. Yeah, some real nerd shit.
Talk about a waste of money.
Yeah, I know.
He could be feeding starving yogis, instead of a vanity room.
Yeah. I mean, everybody wants to be American, though.
How many Americans would do that?
Trust me. You look at some of these Manosphere podcasts. They pretty much right there. They're pretty much right there.
Yeah, with all the toys on the shelves.
Yeah, just on a smaller scale. They're pretty much right there, man.
All right, well, I guess it's time for you to start your show. I'm tapped out.
Stanley.
What are you? What are you on the road?
Yeah. No, I had to pull over because of the weather.
Well, no, I can. Oh, that's right. You're in a snowstorm. I can go longer.
No. I'll start the next live, but definitely pull up though. I do. Push has definitely got some stuff for us to look at and cover. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go start the next one up then, Stanley. You can.
All right.
HB. See you later.
Speaking of Portia, I'm actually she's been she's been patting my head and saying I'm doing a good job on my short. So she's being a teacher. So teacher, I'm going to be releasing at least one today and a couple more over the next 3 days. Just so you know, I'm doing my homework. So everybody, thank you for joining the show. I want to thank Kelvin. he he brought laughs to my a smile to my lips, discovering those black radical English folks over there. That now you know that I don't just abuse people on the right; I abuse people on the left too. So my bona fides as a misanthropic old man are now confirmed. I abuse the left too. Why am I leaving? I'm going over to HB show, Duali. I'm going to end this one. That way I can, when I fall asleep, it won't be so bad.
I'm out of here too, guys. Support the channel. Thanks. Special shout out to Herman. Supporting the channel. He sent over a stream now. $100. Thank you again.
Yeah, Herman is quite the wit.
We have some witty characters in the chat for sure. I gotta go.
All right. See y'all later.
See y'all later.
Oh, make sure you hit the like on the way out.
Indeed.
Feel like I should go. 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 Feel like I should go.